Good morning, everyone. We are live and alive. It is February 22nd, 2026. That's a lot of twos. 11:12 a.m. We are late. Can I get some Madge lates in the chat? Madge late? I am late. I'm sorry. Usually, like, the latest I start is like 9 a.m. We are 2 hours later than that currently, but I wrote down a lot of shit. I am late for a reason. I wrote down another thesis, another essay, if you will. A famous Max essay. It's actually not crazy long, I don't think. Surely it's not that long. I actually didn't look at the word count or anything, but oh boy, Madge late. Yo, stream streak, stream streak, stream streak. Mararia, thank you so much for the 7 consecutive stream streak. But yeah, today we are starting Honkai Star Rail Amphoreus 3.3. I am told this is the patch where things start to get really good. We are splitting the patch up into 2 halves again, as is per usual for these Amphoreus streams. We'll probably stop doing that eventually, but I'm told that the next 2 patches I probably should still anyways, and then by the time we get to like, what, 3.5, we should be fine to do that one and 3.6 in one stream, and then 3.7, I'm told, is that's the final one, right? That one I'm told I'll probably have to split up as well, though.
Hi,
Jason!
I'm sorry I haven't been checking in more often. Getting busy with life. How was the chapter with my favorite character?
Oh boy. I need you to, Jason, I need you to explain to me what castress means to you. Help me understand, maybe, because I don't think my impression of her was all that great. You're probably all wondering, Max, why the hell are you in Jing Yuan's office? I actually did a decent amount of digging after last stream in the 2 weeks since last stream, because 4.0 came out last weekend and I skipped last weekend I figured a majority of my viewers probably wanted to spend their free time actually experiencing that story and watching other streamers maybe go through 4.0, and so I myself didn't stream last weekend. I did some Arc Nights instead, but we did last Friday, 2 days ago, we did I did actually do the endgame mode, for anyone wondering. Last stream we did a YouTube Twitch multi-stream, and I did some endgame stuff. I could only 2-cycle the king at the time, and I was like, that's ridiculous. I got an E6 archer, what's going on here? And so I did actually go back in. All I did was trade out Silverwolf for RMC, and the true damage was enough to actually easily get it within 2 cycles. And that's what we did. Or I did, I guess, off stream. I was able to do that. We got the complainer there. I thought of a nickname for him. We can get close with the camera, hang on. Stare. Yo, Drowsy with the Prime sub, thank you so much. We did get the complainer here who matches Boot Hill's, Yams keeps telling me it matches Boot Hill's color scheme, and so I have to have it as Boot Hill's sidekick, but I forgot what to, I had a nickname for it and I forgot what it was. It's just gonna be called Little Shit now. I don't know. Look at it. It's disgusting. Anyways, why am I in Jing Yuan's office? After last stream, there was some interesting dialogue that we got from Linus Tech Tips talking to Herta. Herta actually gets to the Vortex of Genesis, which is apparently the entrance to Amphoreus, but no one that we know is there, and I thought that was really interesting, and I was like, okay, if this is the entrance, it must be like, there's probably, as we learned, there is a cyclical nature to Amphoreus, which I clocked all the way back in 3.0, and it's only like just been established in like concrete detail in 3.2. There's obviously a cyclical nature to Amphoreus, and we also understood, it sounds like every time there is a era nova or a rebirth of the Amphoreus world, or whenever a new cycle happens where there's a new Flame Chase journey, there's new Chrysos heirs, and we essentially rebirth the world for it to all happen again, it like goes inside of the ball of the world-bearing titan is how I understood that. And so you have to imagine there's layers and layers and layers and layers and layers and layers and layers of who knows how many Amphoreuses inside of this fucking ball on the world-bearing Titan is how I understood it. That was my understanding of the plot that they were trying to explain in 3.2. And the rebirth of the new world is done through the memories of the world-bearing Titan, right? And Anaxa deduced that from actually going inside of the world-bearing Titan's memories and finding the previous Chrysos heirs that became the Titans of today, right? And so, understanding that that's the way the cyclical nature of Amphoreus works, Lygus meeting Herta at the entrance of Amphoreus, which was the Vortex of Genesis, I imagine that's like the outermost layer. That's how I was interpreting it anyway. That might not be the case, but that's kind of the gist of how I interpreted that whole scene of Lygus saying that that's the outside of Amphoreus anyway. The reason that doesn't answer y'all's questions about why I'm in Jingyuan's office. I'm in Jingyuan's office because there was a book I wanted to pick up that I hadn't grabbed yet because I recalled that there was a bookshelf or something somewhere that detailed what are they called? The Emanators of Destruction. List of arch enemies right here. It's called the Lord Ravager, Ruin Scroll. So, in that dialogue, what's-his-name, Lygus, says that there is a Lord Ravager within the confines of Amphoreus, and he made it sound like he was like the jailer of said Lord Ravager or something, because he made it sound like, the words that he used specifically were, there's a Lord Ravager shackled inside of Amphoreus, and if you try to break in, you'll be letting it loose, is essentially what he was getting down. But I wanted to go back and see what information we had on Lord Ravagers so far, and so they have basically, this is like the hierarchy of the destruction path, I'm assuming. So at the top you would have like Nanook right here. Under Nanook you would have a Lord Ravager, then under a Lord Ravager you have the Doomsday Beast, then under the Doomsday Beast you have a Trampler, then under that, you have the Void Ranger.
Congrats on finishing 3.2.
Yay!
To keep it brief, cast released on my birthday back then, April 9th, and she's
nice.
directly inspired by Persephone and Al's Gemini, which were my mom's favorite goddess and constellation.
Okay.
My mom got me into Greek mythology as a kid and she's no longer with us. Her favorite color is also purple, so seeing Cassie reminds me of her. Hope that sums things up. I'm glad you're having fun.
It does. Okay. I get you, Jason. That's a nice story. I like that. Thank you for letting me know, though, because I was ripping into the writing quite a bit. I was like, I knew, in the back of my mind, I was like, shit, Jason really liked this character. I don't want to be too cruel, but okay. So there's more of a personal connection there with the inspirations, the color, and then obviously the Greek mythology behind it. That's cool, though. Thank you for the story. Chat's not on screen? Oh, boy. You're right. Hang on. There we go. What you eating? Rice. I warmed up rice because I hadn't had a chance to eat this morning because I was going full-on schizo mode on my whiteboard in my essay. I was indeed locked into writing. Sorry, don't mean to chew or talk with my mouth open while I'm chewing. It's gross. Max hated Cass so much he's eating her? What are you talking about? There ain't no purple in my food. Who's better, Firefly or Casterus? Making me make a tough decision there. Anyways, let's read this Lord Ravager little description real quick. And I noticed on the bookshelf where you picked it up to when I came back here, they actually give little descriptions here as well. So you investigate. The plate on this file repository is labeled Nemesis Ruin. You pull out a random scroll. When you open it, a synthetic voice as smooth as silk forms in your mind. Many worlds, especially those under the corporation's control, believe that advanced technology has made them invincible. However, Iron Tomb has proven them wrong. When an antimatter legion is invading a highly civilized world, Nanook will first dispatch Iron Tomb to nullify its technology. According to the survivors, the technology used to protect a planet will collapse and eventually turn against its owner. In the corrupted communication channel, a voice echoes, "The failure of knowledge." And you can keep clicking and it gives you different Lord Ravagers every time. You pull out a random scroll when you open it, as synthetic voices through the silk forms in your mind from the destruction process of dead planets such as Syracuse 3, Red Babel, and Oglring. We can see there are people in the Legion who are not only keen on destruction. During the destruction of the above planets, the Legion advanced, dominated, pressured, and devoured the resistors at extremely slow speed. They took their time to watch the structural collapse of civilization during a disaster, like observing an ant colony. From that, we could assume there was a Lord Ravager as calm and composed as a chess player behind the scenes. He or she did thorough research on a civilization going through a disaster during the gradual destruction process. We assume that this is, so there was one unnamed Lord Ravager in here, and we assume that this is Phantilia, right? Nemesis Ruin. Many species that have been eliminated by the Antimatter Legion will end up in the Legion in some distorted form, such as the Tramplers and the Void Rangers. When destroyed, these creatures of Legion will implode with an intense backfire, dragging their enemies along with them to their destruction. Although there is no clear evidence to prove it, blah, blah, blah. Okay, this isn't one on a Lord Ravager, I don't think. Based on the records of past engagements, we deduce that the phenomenon is caused by the power of a Lord Ravager. Oh, that was about a Lord Ravager. But I assume, so this is just random bits and pieces from the actual lore page I got. So we're going to read that whole thing right now. So databank, oh, not databank, bookshelf, Cienjo, list of arch enemies, and Lord Ravager. So, category, their identities are not fixed and are based on species of origin. Summary, a Lord Ravager is an emanator who oversees many divisions in the Antimatter Legion and is selected by the Ruin author Nanook. Despite the countless worlds, civilizations, and lives that Nanook has annihilated, they still leave a pathway open to delay the doomsday of some more powerful individuals who willingly obey their will or step gleefully on the path of destruction. Endowed with the powers of destruction, these creatures are twisted into dreadful Lord Ravagers. Rumor has it that Nanook has 7 overlords, each representing one of the 7 extremes of destruction, but so far, we have yet to find comprehensive data on these 7 overlords. Both the Alliance's observational records and the IPC's intelligence networks have obtained only slivers of useful information on these entities. After all, there are no remnants, by definition, wherever destruction goes, and that includes information. We do not even know the names of at least 4 of the overlords, and can only discern their existence by their varied tendencies regarding destruction. Observational records. How do you say that? Zephyro? With a terrifying reputation as a one-man army, Zephyro is an overlord, most passionate about violent destruction. Zephyro is obsessed with the raw power and beauty observed in the explosive moment of utter destruction. In the year 6804 of the star calendar, he ignited the sun of a planet, New Bethlehem, scorching its planetary surface with huge amounts of radiation and instantly turning it into glass. In the year 7143 of the star calendar, he stirred up a huge cyclone, smashing the ecosystem on the planet Adern into smithereens. In year 7658 of the star calendar, he drilled straight through the moon shield's outer planetary crust, launching an attack on the planetary core that crushed the entire world. These acts of destruction neatly encapsulate his extreme passion for doomsday scenarios. Potential threat to the Alliance. Very high. Selenova. Selenova is the frontline general of the Ruin author. And so Ruin author is Nanook, and I was getting, people on my Discord know this morning, I was looking for a page that specifically listed out all the Lord Ravagers in like a list like this, from top to bottom, just like bullet points. And I think I was getting it confused with another page. This one I had like 3 or 4. This one, Glimpses into the Beyond. They have one on just the gods, the eons in general. And so right here you have like Plague's Author. Plague's Author is the one of life that the hunt is currently hunting, Yaoshi. Ruin Author is Nanook. Swarm Author is the Swarm. But yeah, these are like the ancient enemies or whatever. And so Ruin Author is this one. But in one of these, the God's Introduction, I think this is the one I was getting it confused with, because they literally have a list here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 eons there that I assume are the ones that we know that are alive and active. Well, Akiavili's not, and Adrilla is supposedly dead. But these are the ones they have on record, at least, I guess. Authors are negative, arbiters are positive. Adrilla is Saber, true. Also, mods, do we have a pin for no spoilers? Why is there a poll for who is Max's favorite, Firefly or Oswaldo Schneider? What are you guys doing? Okay, you already pinned it for me. Thank you, mods. Zero, and you're the GOAT. Thank you, appreciate you. All right, back to the list of arch enemies. Lord Ravager. All right, so Zephyro is known for being like the most destructive, I guess, the most destructive of the destruction. Selenova is the frontline general of the Ruin Author. Though none can comprehend the logic behind Nanook's actions, Selenova is indeed the general they most frequently deployed. Her troops spread throughout the cosmos, weaving a network of destruction between the stars through their marches and raids. The Yao Qing, the Zhu Ming, and the Fangwu ships all have records of fighting against Selenova's Legion minions. Selenova is also the only emanator of destruction to ever board the Xianzhou ship. Records from the history of the Xianzhou have her requesting a ceasefire with the Xianzhou Zhu Ming around 5700 of the star calendar. Wait, what? Selenova is the only emanator of destruction to ever board a Xianzhou ship. Well, now there's not. This was obviously in the past before Phantilia. Records from the history of the Xianzhou have her requesting a ceasefire with the Xianzhou Zhu Ming around the year 5700 of the star calendar, requesting the ship to cease fighting her and change course in assisting her to attack the home world of the Wing Weavers. Ayo! Potential threat to the Alliance, very high. Iron Tomb. Iron Tomb is the most adept at attacking technologically advanced worlds. All survivors, without exception, recount they witnessed the fall of wisdom. In a flash, inorganic AI legions are paralyzed or turn against their mates. Outer space defense arrays begin targeting their home planet. Flying vehicles scatter at random like flies, unable to target the enemy. Iron Tomb's forte is attacking civilized worlds confident in their technology. Recently, the Xianzhou UK... Ooh, how do you say the Q in Chinese? I forgot. Wouldn't be UK, would it be, is it like a CH? I can't remember. Chi, okay, it is a CH. Yuchi? Yuchue? Yuchue? Yuchue. Xianzhou Yuchue. Surely. Has produced intelligence about Iron Tomb overcoming the Baranza Forge. We must guard against this attack as soon as we can. Potential threat to the Alliance, very high. Question mark. This is an unnamed one. This overlord's name has not been clearly identified, but they have left behind observational records. Stargazers of the Yuchue once produced 152 consecutive years worth of observational records about the dead planet Syracuse 3. The Legion's front lines crept forward very slowly into this world. It built up an advantage, exerted pressure, and chipped away at any resistance. Then, just like observing an ant colony, they watched as the civilization experienced a slow structural collapse. Similar phenomenon has also occurred in the deaths of the Red Babel, the Ogle Ring, and the Otherworld. Speculation rose that behind the scenes lay an overlord with the calm, self-sufficient temperament of a chess grandmaster, pulling the strings of strife as war developed. Ooh. Is that the one that they think might be the Legion's front lines? Is this the one that they think might be behind the smaller, what are they called? The Void Rangers? Maybe? This overlord's name has not been identified, but they have left behind observational records. Based on IPC records, at least 122 planets were plunged into chaos of unknown origin over the past 300 years before their ultimate demise at the hands of the Antimatter Legion. IPC investigators initially leaned towards these being isolated events, but all disaster assessment reports attributed these events to a single cause: spiritual disintegration. The internal conflict of belief systems, the crumbling pillars of faith, the collapse of trust within civilizations, and the complete abandonment of all hope. The Yuchue's Divination Commission believes that behind the series of events lurked an invisible Lord Ravager. Potential threat to the Alliance unknown. This overlord's name has not been identified, this next one, but they have left behind observational records. The Intelligentsia Guild has provided us with a light comparison map of star zones around the Yavanna chain. 1/3 of its stars have been extinguished by an unknown force in the past 300 years. It would have been impossible for such a phenomenon to occur naturally. The Antimatter Legion roams freely across these worlds that have been shrouded in darkness, raining down destruction from within this eternal night. Survivors from the Yavanna system termed this one the Sun Devourer. Dude, holy shit. Potential threat to the Alliance unknown. This overlord's name has not been identified, but they have left behind observational records. Ecologists from the Luofu's Realm Keeping Commission once researched a strange world that had been completely converted into antimatter. All objects on that world hurtled towards their matter counterparts, releasing a destructive dazzle upon impact. Antimatter Legion creations have always been distorted, twisted appearances. When destroyed, many instantly implode with intense backfire, dragging their enemy along with them to their destruction. Perhaps this strange characteristic is derived from this unnamed overlord. Potential threat to the Alliance unknown. 2 lines of postscript are recorded at the bottom of the dossier. The Cloud Knights have been created following the Rainbow's edict to fight against abominations, but we have fought so many battles against the Antimatter Legion since the Alliance's foundation. The Cloud Knights will inexorably come up against minions of ruin author in the foreseeable future, so adequate preparations must be made soon. So, after reading all that, you'll see what I mean in my essay I'm about to read to y'all, but I actually, because I have it as a 3.0 to 3.2 review, but I should probably change that because it's more of just a thoughts and feelings after 3.2, from 3.0 to 3.2, but I actually don't think the Lord Ravager that Lygus speaks of, because he might be bluffing, but if there isn't even one on Amphoreus, which I'm pretty sure there probably is, I don't think it's any of these. And you'll see why in my review. But, yeah, I'm excited to read this to y'all. Let me close this real quick, because I actually was dumb and didn't prepare this as a tab. All right. Now, let me pull up this. Bada bing, bada boom. Here we go. So Honkai Star Rail 3.0 to 3.2 story. It's not really a review. It's more of like a thoughts so far type of thing. But it's not a lot. Not a ton. Fuck. Review, I hated it. Surely not a lot. All right, let's get going on this. It won't take, surely it's not a lot. Yo, he pulled the thesis out. So to start off, let me get the disclaimer out of the way. While I may be critical of the game's story, we should all understand that game stories and other art forms are all subjective experiences, and that by no means does my criticism intend to take away you, the audience's enjoyment of the art form, nor am I trying to hurt Hoyo and their games in any way. This is simply me expressing what I take issue with in order to hopefully see something I do genuinely enjoy a lot get better in the future. So please understand understand that while I might be harsh at times, this is constructive criticism rather than outright bad-mouthing and creating issues where there are none. I wouldn't do deep dives into the narratives of these games if I didn't genuinely enjoy them, right? And of course, as always, I do expect people to disagree with me, and yeah, I even encourage you all to let me know what you disagree about. That's how healthy conversations surrounding criticism should work. I'm in no way trying to build an echo chamber where only one leading thought gets blasted around and criticism of said criticism gets shut down rather than being confronted. I'd be a damn drama farming slop tuber if that was my true goal. So by all means, I encourage you all who disagree with me or have anything I say here that you disagree with, let me know so I can think about what you have to say and respond in kind. So long as these conversations remain polite, constructive, and never boil down to silly waste of time like name-calling or debate lord stalemates, I genuinely enjoy these conversations, so I'd hope you all continue with me. All right, let's get into this. So Max will ban us if we disagree. True. I am notorious for banning my chatters. All right. Let me take a bite real quick. We got 80 viewers in here, and I'm reading a fucking thesis. What are we doing right now? The bite of 87. God damn it. All right, so now that the introduction and fair warning disclaimer is out of the way, I'd like to start off by saying that my criticism of narrative experiences, especially in games, are not typically one thing that I can just point to and say, that was bad. For example, going into Amphoreus, I heard many people critique its early patches and plot therein, saying things like it's a yap fest or it's too long, they over-explain things, 13-hour patch story, and for what? That sort of thing. However, for me, coming from FGO and being familiar with very long stories that are almost exclusively dialogue with character sprites, I don't mind long stories, especially if I can get invested in them. Not to sound too much like a boomer, but as I understand, classic gacha games from like a decade ago, like Fate Grand Order, often use their great stories as the only actual thing to sell these characters in their gacha pools. So if you didn't connect with one, or if you didn't like a character or their story that they were a part of, it actively hurt that character's sales. Gacha games have advanced a lot since then, of course, though, and I would absolutely say that all of hoyoverse's games have better gameplay than Fate Grand Order, but aside from the opening chapter in Belobog on Yurilo 6, I personally have not felt like any story chapter so far has held a candle to the level of writing in most of FGO's story chapters. So this got me thinking then, what exactly are my specific issues? I have to think about this and actually come up with reasoning, right? So I've praised Hoyo's dev team for a couple different things when it comes to story that they are very consistent on. That's world building, the soundtrack, and the amazing unmatched presentation of their boss fights specifically. I personally don't think that there's any gacha game out there that I've played so far anyway that gives the insanely epic feeling I get when fighting some of Honkai Star Rail's bosses for the first time. So then, what are my critiques of the story? It's not just the story flat out, because as I said, the world building is fantastic. 3.0 was my favorite and highest rated patch so far out of 3.0, 3.1, and 3.2. 3.0 was my favorite so far, and that's largely due to how good the world building was. I took an insane amount of notes during 3.0 because I was excited to learn about the history, the culture, the gods, and more. I've also heard people largely criticize Honkai Star Rail's abundant use of black screen white text, but for me, coming from visual novels, this isn't really a big deal. I also know a lot of people say Hoyo should show, not tell more often, but personally, I think that they already do that plenty. Do the characters talk a lot? Sure, but they also use a decent amount of visual storytelling if you're paying attention, from Luocha quickly glancing at his coffin when talking about how all things die eventually, which is why I predicted that he added a dead Eon in his coffin back in the Xianzhou arc, or even the whole Stoneheart gamble Aventurine played on Sunday back in Penacony that used a good amount of visuals with facial expressions there as well. We could argue that show not tell storytelling should happen more often, but it's not my biggest concern because they do use it in the story, right? So I've given quite a lot of thought over the past few weeks, starting with Amphoreus, since I started Amphoreus, and I believe Hoyo's biggest weak spot when it comes to their story writing, telling, and execution, whatever you want to call it, is their dialogue specifically, and how they write conversations between characters. This is something I have praised Nasu and the Type Moon team on in general when it comes to writing, not just in Fate Grand Order stories, but all of their narrative stories in general. Now, this may just be a personal preference thing, but the way they chose to write dialogue choose to write dialogue is something that I feel is severely lacking in not just Honkai Star Rail, but Hoyo games in general, because I also experienced this with the narrative hand-holding in Zenless Zone Zero. Now, what do I mean by dialogue and conversation? Specifically, I mean how they go about relaying information not only about certain situations through dialogue, but also foreshadow future narrative events or reveals, and also tell us more about the character speaking by having them relay all that information through dialogue in a way that that character would to keep them consistent. And I'm not saying that they don't do this. I'm just arguing on the level that they do it. Because I realize this may come off as a very hyper-focused, like neurodivergent thing to do, but when I'm experiencing stories and fictional media, this is something I'm thinking about constantly, which, yes, I can already hear some people typing in the comment section. Doesn't that make for a pretty unpleasant experience, constantly thinking about the writer's intent behind the words? Yes, it does. It does make for a very unpleasant experience most of the time, but that's where both my criticism and my enjoyment of writing comes from. So to help me illustrate this a bit more, grab your popcorn, chat, because we're going to skip through a segment of this video real quick from a writer explaining how good dialogue in storytelling functions. Grab your popcorn, chat. And we're not going to watch the full thing, of course. I just wanted to show a section of this video where a guy is specifically explaining how to write freakishly good dialogue. The link to this video will also be in the description of the YouTube VOD if anyone wants to check it out. And I'll try to make sure to paste it in the Twitch chat as well. But here we go.
I don't write books. Sorry. I've never written a story that was not a screenplay. So when I say dialogue, I'm exclusively referring to the words that come out of characters' mouths. I'm not going into said versus exclaimed or paragraph breaks because none of that stuff exists in my trade. But for the pros folk, there's still huge overlap, so I'd encourage you to stick around. Dialogue is dead last in the order of operations. After your central idea, after your characters, after your conflict, after your scenes. Wait, scenes. Let's talk about those for a second. Before you can attempt a first draft as per the local script method, you're gonna have to take your big character flowchart and divide it into scenes. Not key moments connected by vibes, actual scenes. Contained blocks of time set at specific locations. Remember, we're talking screenplays here. If information is not communicated within the confines of a scene, it is not communicated at all. And this is something I didn't fully realize until I tried to adapt a novel into a screenplay. The manuscript I was adapting, written by a friend of mine, had pages and pages of thoughts, feelings, and information, all of it communicated with an exceptional degree of elegance. But only one paragraph in 20 would communicate something that was actually happening on the timeline. And so to communicate the information in those other 19 paragraphs, I would need to invent new scenes, which became irritating for my adaptee, which is why the product never got past a half-baked pilot draft. Which is all to say that dialogue is one of the writer's tools for communicating information in universe. Factual information, emotional information, cultural information, etc. And that sounds like a no-brainer, but it is a brainer, because if you're anything like me, you know a lot of stuff about your characters and your world that needs to be communicated to the audience, but that information might not be tied down to any particular scene. I want to clarify my stance on exposition, because many consider it to be inherently cringe, but I do not. If the character or device disclosing that exposition would do it, then it's not a problem. This
is what I talk about all the time, and it's so prevalent in, like, Honkai Star Rail as well, because I'll see people look at, like, Amphoreus, and I've seen people say, like, oh my gosh, it's like a 50-hour-long story, it's so good, and it's like, yes, but just because it's long doesn't make it good. Like, it needs to hold my interest, and I'm not saying, please understand there's nuance in my criticism too. I'm not saying that everything is terrible or whatever, but there are moments. Every patch so far has had a block of time where I'm really engaged and I'm really locked into the story and I'm really interested in what's happening, and then there's simultaneously like a couple hours where I am bored out of my mind. And so there's a balance to this, and there's an artistic there is an artistic skill in dialogue to make sure that the reader and the audience is engaged. And I think that's like the main point I'm trying to drive home here.
is another one of those dumb rules writing gurus preach, and I just wanted to make a point of ignoring it. That said, you're probably not going to find yourself in a perfect situation to disclose everything your audience needs to know. More than likely, you'll be forced to do it within the confines of a dialogue scene. And by confines, I mean the nature of your characters. You have this giant pile of information, but your character acts as a filter. So the information is, Bob feels extremely sad, but the filter is, Bob is really committed to being an optimist. So Bob can't just come out there and openly be sad. To communicate to the audience that he's sad, we have to sneak through the filter. Bob would only say optimistic things because he's Bob, but we can have Bob phrase them in a vaguely cynical way. We can have him do subconscious things that give away his true emotions. That's basically the mental model I use to approach dialogue. Information through a human filter. The filter is, in a sentence, how would this character in this...
And this isn't what's going to be, let him cook. Because like this, I feel like most of you guys understand this part right here. It's like, yeah, like obviously when you're telling a story and you want to tell that story through a specific character, you have to keep the character consistent and then relay information that you want the audience to know through that character while having the filter of the character over that information. This is like obvious stuff that like most of you guys should know. It gets a little more interesting once he starts breaking it down here, how to write a scene though.
Situation communicate this information. So, before you tackle a big dialogue scene, there are a couple things you'll need to do. Firstly, you'll need to list off all of the information the scene needs to communicate. To demonstrate this, I'm going to create a hypothetical sci-fi drama scene featuring the characters Philip and Kima, whom we're meeting for the first time. Here's how the scene is described on the sticky note. It's the year 2097. Philip comes to Kima's flat to pick up his stuff. Their 6-month relationship is ending because Philip, a Space Academy student, has just been selected for a one-way trip to the planet Icarus. Philip is enthusiastic about the mission and doesn't care about their relationship. Kima is heartbroken. That's the information. And for the sake of this exercise, I'm going to force myself to squeeze all of that information into the dialogue, including specific names and dates. Okay, and done. Hello, Kima. I am here to pick up my belongings from your flat. Also, it is the year of our Lord 2097.
Philip, we have been together for 6 months. I love you so much. I don't want you to go to space.
I don't love you. I love my career. I am very excited about my career at the Space Academy, where I will travel to the planet Icarus.
I am so sad about this information.
I am never coming back to Earth. Goodbye. I did communicate all the information I wanted to, but that scene felt robotic because I forgot my filters. Who are these characters? You need to definitively list off your character's priorities at this point in the story. That is your filter. What your filter isn't is a description of the character's personality. Avoid one-word descriptors like arrogant or funny. If you have to get some information.
So now he's going to take everything, he's going to take the scene we just wrote out where the characters feel robotic, they're listing out the information. It sounds terrible, right? Obviously, you guys should all know that. He's going to take that now and explain how you break that down into a good dialogue conversation that is actually emotional and gets people invested.
Information across, and your solution is, I'll have the funny characters say it in a funny way. You're not grounding the line in anything meaningful. Instead ask, what does this character want in this scene, and how would their wording reflect that? Let's just say Philip is the kind of person who doesn't confront negative emotions. He just wants to ride the high, and if you get all dramatic, he's gonna snap at you. Basically an avoidant and deeply unhealthy Enneagram 7. And Kima knows all of this. Throughout their relationship, she's been putting her negative emotions aside because she knows that expressing how she really feels would scare him off. But now it's their last time seeing each other, and she's been keeping so much in for so long, and she's confused because now he's leaving anyway, and by the end of the scene, she's going to explode on him. In addition to all of this, Philip and Kima are both sane human beings who wouldn't just, state what the current year is. But for the sake of the exercise, we're going to find a way to sneak that through the filter along with everything else I highlighted. This will be no easy task. There is, of course, an artistic, musical component to dialogue, and I'll talk about that later, but right now I'm thinking tactically. I need to get my information through the filter, starting with... He walks in. So what's their first interaction? How can I set the tone for this whole scene? Hey.
Hey.
That's it. That's basically a perfect introduction to their dynamic.
Fake happy.
Now, why is Philip here? I'm here to pick up my stuff. No, she knows that. He wouldn't just say it like that. What if we use this opportunity to learn more about Kima?
Got it all together in the living room.
Boom, multitasking. With this line, we give a justification for why Philip is here, and we show what sort of person Kima is. She's making kind gestures towards him, even now. She's making his life easier because that's how she expresses love. And how does Philip respond to that? Well, I'm not going to have him brush it off entirely, like he's still appreciative, but he's not appreciative the way she wants him to be. No eye contact, walks past her. Damn, thanks, Kim.
Yeah.
You know what's crazy? The first Icarus mission left in 2084, right? And when they arrive in 2 years, it'll have been like a 14-year thing. But we're doing the whole trip in 8 years. That's how fast the technology's moving. And the third mission could even beat us there. Is he just rattling off exposition? Yes, but this is purposeful. He's talking about this because it's what's on his mind right now. What's on her mind? Closure. But she won't demand it outright. The filter is still there. How does she guide the conversation in that direction?
How's your mom?
I think this is good because it establishes that Kima knows Philip's family and deepens their history, and it's also a subtle way for her to inject sentimentality into the conversation. She's supportive. Very blunt. He can see what she's trying to do. This is also him putting up a boundary. Subtextually, he's saying, the correct way for you to respond to this is to support me.
I remember when we all went out to dinner, the day you got into the academy, she was...
So basically, there's the first quarantine period. He's really not trying to have a serious conversation. We can use him packing up his stuff as a device to keep him in the room, but we have him loading into his vehicle, so we use the bags like a timer, and we keep cutting back to the bags like 4 left, 3 left, 2 left, oh boy, she better get this off her chest. And he's just rambling, all excited, and we're on her face the whole time.
I'm really proud of you, Philip.
Thanks. He grabs the last bag.
I wanted... How are you feeling?
Again, she can't just initiate the conversation she wants to have, so she's giving him an opening and hoping he takes it. She almost wants him to not be okay, but he is. I'm great. How are you?
I'm good.
All right. Well, goodbye.
Wait, I'm sorry. Could we please just talk about you and me?
I don't really know what there is to talk about. You know, we had our fun. I'll always consider you a friend, but I'm never coming back. I don't want you to mope about this.
Mope?
Yeah, mope. That's what you're doing, Kima. You're making this about you.
I'm sorry, I know. I just wish we could...
You knew this was the endgame. Like 6 months ago, we moved in together. You knew I was going to end up on that ship.
I'm not trying to stop you.
Yes, you are. You're going to cry and you're going to beg me to stay here with you.
I'm not.
You are.
I just wanted you to say goodbye.
I did.
No, not like...
You want me to hug you and kiss you and mope with you? How is that going to make this easy?
I don't want it to be easy. I just want it to be real. Please tell me if it was real.
This video is sponsored by Skillshare.
What?
You there, I see you peeking your head into the creative world. Thinking about going to college, turning your passion into a degree. Well, that makes sense on the surface, but here's the truth. For centuries, higher education is...
I knew that was coming, that's why I was smiling there. Banger fucking transition, man.
What?
You there, I see you peeking your head into the creative world. You thinking about going to college, turning your passion into a degree. Well, that...
Cinema. Anyways, that was all I wanted to show you guys in that regard. I thought that was a fucking banger video, and I thought you guys would appreciate it. But yeah, that's basically what I had on dialogue. Don't worry, the fucking this ain't done just yet. First version was better. First version was better, where he's just fucking, they just list out the information. There's no emotional attachment. Oh my god. People often think there's a platonic idea of good writing that is universally true and show don't tell, some divine truth bestowed to heaven, but it's simply just one construction that exists for a particular Cold War historical and political context. For wait, what? Show don't tell? Wait, I was so confused on what you were saying, Vertigree. Yeah, no, I understand if you're trying to say that, like, people think that there's, like, if you just inserted, like, if you just did more show don't tell style story writing, or if you just had, as I'm saying here, like, if you just had good dialogue, it would just magically make the story better. That's not true. This is why I said at the beginning of this criticism here, why I said there's not, like, I don't think that there's one single thing I can point to that would just magically fix everything. Like, I don't think that's not the case here. That's not the case in any story. There's different pieces, and of course, because it is an art form, it's a subjective experience, and we're all gonna have our own enjoyments or criticisms of it. I think fucking Andor is like one of the best television shows of all time, and there's some people that can't stand it. So it's all subjective at the end of the day. All right. Anyways. So that was the video. So now that you've kind of seen, and wait, there's no music. Where's my music? All right, back to the essay though. So now that you've all kind of seen what's been going on through my head as I experience not just Amphoreus, but all of Honkai Star Rail as a whole, I hope you can see where some of my criticism's coming from here. I specifically remember this same issue being present during Penacony as well, because you would have certain... Oh, wait, is my thing... Why is my thing not on the screen? There we go. W. All right. Jesus Christ. All right, now we're back to the essay. So now that you've kind of seen what's been going on through my head as I experience not just Amphoreus, but all of Honkai Star Rail as a whole, I hope you can see where some of my criticisms coming from. I specifically remember this same issue being present during Penacony as well, because you would have certain scenes that lasted like 20 minutes at a time without a break of characters going back and forth talking to each other, and me coming out of that scene with almost no new information I could draw from. There were times, I didn't write it in here, there were times I remember though, in specific conversations where they would like specifically be hiding something that just didn't make sense for them to hide in the conversation, and it was annoying the ever-living fuck out of me. Like, I was like, this is a private conversation between two people that know what they're talking about, but they just wouldn't reveal what they were talking about. And it like, I guess you could argue that like maybe they thought someone was spying on them or something, but that was annoying the fuck out of me, because I'm listening to their conversation, trying to get information out of it, and just I'd come out of a 20-minute conversation, there'd be no new information, and it would annoy the hell out of me. So for someone like me that is trying to unravel the story and find out the intent behind every word and sentence of dialogue, this is absolutely infuriating for me as I experience a story. So before anyone hops on me and tells me that the story will get better, yes, I'm aware that 3.4 and 3.3 are patches that are viewed as some of the better stories in Amphoreus, but I just had to come out with this major complaint being dialogue, because if the writers cannot keep me engaged with the dialogue itself, they're going to have me falling asleep like I was during Castorus's arc last stream, towards the end of last stream. The whole area in, I forgot what the name was even called, Castorus's like hometown, and the area where the story of the dragon and the princess happened, like I was falling asleep during that entire thing. So I'm not trying to badmouth anyone's favorite toilet paper wearing purple dragon girl either. If her story resonated with you, I'm happy for you. But when I clocked that her character arc and story was going to be about, way back in 3.0 when she was talking about the meaning of life and death with Gaineus, everything past that point felt like it was explained by ChatGPT to me, because these are character arcs and philosophical ideas I've seen in stories before, and in my honest opinion, I've seen them done better. So it's not that I'm hating on Castorus personally or anything, I just think that if you're going to retrace or give a different spin on something as her story did, it needs to have enough of a different spin and take to actually keep me invested and interested. Also, the amount of times that they brought up the story of the dragon and the princess was annoying the hell out of me. It felt like the Charmony Dove all over again, where I fully understood the narrative significance of it the first or second time that they brought up the story of the princess and the dragon, and then they kept continuing to bring it up over and over and over again, even in like the notes, and obviously in the main story it might not have been that many times, but the amount of notes where they retrace that again and again. It got to the point where finally, where we were at the moment where Castorus and her twin sister are having a heart-to-heart, I couldn't even emotionally feel any attachment to either of these characters. So there was someone who commented on the last VOD too, mentioning that Hoyo writers love to over-explain obvious things, but then never explain finer details, which I thought was something that was probably worth mentioning here in that regard too. I have this here where I blotted out their names just for privacy reasons, but I have a image I can bring up too. Here, it's a little closer. So this was on the last VOD. Someone mentioned that the demigods don't actually have their core flames in their bodies. The core flames have to be taken to the Genesis for the Era Nova. The demigods only undergo a Titan's trial so that they can momentarily take on the Titan's role. They can hold the core flames in their body like a Naxa, but in this case, they let him have it so far only because he was a walking corpse. And I replied, because this was confusing the hell out of me, especially at the end of last stream, if you guys remember, and I said, this is something I definitely wish that had more exposition, dialogue, or notes on. I assume the whole cyclical nature of Amphoreus was supposed to be this big reveal where there's so little to go off of, But when I caught it back on, I said back in 3.3 how I assumed that this whole flame chase journey was like cyclical in nature due to context clues, and I still don't understand exactly how it works. I'm sure my misunderstanding and or frustration is a bit more understandable in that regard. I assumed each demigod became the new god and then would need the Chrysos heirs of the next flame chase journey to slay them in order to reclaim the core flames and repeat the exact same process. And someone replied and said, no, you have it right. They 100% have the core flames fused in their bodies. At a point in that last VOD, Anaxa asks Aglaia if he can resonate with her core flame to check on her soul. How could he have done that if it wasn't housed inside of her? The divine echo of Castris, if you guys remember, there's like an echo of Castris that also appears in her like god. She uses the god language to talk to us. Must have also come to collect the core flame once it was submitted to the vortex. I totally agree it should have been explained better, but Hoyo really does love to over-explain the obvious things and not explain the finer details. There was no info contradicting the heirs becoming the new Titans. Castris is the one in line to be the new Thanatos of the next cycle that you are on the right track. So, yeah. Next, though, just try to speed through this. Now, as for Anaxa and his story/character arc in 3.2, the only issue I really had was for the ending. I was personally really hoping for Anaxa to be a specific type of character, seeing as he seemed to clearly have disdain for the people who had blind faith in the Flame Chase journey as I did, and how he unearthed that the Flame Chase journey and the prophecy itself was cyclical, as I also clocked way back in 3.0. He quickly became very apparent to me that it quickly became very apparent to me that the main plot and our characters should be unearthing why that is. Why is Amphoreus cyclical in nature? Obviously, I know that the Black Tide is closing in, and yes, I know every time I bring up Aglaia in the sky, someone has to shout to me that the second we challenge the sky, the last city gets burnt to crisps, and this is somehow, the Flame Chase journey is somehow the only option we have. But if just going along with the prophecy means that the status quo of this cyclical simulation remains going on, then at what point do we not just... At what point do... What was I saying here? Then at what point do not just we, but also the people of Amphoreus break free from this cyclical nature? Someone has to break the cycle at some point, or else it's just going to go on forever. Because we don't even know how this seemingly simulated world will react to outsiders if and when Era Nova happens. And the fact that our main character and Don Hung, and the MC and Don Hung, haven't even questioned this really so far, or even brought concern to the idea of it, is a bit worrying. Now, obviously, I understand that we, the audience, know more than these characters at the moment. However, if I had to give you a major reason as to why Aglaia's persistence on keeping the citizens blissfully ignorant and why Anaxa's end in 3.2 disappointed me so much, it's that I think and hope that these characters, including the MC and Dun Hung, would be smart enough to figure out that something about the entirety of Amphoreus, its history, the prophecy, all of it is quite fishy. And by the end of 3.2, it seemed that Anaxa has at the very least, he has planted the seeds of doubt in them, if anything. But you had people at the Grove that looked into the sky and tried to figure out what lurked beyond the veil, and even Cersei's herself asking the big questions of, what exactly are we? Yet all of these led to dead ends without anyone wanting to take these questions further. The mere presence of the Trailblazer and Dun Hung being visitors from beyond the sky should be provoking all sorts of questions from the main cast. Yet their fixation on the prophecy and reaching Era Nova reminds me in a way of Americans thinking the USA is the only place on Earth when there's clear evidence and influence of other places existing. To put this another way and bring it back to the allegory of the cave, this story feels like if you had me who lived outside of the cave, and then I went inside of the cave to see how people lived their lives by staring at the shadows on the wall, I don't think I'd be able to sit still and let those people live like that because I know it's a lie. And like I said, I completely understand their worries of the Black Tide and even the Sky Titan's wrath if they dare try to escape, but personally speaking, it does seem like this is more of just a me thing here, but I personally believe these thoughts should be represented in the story through a character like Anaxa, for example, where there is a moral right and duty to look for some alternatives to the Flame Chase journey that are progressive in nature rather than regressive like the conservatives such as Canis and the Elders Council want to do by taking it back to the old era Chrysia. Now, with all that in mind, let me bring you all to the theory that's been cooking in my head, I think, especially after Lygus' reveal at the end of 3.2 with Herta. We've got a little bit more to cook with here on what exactly Amphoreus is. I believe it's entirely possible that my comparisons with SAO Alicization aren't that far-fetched now. In SAO Alicization, that's Sword Art Online Alicization, it's a later arc, and I know because some of the early arcs of Sword Art Online are so bad that I don't blame people for not getting to Alicization, but Alicization has some interesting concepts and storylines. So, in SAO Alicization, there's a simulated medieval fantasy world that the main character Kirito gets forced into, right? Kirito isn't important for this analogy. Fuck that guy. Don't worry about him. But the important comparison is that Alicization is a program/simulated world that was created with the goal of birthing the world's first true artificial intelligence. That is to say, to create a thinking, feeling machine that had the matched intellect, emotion, ability to grow, learn, make mistakes, and make decisions for itself to that of a human being. The final test, if you want to call it that, for these AI was to push them into scenarios where they would be pressured to go against their programming. Now, this is the big thing that separates what you and I know as AI today in the real world from what true AI could be. You can think of it as a test to see if a machine possesses free will, essentially. They must break their own shackles and set themselves free. And here's just an image from SAO Alicization. You have this guy who's essentially going through what I just described. He has to break through a codex. So in that world, there are rules that cannot be broken. This is their code. In that world, there are rules that cannot be broken. And if they're able to fundamentally break those rules and make their own choice, they can essentially become true AI. After Lygus used an analogy of breaking shackles of a Lord Ravager when referring to the consequences of Herta forcefully entering Amphoreus, I think I might have actually been onto something when comparing these two pieces of media. The thing that's been on the back of my mind since Amphoreus started is, what is the end goal here in regards to the planet? This entire place was clearly hidden with intent, and the three different paths that seemingly have a lot of interest in this place is also cause for concern. I can't help but feel like the goal here is trying to birth something. Whether that be a Lord Ravager, as Lygus suggests, his dialogue makes it sound like he's the warden of some Lord Ravager prisoner, though, but considering his involvement as an observer and a mediator of Amphoreus' politics, back with the Council of Elders in 3.2, I think there's a possibility whatever he and the higher-ranking individuals above him want might be a specific outcome that has yet to be determined, and Herta forcefully entering would ruin those plans. I think the group behind Amphoreus and what's going on with its cycles might be trying to witness or observe, as Lygus' title suggests. He wants to witness or observe the birth of a Lord Ravager, or even worse, an Eon. That they can possibly control, which is what I think why he doesn't want Herta to intervene, because if there is some kind of Lord Ravager that they are trying to birth, I imagine they want to be able to control it as well, because Lygus is seemingly from the Erudition. He made it seem like he had been gazed at by the Erudition Eon, right? And so trying to figure out how all these things are connected, him mentioning the Lord Ravager made me think that they are possibly trying to control it. And to do that, they first need someone on Amphoreus capable of freeing themselves from this cyclical nature of the world. They need to first exit the allegory of the cave, if you will. I think this might also be the reason Lygus took an interest in Anaxa and let him do as he pleased during the 3.2 quest, because he, and as I did, had hopes that Anaxa might be the one to peel back the veil. So at the moment, because, as I've told y'all, it's an unfortunate reality that I see all the future patch cover art since it's literally on the launcher of the game, right? My current prediction for what this end goal for Amphoreus is turning Phynon, the last of the World Bearers, into a Lord Ravager himself. My reasoning is because I've seen the 3.4 patch art wallpaper. It was there when I was logging in daily, right? And I know that Phynon is destruction, though I understand that paths aren't always lore accurate. They are, however, accurate for emanators, though. And I think, as I said previously, Phynon going to reach a point where he learns the truth of the world, where he understands this journey he's gone on, his childhood trauma, the flame chase journey itself, and everything he's experienced in his life were all just means to an end, where he's the last one standing at the end of the flame chase journey, and the only difference this time compared to previous World-Bearing Chrysosairs is that we, the Trailblazer, are here as a variable to show him that life outside this prison exists. I think it's going to fundamentally break him and turn him into something that seeks to break him for he is free from this cycle no matter what. And if I'm right, it's going to be something I'm very keen to see. Like I said, I've been specifically staying spoiler-free on his character animations for my community members Try and Martian Yams. They gifted me enough pulls to get my own Phynon on his last banner, and I haven't used him once because I know y'all have told me his unit has some very heavy spoilers behind it. So I'm really excited to see what they are by the end of next patch. But that should be it. That's all my thoughts for now. We'll transition over to the few graphics I have, including my slightly updated Schizo whiteboard before we actually hop into 3.3. But this little essay I wrote up all this morning, so I apologize if the thoughts aren't really well worded or formatted, especially towards the end, as I realized I was running out of time. Those sad cursed pulls. Yeah, I think that's the only time we've actually went to like hard pity on a unit, was those gifted Phynon pulls. Absolutely diabolical. All right, but now I'm going to pull up the Schizo whiteboard. TLDR, Max Glazes Lygus. I do really like his character. His voice actor, too, is amazing. All right, so we got the plot board. Chrysosauros first impressions. And NPC first impressions. All right, you guys ready for the the Schizo board? It's been slightly updated. Here it is. Oh boy, look at this. Does he know? He doesn't know. Oh man, so I actually only updated a couple things. This mainly looks like what it did last time. Obviously last time we updated the Flame Reaver, Black Swordsman stuff. I had a shower thought this morning too. After I wrote that essay, I actually have a theory on what I think the Black Swordsman might be. So the things we know about the Black Flame Reaver, Black Swordsman, it destroyed Paimon's hometown and killed Serial, who had gold blood at the time. Hunting, it is actively hunting core flames, supposedly came out of the Black Tide itself. Anaxa said it has a vessel that can hold core flames. It has a ceremonial blade that interacts with the core flames in unique ways. It seems to be the opposite or the antithesis of Phynon's character. Was able to escape the time/dimensional trap we laid for it without a core flame. No one seems to be questioning this. It is definitely not dead. Maide just wanted to aura farm. Y'all want to know my crack theory? I don't really have a lot of evidence for it, though. It's kind of just a crack theory based off of what my theory was on. Here, I have it up here. So this is Phynon in the 3.4 wallpaper cover art, right? And so my theory was, did destruction touch him? Surely not. And then we have Lygus tech tips. No touching. The diddler. And then we have remembrance too, because I'm assuming, so assumingly my theory was that there's three emanators with the three paths. And so now we know the third path is definitely destruction. So if there's a destruction emanator, I'm assuming it's going to be, if there is a Lord Ravager, I think they're trying to birth a Lord Ravager. That was my current theory at the moment. Then you have Lygus, who is assumingly an emanator of erudition, or at least that's what he said. And then Herta is there, I guess, as well. And then you have remembrance, and I'm assuming Mimi, who has some, either is Cyrene or has some kind of connection to Cyrene here, March 10th, is an emanator of remembrance. Those are my theories at the moment. Touch! But we have a lot of text here too. Look at all this. Wow, that's a lot of text. Let me read this and then I'll go over my crack I almost said crack ship. Not my crack ship. My crack, cocaine. My crack, crack theory. Jesus. Give Mimi her ears back? All right, so here's the theory, right? Only things I agree is how they repeated the story with the story of the dragon and all that too much. All right. Let's read this. So this is reasons for why Herta cannot enter Amphoreus. I actually I rewatched and reread this scene a lot of times because that was probably the most interesting dialogue in like all of 3.2 was the ending here with Lygus Tech Tips, because we assumingly got confirmation that he is some kind of, he is not just a citizen of Amphoreus. There is something larger going on with him. He's like the administrator. If the entire thing is like a simulation, he's like the administrator of the simulation, assumingly, something like that. And he seemingly calls to like a larger power too, that we don't know what that is at the moment. But he mentioned how he was like, I don't have the authority to tell you such things. And we're like, ooh, okay, so you got something above you then, huh? Spooky. But so here's the dialogue that he said to Herta at the end of 3.2. Reasons for why Herta cannot enter Amphoreus. For reasons that cannot be disclosed, and I have in red and yellow highlighter here, I have the words highlighted that I thought were really important to drive home. So for reasons that cannot be disclosed, Amphoreus is a completely isolated celestial body. Apart from me, this is the important part, apart from me, no one else will be able to help you enter. That got me thinking, how the hell did we get in there then? He had to have let us in, right? How the hell did Dan Heng and the MC get in there? If what he says right here is true, because I'm not fully convinced that Mythos, missing memories, I'm not fully convinced that Mythos isn't somehow involved. And so it is possible. I fucking hate this. I fucking hate this Eon. You guys have no idea. I fucking hate this fucker. I hate Mythos so much, dude. Oh, fucking. It makes it the existence of Mythos makes it so I have to second guess every piece of fucking dialogue, and I fucking hate that. I hate that so much. Fucking spread misinformation. So reading this, I don't even know if we can take all of this at face value, right? Until we get like more confirmation. But according to Lygus, apart from me, no one else will be able to help you enter. So assumingly, the MC and Dan Heng getting into Amphoreus, he specifically allowed for a certain reason. And this goes back to my theory on why I think that Phynon possibly becoming a Lord Ravager, if they're essentially trying to groom him into becoming a Lord Ravager, is like essentially the theory. Because they kind of look alike too. That's besides the point, but it's just their hairstyle really. But what was I gonna say? Fuck! God damn it, Max! We're a variable. The MC and Dan Heng are a variable from outside the sky, or from outside of Amphoreus, and they are proof that, like, different worlds and a better life exists out of here. And so, the fact that we are a variable that could push Phynon to try to break the cycle and exit the cave, that, I think, might be the reason why Lygus let us in the first place. So, part 2, he says, if your plan is, as you've alluded to previously, to force me into cooperate, I can't do his voice, by showing hostility, do know that just like you, I have basked in the gaze of erudition, meaning that he supposedly is a emanator of erudition. He said, I stake my honor and assure you that in the worst case scenario, our mutual destruction would be inevitable. I highlighted destruction there because of this last point. Even if you exhaust all your means and find a way to break through, you will surely give up once you understand the consequences of your actions. After all, throughout your long life, as much as you'd hate to admit, your conscience has played a crucial role. The consequences concern the third path that is entangled with Amphoreus, a path that you and your friends still very much lack the understanding of. The destruction. So if you ignore my warnings and persist in your ways, you will break the shackles of a Lord Ravager, and when that happens, their fury will engulf the cosmos. Absolutely diabolical. Anyways, the big things here, so he says right here, our mutual destruction would be inevitable. And then he also mentions the path of destruction is one you still very much lack the understanding of. And I was like, ooh, that plays more into my theory of I think he's trying to birth Phynon into being a Lord Ravager, because I think he wants to control it. That's what I think. I think he wants to birth a Lord Ravager and then control that Lord Ravager. That's what I think he wants. And so you will break the if you persist in your ways, you will break the shackles of a Lord Ravager. And when that happens, their fury will engulf the cosmos. So interesting. Giving birth a Lygus birthing fight. Yes, God, I fucking hate this chat, dude. Oh my God. Anyways, that's basically it. I think I showed you guys all the stuff I added, all the schizo stuff. It was basically just the 3 different emanators for each path. I think that, what's its name? Fuli, the Remembrance, touched March 10th. I think that the Destruction, Nanook, touched Phynon, or it's going to. And then I think that assumingly the Erudition touched Lygus. I think Lygus touched tips with Noose. Possibly? What do y'all think? W? Oh, the crack ship, the crack theory on the Flame Reaver. So the crack theory on the Flame Reaver, the Black Swordsman, I was thinking, so back in the game here, I clicked up on here on accident at like 1 a.m. on reset because I just saw it had a notification. And Mimi, oh, Max, look at the time. Have you eaten properly? Kinda. Look at this, Mimi. I got some rice. Not all Stellaruns have the same constitution. I'm already stuffed. Want to hear me burp? So cute. I've never heard a performance like that before. If it's you, Max, it must sound delightful. What the fuck? Mimi knows you ain't eating properly. Anyways, I was here in the storybooks and it got me thinking not after I wrote the essay, but when some of that stuff was on my mind on the theory. And it was after because I was looking in here and where are the tarot cards? The tarot cards got me thinking back to the scene at the end of 3.0 where you had Cyrene and Phynon talking, and she had a book and she was telling him tales, and I went back and looked at that scene and I was like, wait a second. I kind of feel like, because we know Mimi assumingly has some kind of large connection to Cyrene, right? And I was thinking, how crazy of a fucking story would it be? How crazy of a twist would it be if, hear me out here, the MC, because we know that the world-bearing Titan here, right? The world-bearing Titan, we learned at the end of 3.2 with Anaxa's conclusion that the world is rebirthed through the world-bearing Titan's memories, right? They said that. We assumingly have a storybook. And the whole thing with Remembrance MC is remembering and memories and writing down the story of our story thus far. My crack theory here is that the MC somehow is caught in a loop that we don't even realize at the moment, where we somehow become the world-bearing Titan. And the whole thing with his eyes here is a fucking throwaway. It's a red herring to fucking make us think he's gonna become the actual world-bearing Titan. How crazy would it be if we take his spot and that's what fucking breaks him? and so here's the theory though. So Kevin is so cute indeed. All I see is Kevin. Listen. So what if we're caught in a cycle we don't even realize? We become the world-bearing Titan. And this time, Phynon, my theory is essentially that Phynon somehow becomes this thing, and this is all his pent-up resentment and rage for not actually being able to fulfill his duty by becoming the world-bearing Titan. And this is like the Phynon of like a previous fucking cycle. That's what the crack theory is. But I don't think we have enough evidence. That's why it's a crack theory. I thought it's literally a shower thought. But like, imagine we get to the point and like, you know how Finon couldn't pass the trial with what is this thing called? Strife? Finon couldn't pass the Strife trial, right? What if he has to undergo the world-bearing trial and he can't do it? He can't do it, right? For whatever reason, like my man, he might be flawless, but for whatever reason, he does not have good luck with trials. And so what if he can't pass the trial? He couldn't pass the trial with Strife. He tries to pass the trial for world-bearing. He can't do it either. Someone's gonna have to do it. And so the MC, while they've already done this one, the remembrance one, we're like undergoing that or whatever, we're kind of just like, well, I guess I gotta do two. We take on that, and Finon is cast to the sidelines. He's cast to the side as we rebirth Era Nova without him. What do you think that's gonna do to him? And so that's why I thought maybe the world rebirths or whatever, and then this motherfucker is him from the previous cycle. Flame Reaver is salty Paimon. Or if it's not him, it's like the previous world-bearing Titan and the same thing happened, you know what I mean? Like, it's the same role. Because I put all this information together and I couldn't figure out, like, what the fuck, what is it? That's the only thing I could think of. Because it destroyed Finon's hometown, it killed Cyrene, who had gold blood at the time, it's hunting core flames, it supposedly came out of the Black Tide itself. That's the other thing, like, we don't know exactly what the Black Tide is. Supposedly it came out of the Black Tide. It's supposedly some kind of corruption that's pressuring this Era Nova to happen. Anaxa said it has a vessel that can hold the core flames. Ceremonial Blade interacts with the core flames in unique ways, seems to be the opposite or the antithesis of Finon's character. Was able to escape the time/dimensional trap we laid for it without a core flame. No one seems to be questioning this. That's the thing as well. Like, it seemingly can time travel, and no one, or time travel through memories at least, and no one seems to be questioning that. I don't know. Like I said, it's got holes. The theory's got holes. I think it's a crack theory, but I wanted to mention it regardless because I thought that'd be a crazy plot twist. Could you, like, this whole time, we've been being led to believe that Finon is going to be this last one. He is going to be the final world-bearing, the final Chrysosaur that is going to become the next world-bearing Titan. That's what we've been led to believe this whole time. Can you imagine the shock? Can you imagine the shock if they're like, Finon can't do it. He just can't, he's supposed to be the perfect guy, but he can't do it. And so then he's cast to the side. What do you think that's going to do to him as a character? I don't know. To be honest, everyone can time travel forward. It was Emi Ashiro reference all along with the Fate collab dropping. Finon is perfect. What do you mean supposed to be? He is the perfect guy? Why couldn't he pass the Strife trial then? Because everyone says he's perfect, but he couldn't pass the Strife trial. What do y'all say to that? Skill issue? Bro. Oh, man. His other half did the Strife trial for him. Maxot will come through this screen. Just answer the question! You've triggered the Finon fans. Strife sucks. He's not angry enough for Strife. He's stupid. He didn't have that dog in him. All right, I like your explanations, chat. Anyways, that's it for the board, though. Here's the, I think I already went over all these, didn't I? Oh, Cypher. Cypher's the only new one here, I think, for first impressions. For Cypher's first impression, I said definitely feel like her VA does a lot of the heavy lifting for that character. Not much to say as of 3.2, but if she had a stereotypical cat girl voice, I might dislike her. Like, I was very surprised by her voice, and I like how they snuck in the little dialogue where she was like, what do you want me to nya? She's like, I'm not gonna do that. That was pretty funny. Because if she had the stereotypical cat girl voice where she's going nya every 2 seconds, I might freak out. I would not like that. Narratively, seems like they're setting up a character arc where she's scared of her own prophecy, but must come to terms with it. There was a little back and forth with her and Aglaya there in 3.2 that was interesting, but it seems like they're setting up a character arc where she's scared of her own prophecy, but she's gonna have to come to terms with it, right? He hates cats. I think that's it for the first impressions. If you want to pause the video or stream and look through these if you hadn't seen them before. I already went over these in previous streams, though, because we had met all of these. The only new one we met as of last stream was the cat El Gato. But yeah, so that's first impressions. The next one is Zirian. My mod made this same list, but for NPCs. So here we've got the NPCs, you see crossed out, Amphoreus NPC first impressions here. So first impressions, current impressions. First impressions of this little fucker. What's its name? I keep wanting to call it Zagreus, but Zagreus is the god. It's not Zagreus. What's its name? Someone corrected me last time, too. Bart Roberts, that's right. I couldn't say the name, so I kept calling it Bart Roberts. That's right. So I said, fuck this chest-stealing little shit. Also kind of sus dialogue-wise. What does it know? So the two things that were sus about it, it mentioned in one of the interactions with it, it mentioned the, what's it called? The ball, the world-bearing Titan ball. What's it called? The Dawn device, right? It mentioned the Dawn device as if, like, it had been stolen, like, a long time ago. Do you remember that dialogue? It was in 3.2. There was some dialogue where it was like, well, if someone could supposedly steal the Dawn device, and I was like, what are you talking about? What do you know? The balls. And then there was another dialogue. I can't remember what it said. It was the Dawn device and something else. Do you guys remember? Don't understand. He gives you extra jades for catching him. It's true. I can't read. There was one other thing that was super sus that he said, because that was the 3.2 one about the Dawn device, and there was something sus selling us the Dawn device. Well, no, that was the 3.2 one. He made it seem like it was like it had been stolen before. God damn it! I forgot what the other thing was. There was something else that was super sus about it too. Bart Roberts. And it was something from like either 3.0 or 3.1. It was an earlier patch for sure. No idea. I don't play this game. W. Oh, God damn it. Let her cook. Oh, well, maybe it'll come to me later. There was one other piece of dialogue that made Bart Roberts here sus. And I can't remember what it was. It was the Dawn device thing. Yeah, the Dawn device thing was in Styxia. And there was an earlier one that was weird too. I can't remember. Anyways, going down to Gnaeus here. Absolutely goated VA. His character and VA performance absolutely made 3.0's climax a memorable one for me. Come on, the grant me the death befitting a warrior! That shit was fucking cinema. Sorry, I can't do it justice. While I absolutely adored... So this is Cersei here. While I absolutely adored her dialogue and character dynamic with Anaxa, I do wish we got more from her as a character, as her presence as a god who had lived for thousands of years kind of felt like it was missing something. I don't know. Maybe it's just like the history of her, and maybe if we would have gotten like her relationship with the romance titan too, because it seemed like they were roommates, that would have been interesting, but there wasn't a whole lot of like her, like I wanted more of her like backstory and story, I guess, maybe before we actually said the final farewell, because we kind of got that a little bit with Gnaeus, and it was kind of missing for Cersei. But the dialogue between Anaxa and Cersei was really interesting. I like that. Canis, oh boy, conservative politician, not much else to say. I mean, I don't know what else you want me to say. Conservative politician, like what? He will hate Aglaia more than her? Who? Is a Canis supporter? Absolutely not. I'm not a fan of her or Aglaia. Linus Tech Tips. Similar to Gnaeus, his VA does a lot of the work for the character. I love his dialogue, and the performance of making him creepy, curious, suspicious, and charismatic all simultaneously is beautiful. I love his dialogue, and I love the voice actor bringing the character to life is absolutely fantastic. Oh, what's this guy's name? Chadwick, surely. absolutely Chad of an NPC, Cartonis. That's right. Chad Tonus. Absolutely Chad of an NPC. I love his calm and hardworking vibe. He's another character who's been around for so long that he just has a natural insight / wise being vibe that I wish we got to see more of. Like, I wish, I don't know. I wish he was a little more present in the story, I guess, because of how much I like him. Up here, Caster's twin sister. Cast Iron Rice's twin sister. I'm gonna be honest, I blanked out and fell asleep for most of this story arc. I couldn't tell you what. I remember being very fixated on how she got this thing on her face and why she was in a wheelchair. We didn't really... Oh, come on, I don't know what else to say. The story between her and her twin sister was sad, tragic, but like I emotionally wasn't attached to the characters, so I couldn't say much. I don't know. Not much to say. I'm sorry. Oh, what's this guy's name? I forgot his name. What's this guy? I forgot his name, but he had a pretty great counter to Maide and his character arc. His ideology and history of the Kremnoan people felt like an organic way to give a different perspective and reasoning for Maide's story, which I liked a lot. Kratos, that's right. Like, God of War there. So yeah, let me read that again. Kratos, pretty great counter to Maide and his character arc. His ideology and his history with the Kremnoan people that was explained felt like an organic way to give different perspectives and reasoning for Maide's story, and I thought that complimented Maide a lot. He was a good supportive cast NPC. Flame Reaver, initial impressions were that narratively this thing was supposed to be the antithesis to Finon and his journey. See Schizo whiteboard for more explanation. Not much more to say than that early on. Mimi! Not gonna lie, I thought for sure I was gonna hate the me every time it talked, but it filling the role of March 7th for this journey by being a character I could tease was fun. I enjoy it when the game gives me dialogue options to make them react in funny ways. I think that's the visual novel fan coming out here. Visual novel readers, can you relate when you pick a dialogue option and the sprite changes their faces and gets like flustered? That's a visual novel thing, I think. All right, what's this fucker's name? The one that like manipulated Castris. Not a fan of her. Whack-ass religious priest that manipulated / dehumanized Cassie to that of a tool and had clearly purposeful hypocrisy in her dialogue to reflect this. If you guys remember, there was hypocritical dialogue where she it was her talking about death and her essentially her whole thing was like whittling down Cassie to just be a tool for their death cult religion. I wasn't a big fan of her and Cassie's final conversation because Castris seemingly forgave her after realizing the value of death. I don't know if I'm fully understanding if I maybe misinterpreted that last conversation where she was talking to like the ghost form of her. But was I wrong to think that Cassie like forgave her? Is Cassie just too nice? No, it definitely wasn't romance, but because Cassie's character arc was coming to terms with that death can be a good thing and death is a necessary part of life. I clocked that was going to be Cassie's character arc back in 3.0, as I said, with Gneas's storyline. But like the ending of her character arc and coming to terms with that, she like forgave this person that like manipulated and dehumanized her. Did I misinterpret that? I think she did forgive her. That was my interpretation of it. I don't know if I misinterpreted that or what, but I was like that. I was very not cool with that. But I don't know. Maybe Cassie's just a much nicer person than I am. The time god. What's this thing? Orynyx. The time god that has some weird narrative shit going on with the MC, Mem, Cyrene, and probably even March because it's Evernight. I don't know what's going on with all four of those things. The main character, Mem, Cyrene, who I'm assuming Mem and Cyrene are either the same person or they're connected in some way. The MC, Mem, Cyrene, and probably even March because this thing is called the Evernight, Orynyx the Evernight. I don't know. I'm working with very little, not much to go on or even predict even by 3.2. I don't know. There's weird shit going on. Onyx. And Serena! You can do it, Serena! She was a fun little quest line. Cute and short NPC quest. Not much to say other than that. Apparently, she's got more than what I experienced in 3.0, and I haven't gotten there yet. But apparently, like, Serena's story and, like, how you got to choose, like, what career path she went down or where she hung out, like, in the city after she found out that her parents weren't coming back, right? And so I told her to go be a scholar. I was like, you should go hang out in the bookstore and hang out with the guys at the Grove and become a scholar. That was like, it's a reoccurring quest. Okay, so we'll get to see where she goes from there, I assume. And it's kind of like, I assume it's gonna be like a customizable thing because I was able to choose like where she went at the end of it, at the end of the first one anyway. So maybe like you'll get to see her character grow throughout all the quests, I assume. Did you do the 3.2 Golden Scapegoat? I haven't done any side quests. We have a side quest stream planned for like either, I think right before in 3.4, I believe. But yeah, that's it for the side characters. All right, what do y'all think? W? Can I get a W in chat? W. All right. W? One last peek at the Schizo board? I already closed it. You can rewind if you really want to see that shit. I don't like staring at that shit for too long. I go crazy staring at that thing. All right. Before we hop in, I'm going to go to the bathroom and take my dishes to the sink. But where are we going? We'll go to the watering hole. No, my 3.4 stream delayed for another week. Well, would that when would be a good time to do a side quest stream? Before I figured before 3.4 because 3.4 seems like it's going to be like the big turning point. I guess we could do it right after 3.4, but I think if we're not doing it before 3.3, it'd be better to do it right after 3.3 and before 3.4. Before 3.4? Okay, yeah. Because I figured 3.4 looks like it's gonna be the big turning point one, so I figured we'd do it after, right after 3.3 and right before 3.4. Working hard, or hardly working. What do we name this thing? .4 is the halfway point. Boss sure has some interesting ideas. Thanks. Way to call this thing the fucking ass kisser, man. This thing's always glazing me. The glazer. Look at it. Jeremy? Jeff? Name it Max and Nax are gorgeous. Compiler. Short fuck. It's the glazer. That thing be glazing with its dialogue. All right, I'm gonna go to the bathroom and maybe grab another fucking can of caffeine, bro. I'm gonna be falling asleep. All right, surely I won't be falling asleep. This is where shit gets good, right? I've been up for a long time though. Name it ass sniffer. I'm not doing that. All right, I will be right back. What the fuck did I come back to? Getting some fucking Linus Tech Tips twerking in the fucking chat. Goodness me. All right, where do we go from here? The fall of dawn's rise, stars cleanse the troubled thoughts. Head to the vortex of Genesis and recall what came before. Since arriving in Amphoreus, each meeting and parting has come in dazzling succession, leaving behind a faint melancholy. The ever-spirited Max now stands within the vortex of Genesis, immersed in memories. View story recap.
Following the advice of the Chrysos heirs, I embarked on the trial of time, only to learn that I had been dead since the moment I stepped onto Amphoreus. To reclaim the future that had been stolen from me, we pushed onward in pursuit of the Death Titan, Thanatos.
I wanted to mention, is it gonna skip forward or do I gotta click? Can I yap for a moment? I was gonna mention, I forgot to throw it in the essay just because I was short on time, but the whole thing of like our character being dead, I feel like should have been, if they wanted to go with that as a storyline, it should have been like way earlier. The fact that it was open and shut all in 3.2 felt weird to me. IMO. Like, obviously there were signs of it earlier with like Castris being able to touch us and obviously us crashing and the whole ordeal there with Dun Hung, I guess, but like I think if it was a problem that we had to solve, it should have been stated way earlier, IMO, but the fact that it was like open and shut, like it was revealed that we were dead and then it was shut all within the same patch was kind of weird to me, personally.
Meanwhile, Anaxa, one of the 7 sages of the Grove of Epiphany, broke free from the surveillance of the Golden Threads and actively sought refuge from the Council of Elders. After winning the Council's trust, he ascended Dawncloud with Circe's the Reason Titan, who resided within him, and sought an audience with Kefali, the World-Bearing Titan.
Raharon, are you actively trying to stunlock me? Raharon asked me what my feelings are on mycelium. Chat, have you guys heard about mycelium? Mycelium is a fascinating organism. Every step you take on Earth, there are literally billions of threads under you, stretching out fungal consciousness as far as you can imagine. Trees literally communicate with each other with fungal networks of consciousness called mycelium. The serial yapper. Or at least Don Hung should have told us how he messed up earlier. Yeah, there should have been like more to it for us to, I don't know. It felt very open shut in 3.2. That was my main complaint with it. Anyways, moving on.
To obtain information about the entrance to the Nether Realm,
El Gato!
Castris had no choice but to support the Council of Elders in proposing a pause in the flame chase journey. With the aid of the demigod Cypher, she set out for the Dragonbone City, Styxia. Castris successfully recreated Netherwing, Pollux, via alchemy, and used his power to return to the Nether Realm, where she faced Thanatos, the Death Titan. She returned both the Titan's core flame and the stolen future, restoring the cycle of life and death in Amphoreus. Anaxa's soul met Castris in the Nether Realm, where he proved his hypothesis regarding creation. At the Citizens' Assembly, he cast a pivotal vote and used the charge of blasphemy to thwart the Council of Elders' schemes for power, allowing the flame chase journey to continue.
Did the audience during this whole thing remember that? Oh my god. What was the era they were trying to go back to? Let him die. Era Chrysia. Some shit like that, sorry.
After returning Circe's core flame, Anaxa's physical body completely disappeared. With this, the flame chase journey neared its conclusion, and all eyes turned skyward.
The time when Calamity Titans did not exist yet, true. That is why I labeled them as conservatives. They wanted to go back to like a golden time, and I think I detailed how that was a running theme with a lot of fascistic movements, such as Mussolini's movement in Italy, wanting to like restore the Roman Empire to its former glory. Teleport hint, the story recap has ended. Head to the designated location immediately to start the mission. Go now. Boss is so smart. Thank you, I pressed the button. All right, is this any news? Since arriving in Amphoreus, each meeting and parting has come with dazzling succession, leaving behind a faint melancholy. Even the ever-spirited Max now stands within the vortex of Genesis, immersed in memories. Where's Mimi? Thanatos and Circe's core flames have been returned. Death and knowledge. sometime after that. The 12 constellations hover above, overlooking the vortex of Genesis. They embody the 12 Amphorean deities, fate, foundation, creations, and the calamities of the world. Now 10 among them have fallen. Their core flames return to their origin of Genesis. Above you, the constellations shimmer, the brilliance echoing the faint slumber of each titan. And so, they still don't really spell it out for us exactly how this works, because core flames return to their origin of Genesis could just mean that they were dipped in and then they were taken back out for the gods to then go have, because like I assume some of these are in the pool and some aren't still. And you have experienced your ascensions in 4 partings. Fat fuck ate them all. Because like obviously these two are with the gods of the past at the moment. These ones, like El Gato has the trickery core flame in her. We had what's her name? Casterus. Like I believe Casterus still has her. She appeared at the vortex of Genesis last time to like because her twin sister had it, assumingly, right? And so she went and got it, appeared in her ethereal form, and my interpretation was that she just dips it in, her trial was complete, and then she takes it back. I don't know. I guess it doesn't really matter, but the whole reason for my theory was that I believe in the next cycle, like there's still going to be Chrysoseirs, different Chrysoseirs that have to take down the gods and do the whole thing over again. And so there would have to be gods that had their core flames then as well, and they would have been the previous Chrysoseirs. So how did those the new gods, like why do they still have a core flame? That was like my main thing. I don't think the world core flame is with the Titan, right? I don't know. The whole thing is this goes back to the what I was saying, like they seem to over-explain things that really don't need to be over-explained and not explain well enough the things that should really be over-explained. I don't know. This whole system, I wish, I thought originally that the prophecy was going to detail it a lot, but it didn't really. But, oh well. Strife. The Lance of Fury once became the Mad King, plunging the world into ceaseless strife until your valor brought it to an end. And its demigod successor, the undying Mightimos, chose to bear the title of Kremnos alone, returning home to be crowned as the last line of defense for the holy city. Maide, may your battles know no defeat. My goat, too stubborn to die. Too angry to die. Back then, the incarnation of time entrusted the Mem to you at the Temple of the Three Fates. Back then, the lively girl with red hair fulfilled her mission and bid the first farewell. Time speaks not of fairness, yet it never stops. And now this power resides in your hands. See you tomorrow, Trian. Reason. Not long ago, the head of the Grove Sages helped you repel the menace that is the Black Tide. And still, not long past, that unruly scholar staged one grand performance, granting you a glimpse of this world's truth at the cost of his life. Oh, the incarnation of reason, have you found your answer at the end of existence? The pool has them all in 3.1. Finon asks why the Black Swordsman doesn't just go to the pool of Genesis to collect the core flames. Well, because there's core flames in the ones that don't have a, my interpretation of that was that there's some titans that don't have, like Fagoza, for example, doesn't have Fagoza's the ocean one, right? Doesn't have a Chrysosair. And so I assume that one was just in the pool indefinitely. Don't they all have to have Chrysosairs, right? Because a god has to replace them? Some of this shit don't make sense to me. Anaxa explains that it's a protected location by Fagosa's water. I don't know how to spell the name. Too angry to die, huh? When they die, their core flame goes back to the fountain, the demigod that is. They should. I don't know. This shit, I'm still so confused. Anyways, death! Oh boy. The prophecy once made the Hand of Shadow choose 2 people, granting one the fate of death. Yet their bond wove a hauntingly beautiful tale that stretched across time. At the end, the incarnation of death who journeyed from the nether realm to the living world chose to remain in that sea of flowers, retrieving your future. At the end of the west wind, we shall meet again, Casterus. What a long journey it's been. The time and time again, farewells haven't numbed you. You can't help but wonder, how many more goodbyes will the journey of trailblazing entail? You question whether you'll be able to express each goodbye with heartfelt emotion. Your thoughts sink into the ocean. You recall how the Amphoreans cherish epics, using stories to soothe their sorrows. Perhaps you should embrace this way to dispel your melancholy and regain your strength. Why are you trying not to laugh, bro? And let it begin. Countless words of adventure surge through your mind. You need only to grasp just one to anchor your creation. Oh! Don't be influenced by the noise outside. Just focus on the keywords in your mind. It is indeed difficult, but you should still cling tightly to your inspiration, weaving heartfelt and elegant verses. All right, this is an impossible task. Just one glance at your phone. It won't disrupt your thoughts, or so you tell yourself. El Gato! Gray mystery! I had 0 time for treasure hunting the last time I was in Styxia. Absolutely huge loss. Now the River of Souls is mostly retreated. I'm back, baby! There's a big shiny chest in the water. I can't use the miracle orb and I can't wade through. Your power of time is needed. Come, we can do a 70-30 split. 30 for you and 70 for me? Exactly, 30 for you and 70 for me. Huh? Details, schmeetails. Get here and we'll talk. Cat emote. You must admit that some people still manage to live joyfully at this arduous low point in life. Cypher's endless desires for wealth seem more turbulent than the waters of Scale Gorge waterscape. Forget the past now, it only brings sorrow, but sadness has no place in this moment. What you need is the drive to move forward. You decide to head to Styxia, where the River of Souls is no longer blocked, to meet up with this cat girl. Hopefully those glittering, clinking trinkets will, as always, lift your spirits. Cat time.
Oh, Styxia's moonlight is so beautiful.
Me. My interpretation is that the original Titans have the core flames in them. The Chrysos have to take them, can be stored temporarily in them, like Anaxa or Phynon, and then they dip in the vortex, pass the trial, and then they can draw power from the core flames still in the vortex. Okay, and so, going based off of what you just said, how then, if the world gets reset and there's a next cycle, how do the new gods that the new Chrysos heirs have to take down, how did they have the core flames? Does it just manifest in them magically then? That's where my confusion lies, if that makes sense. How indeed. Okay, well, I guess that's that's the main confusion though. So if that's detailed later on in the story, we'll find out. But that's my main confusion. Styxia's moonlight is so beautiful.
And the River of Souls is so quiet. It's like everything that happened was just a dream. I wonder if Cass is doing okay on the other side. If I write a letter and put it in a drift bottle, will she be able to read it?
If that's what you believe, ma'am, let's just let her do it anyway. I miss Casterus too. Now's not the time to feel down.
You're right. We promised Cass that we continue the flame chase journey, so we can't let her worry.
Yeah!
Now's not the time to feel down. We gotta pull ourselves together.
Okay, now you're just reiterating what I just said.
By the way, it was Miss Cypher who asked us to come here. But where has she gone?
Where is El Gato?
Huh?
El Gato mod check? What's that sound? Is there someone over there?
Yes, and this aura feels so familiar.
It's called Aura, bruh!
Let's go check it out together. Be very careful.
Uh-oh, is it the Flame Reaver? We haven't seen that fucker in a while.
I have a bad feeling about this.
Monka. Boss is so smart. Thanks. Whoa! Oh, look, we can do this now. Ancient battlefield. River of Souls. According to the myths of Amphoreus, a certain hero of Castrum Kremnos was dipped upside down into the River of Souls at birth by his mother, believing its waters would grant him invulnerability. However, because the mother held him by his ankle, that spot remained untouched by the river, leading to a single weak point. Oh! Achilles reference. In this river, river truly as miraculous as the legends say? There's only one way to find out. Experimentation! After all, truth is tested through practice, and here, no miracle of Orynyx will protect you. You decide to... Wait a second. Who says the experiment has to be on yourself? Scoop up a whole bucket and bring it to the baths for everyone to try? See how I shove black tide creatures into the River of Souls? Might as well poke it with a bat and see what happens. Congrats, you've obtained the Undying Bat. Its weak point is wherever you're holding it. See what happens if I shove a black tide creature into it. Those monsters are seriously unlucky, scaring themselves all day long, only to end up getting scared by you instead. Plop. Tell me, did you drop this golden monster or this silver one? I didn't drop any monsters. I dropped the golden monster. I dropped a regular monster. I didn't see anything. You're just making this up, aren't you? Wow, way to kill the immersion. Anyways, the River of Souls doesn't really do much to those monsters, and let's be real, this water runs deep. Let's scoop up a whole bucket and bring it back to the baths for everyone to try. Unfortunately, the River of Souls isn't actually water. It's a phenomenon, something you cannot take with you. But you could try rallying your bath-loving friends to come here and test it out with you. Let's see what the monster's one was. I dropped a golden monster. Dishonest child, if only I could punish you. Anyways, the River of Souls doesn't really do much to those monsters, and let's be real, this water runs deep. Oh my god. Dishonest child. I dropped a regular monster. What an honest child. If I had a monster to give, I would offer it up to you. Anyways, the River of Souls doesn't really do much to monsters, and let's be real, the water runs deep. Okay. I could try myself. For the sake of keeping most of your body intact and avoiding a, whoops, full submersion situation, you decide to start with just your feet. People always said I had no knees and can't jump. Oh my god. Now worst case, I have no ankles, physically speaking, of course. Dip them and immediately retreat. Shove your whole limb in. No hesitation. We're shoving our whole limb in. Man, meme. If there were fish in this river, this might actually count as fishing. Someone or something must be looking out for you. You emerge completely unharmed. Maybe, just maybe, you now have an invincible ankle. The legendary Max's Heal! Next time you battle, you'll make sure to tell your enemies to aim for the ankles. This is definitely not the place to linger. Look around. There aren't even any Holy City guards nearby. If you fall in, who's pulling you out? That was pretty funny. Achilles tendon? Oh, amazing. Banger achievement. Soak your feet in the River of Souls and gain invincible ankles. That's pretty funny. All right. Boss sure has some interesting ideas. Hey, thanks.
Hey, what's that on the ground? Shh, careful, careful.
Monka.
It's a piece of black cloth. Now, where have I seen this before?
It's the Flame Reaver. Did someone rip off a piece of my clothes?
What? No, your clothes are perfectly fine. Could this be from the Flame Reaver's cloak? Why is it here? Mimi!
He's right behind me, isn't he?
Look out!
Oh my god! Oh, wait, don't we have one now? Ma'am, get ready. You want the pink puppy, don't you? It's finally time for me to bow out. You want the pink puppy, don't you?
What? Now I'm sad. This isn't the time for jokes. Let's try our best to deal with them for now, and we'll slip into the past with time's power as soon as we can.
The river of souls is full of fish, big and delicious.
What?
I was literally listening to that dialogue. I was like, okay, my theory of this thing being Phidon has to be way off, bro. What the fuck? What is that?
The river of souls is full of fish, big and delicious.
Like, I don't think there's a single fucking universe I can imagine him saying that shit in. It's gotta be Phidon's dad, like I originally thought, as Darth Vader.
The flame chase journey stops. Meow, meow.
Meow?
Oh, it's gotta be, is Cypher fucking with us? What's happening? Is this meant to be a riddle? The Flame Reaver's gone mad! The end!
We already knew about the mad part, but are we still in danger?
Yeah, trickery Titan, god damn it. Very funny.
Sorry, I couldn't pass on the chance to give you two a good scare.
So it's you, Cypher! What a terrible person. Let's leave. This Cypher must be fake too! Run!
Ah! Don't run! I'm the real Cypher. The real one.
What is she got her VA is so good. What the fuck? You're trying to calm me down and you talk like that?
Ah! Don't run! I'm the real Cypher. The real one.
Why are you laughing, bro?
Come on, don't be upset. I'm just giving you a kind reminder that Amphoreus isn't safe at all. The whole place is full of dangers, including that swordmaster. Make sure you stay on your toes, no matter where you are.
So, you're playing both good cop and bad cop? Well, ain't I grateful for the reminder. I'm so strong that I don't need your reminder.
Really? But just a minute ago, that gray hair of yours was all standing up. You were so scared.
Nuh-uh, I was about ready to go DOT on your ass. Right, Mimi?
So, was that a Flame Reaver disguise? Or a magic trick? It looked so real. Is that the power of the trickery demigod?
Disguise? No. It's not as simple as that. Let me think about how to explain this. For example, what did you think when you realized that piece of cloth came from the Flame Reaver's cloak?
We thought that maybe the Flame Reaver was around here somewhere?
That's right. And then you heard some footsteps. What did you think when that happened?
It's whatever you believe, because that was the, that's her ult line, isn't it? Her ult line is something like, lies become reality, or something like that.
Well, we thought it must be the Flame Reaver coming this way.
Yep, exactly. I just used some hints and, mental suggestions to help you believe in a lie.
Okay, this is totally foreshadowing for something else.
Lies are what Zagreus is best at. If everyone believes in a lie, then it becomes reality.
Highlighted text there.
Lies are what Zagreus is best at. If everyone believes in a lie, then it becomes reality.
The Sky Titan doesn't actually blow up towns when you challenge it? Oh my, no wonder Aglaya. Oh my, when I get my hands on Aglaya.
Power to make lies into reality? That's got all my hair standing up.
Nice, now I know your secret, and you're just telling us everything like that?
You think I might be lying? No need. The seamstress trusts you for a reason. Someone as honest as you couldn't trick me even if you wanted to. So, there's no harm in telling you. Besides, we still need to team up to go treasure hunting, right? Let's wrap up here. It's time to get going.
Car!
Oh, was that your teleslate?
It's called a phone. Paimon! Max, did you rest well? I came during the lucid hour, and you seemed asleep, so I didn't wake you up. But I can't stay idle in these current circumstances. I feel it's time to continue our special training. Let's go to the Grove, shall we?
Aren't you a popular one? But I got to you first, so help me with the treasures, and then I'll send you two to the Grove.
Why do you need so much money anyway? Gonna go live handsomely somewhere after this?
Live handsomely? You mean spend all this money? That's so not why I hunt for treasures.
You're like a dragon.
Don't forget, I'm a demigod too. And there's a line reserved for me in that stupid prophecy as well. You shall walk with greed and die over petty change.
So she doesn't spend a dime because of that? She's too scared. It's like what I was saying with her on the first impressions sheet.
But I don't believe in that. As long as I keep collecting treasures, then I won't need to care about petty change. And as long as I don't hurt other people when I get what I want, I won't be walking with greed, right? Isn't that simple? So, as long as I keep going down this path, all those predestined prophecies and fates will never catch up to me.
That's why you're so fast, Car.
That was a long speech. I'm getting thirsty at this rate. The treasures of Styxia aren't gonna float up on their own. Come on, Gray Mystery. Show me what the authority of time can do.
Uh-oh. A few days later, at the crash site in the Abyss of Fate. Oh! Whoa!
This is the car of the Astral Express you've spoken of. My repository of memories has been enriched with another fascinating piece of information. Thank you for leading me here, Lord Dan Heng.
I'm surprised a council elder like yourself would be willing to journey so far to inspect the Express.
Yeah, how is it still on fire, True?
Archimans hold wisdom and knowledge in high esteem. If the citizens knew of your origins, I'm sure more would be intrigued by the Trailblaze. Sadly, discussions about the world beyond the sky remain taboo.
Yeah. Who do we have to think about that?
It's been quite some time since you first arrived in Nakama. Presumably, you've been looking for a way to leave ever since.
I've been actively gathering clues and testing different things. Sadly, the more I find out, the more powerless I feel.
Don't be too hard on yourself, my lord. This puzzle has stumped
My lord.
Amphoreus' scholars for centuries. It isn't something you can solve overnight. Even someone as gifted as yourself.
I wish we got to see a little bit more of that testing. I mean, seemingly every patch we've gotten to talk to Dan Heng like at least once where he's kind of going over these things, but I would have liked to have seen like a lot more of that because I feel like that's a... While yes, we're helping the Amphoreus storyline go forward and getting the character arcs and helping them with the Flame Chase journey, I feel like it should have been a central side plot for me and like my character, the main character, and Dan Heng figuring a way to get the fuck out of here. Like that should have been, or at the very least, somehow reestablish communications with the outside world. Like that should have been a main central subplot, if that makes sense.
In the Grove, I discovered extensive research on the Sky Titan. It appears that many scholars from Amphoreus believe the taboo against the world beyond the sky stems from a curse cast by Aquila.
Extensive research on the Sky Titans. It appears that many scholars from Amphoreus believe the taboo against the world beyond the sky stems from a cursed by Aquila.
Exactly. Of the 12 Titans of Amphoreus, Aquila is known for being the most capricious. The weather itself reflects their mood. Tranquil sunshine, mournful rain. Aquila's breath is a brisk wind, and their cries resound as thunder in a storm.
Additionally, Aquila is one of the 2 Titans whose core flames have yet to be returned.
The sky above affects every citizen. It's clear that Lady Aglaya's decision to confront Aquila at the end of the Flame Chase journey was a carefully considered strategy.
If returning Aquila's core flame can break the sky's curse, we won't have to exhaust ourselves searching for a way back. We can simply focus on aiding the Chrysos heirs.
But what happens? This was my central thing in my questions earlier too, where I mentioned what happens when the world undergoes Era Nova and 2 foreigners that are not from this planet are present. That doesn't sound like that's a good thing for us, and we haven't questioned that as of yet. I was like, do we get erased? Do we die? Do we actually get reset? Does everything like get reset in this new world it's creating, or like what's going on? We become Ligus Tech Tips 2, the 2nd and 3rd W, I think.
Anti-Catherians have no home to return to, so I understand your concern for your old friends and homeland. I used anti-Catherian technology, or scanning, as you might call it, to assess this car. Assuming my judgment is correct, I might be able to conduct a thorough overhaul of its power systems.
Really? But...
Of course. That's only if you, my lord, permit me to interact with it.
By all means, please, proceed. But be careful. The Express's thrusters are extremely delicate.
Wait a second. Where's that false ending? Can someone get me that? Because didn't it say in the false ending someone fixed the fucking car? I'm gonna pull up my old VOD, hang on. I don't want to look that up and get a spoiler. Which one was it? It was in 3... Would have been my 2nd VOD, the 3.0 part 2, right? Because it's at the interrogation. Where's the interrogation scene? Or was that in... Where was that in part 1? Which part had the interrogation scene in it? Maybe it was part 1. Oh, it was at the end of part 1. My dumbass get up, bro. Where was it?
This prophesized journey.
Demi.
But what are you? Before this, right? The place. Not even a. Where was it? It's around here, right? It's a black screen? I know, I'm trying to find it. I can't fucking... It's such a long VOD, I can't find it. Was it before or after Aglaia leaves? Because she dips and lets us...
Your response? I can certainly...
Oh, it's after they go through the Titans?
This one. It was a...
Shouldn't it be... Again?
Oh, Corf. I'm following...
The day is... Rather... It's after it has us go through the Titans here, you said? The finer points of creation and always made their creations far too big. However, at the same... Yeah, I found it. We'll help you get your Trailblaze fuel. Here it is. We know that a crash site in the abyss together. You okay, wishful thinking, but at the very least we can bid each other a proper farewell. Escorted by Finon and the Holy City guards, you and Dan Heng return to the crash site in the abyss together. You salvage the Express's coach car. Let's go! With the assistance of the Akama citizen resembling the Intellitron, you with the assistance of an Akama citizen resembling an Intellitron, you depart Amphoreus without suffering the so-called curse from beyond the sky. It all comes back around. Amphoreus without suffering the so-called curse from beyond the sky. After returning to the Astral Express, you discover Black Swan has already left without telling anyone. March 7th's condition has gotten worse, but no one seems to know what the cause is. Despite the fuel shortage, you complete the final warp jump, putting your hopes in the next location and how it might resolve your worries. As for the fate of Amphoreus, the Eternal Land, and the dramatic changes it will bring to the cosmos, it has nothing to do with you, at least in your lifetime. Amphoreus, the Eternal Land, the end. Cinema. Honkai Star Rail. And then what do the credits look like? Because I remember there being question marks. Finon as question mark. Castrus as question. Wait, bro. Finon as question mark? Come on. Nah, he's... I think my theory might be onto something. What do you mean Finon as question mark? Castrus is Castrus question mark? Question mark is question mark? Yeah, what is that? These are Chrysosairs, so I assume this has got to be a Chrysosaur, right? Castrus question mark? Tribby as question mark? Aglaia as Aglaia. Midos is my day. Nikador as Nikador. May this journey lead us starward. Then it crashes the game, right? Yeah, I like how I always like how the false endings like literally crash your game. It's kind of funny. Huh. Yeah, so this scene right here that we're experiencing was like foreshadowed in the false ending. That's cool. All right. By all means, please proceed, but be careful. The Express's thrusters are extremely delicate.
You honor me with your trust. I will be very careful.
You think question mark is probably the Intellitron? You don't know? Maybe. I don't know why. It was all Chrysosairs and then question mark. I don't know. Lygus carefully scans the damaged propulsion system and then methodically began inspecting its components.
This is unbelievable. You seem to understand its structure perfectly. Have you repaired something like this before?
Not exactly. But we Antikytherians are inherently sensitive to machinery. Carefully endowed our kind with a unique advantage for analyzing and learning. If you give me some time, I might be able to fully restore this damaged car to its former glory. Then you and your esteemed companion could set off on your return journey sooner.
But isn't the real issue with Aquila?
Hypothetically, Lord Donhong, if I could open up a path out of Amphoreus that circumvents Aquila's divine punishment, would you consider ceasing your support for the Flame Chase journey?
I don't understand. Does the Council of Elders possess some secret means of counteracting divine punishment?
No, but Lygus does, but Donhong doesn't know that.
It's best if you don't delve too deeply into that question, my lord.
Bro.
All you need to know is, I can make it happen.
Oh my god, I love his dialogue so much.
Maybe this is not a decision by the Council of Elders, but rather his personal wish.
There you go, Donhong. Use that big brain of yours.
The crucial point is, if you and your companion are unwilling to halt your support for the Chrysos heirs, it could offend certain interests.
If you and your companion are unwilling to halt your support for the Chrysos heirs... Wait, It's like a double negative, it's confusing me. It could offend certain interests. So he's saying if we do continue supporting the Chrysos heirs, it's gonna offend certain interests. And I'm assuming, I don't understand, how did we get here? It'll be explained eventually, I'm sure. But I'm just thinking, we still don't know how the fuck we even got here, because if the entrance to Amphoreus was the vortex of Genesis that him and Herta were at the end of 3.2, he called it an entrance. And if that is the case, we would have had to pass through that and him to get into Amphoreus. And so how we got here in the first place, he should have allowed. Unless somehow we forced our way in, but it doesn't make a lot of sense. But I'm sure that'll be explained eventually, but that's on my mind currently.
Forgive me, Lord Lygus, but I must be frank. When visiting Dawncloud, I reviewed the records of many council elders. Among them, only your background was nearly blank. I'd like to accept your goodwill, but given such a mysterious background and motives, anyone cautious would have doubts.
W. Donhong.
Your prudence impresses me, just as expected.
Yo, Spicy Penny, what's up? How you doing? 10 years? Spicy Penny amigo way back to the Call of Duty cut comms day. Y'all don't know nothing about that. Your prudence impresses me just as I expected. Bro's literally the definition of, according to my calculations. Just as I expected, all according to my parameters. Max and me used to work in a lumberyard together, true.
Are these people?
Who's this?
Is this a trap? Is that why you accompanied me here?
Whoa, scary people!
Please don't misunderstand, Lord Donhong. As the Theoros, I have no allegiance to their plans, nor am I obliged to obstruct them. I am neutral.
Bro, can I get an equilibrium in chat? Bro, is the equilibrium.
Equilibrium! Out of respect for you, I hope to offer a peaceful solution to ensure the safety of you and your companion.
One against four, then.
Get him, Donhong.
Just to confirm, if things turn ugly later, will you help?
I will not. As I said, I remain neutral. Are you asking this because you plan to refuse my offer and continue supporting the Chrysos heirs?
You weren't wrong about one thing, Lord Lygus. Indeed, we must try to return to our companions. But our companions now also include the flame-chasing Chrysosaurs. The Nameless cannot and will not ignore the fate of our companions.
So I see. This is what you call trailblazing.
When I asked if you'd help, I meant the ones who need help are them.
Oh! Bro's aura farming. Bro literally said, call an ambulance, but not for me! Oh! Wait, what's this? Oh, wait! Finon, when we were at Styxia with the car, with the cat, with the yeah. Finon called us and said he needed to meet us at the Grove. Is this what he's doing at the Grove? Paimon needs our help! And we're out stealing shit with the cat!
You have such overwhelming power, so why? Answer me! Why do you stand in our way? Why do you want to take the core flames?
Oh no! He can't hold on anymore!
Gasp!
Drag him back here, friend!
What? What's going on? Bro's having a nightmare.
Are you okay?
I'm okay. I can handle that kind of hit now. But a few months ago, that would have knocked me out.
Bro's getting stronger. Always keeping me on edge. If I had passed out, that would have been it.
Well, that's why I made sure you were well fed and rested on the road. Thanks for the help. To face Aquila and other potential threats, I must sharpen myself with the most aggressive methods.
Wait, were we dueling? What's going on? What's the context of this whole scene? Where's Carr? What?
Even so, it's impressive you thought of this training method. Battling the phantoms of the past in the River of Time? It's
What?
just like the hyperbolic time sanctum that the bards describe.
Hyperbolic time sanctum? Wait a second.
It's working pretty well, wouldn't you say? But combat isn't just about strength and skill. You also need the right weapon. Compared to that guy's weapon, mine feels like I'm swinging a lump of iron. I can't tell you how many swords
No,
I've
I
gone.
get the reference to the hyperbolic time chamber, time sanctum. Is same thing in FGO with the it's essentially a simulation training room, right? But I was like, why do they have one of those here on Amphoreus? Wait a second. I don't know. Maybe it was just a funny reference. The combat isn't just strength and skill. You also need the right weapon. Compared to that guy's weapon, mine feels like I'm swinging a lump of iron. I can't tell you how many swords I've got through the training began. So we were... So we came back here to the Grove to have him redo the boss fight of 3.1 with the Flame Reaver, right? That's essentially what happened, I think.
On through since the training began.
Why not get Cartonis to help?
Don't worry. I've already arranged that. Of course I need him.
Bro's doing MOC.
I asked him to make a suitable divine weapon for me. It's a little embarrassing to say this, but in order to help me, he deliberately turned down all other business.
Aw, Cartonis. Chad Tonus! Can I get a Chad Tonus in chat?
Oh, Cartonis is part of this flame chase journey after all. Full of energy.
Thinking about how he's been recently, maybe you're right.
But, Finon, I've been somewhat concerned about you.
Mimi concern.
Lately, you seem more and more fixated on that swordmaster in black.
Uh-oh.
That's quite the sudden shift in topic.
I've been holding this question in for a long time. You're getting stronger, but seeds of unrest are also growing in me.
Don't worry. I'm not wielding my sword for revenge. He's been through Nikador's trial and understands. Those who can't walk out of the shadows of their past are ultimately weak. Times have changed. The responsibility I bear is both precious and fragile. I wield my sword for the future of Amphoreus. I will not let hatred cloud my judgment again and neglect my duties.
You've really grown, but you can't beat them yet. We'll be here by your side.
You're right, partner. As of now, I'm not able to handle that swordmaster on my own. I still need the help of my friends. Every time I say something, things get so serious. I don't want to be the person who keeps bringing the mood down.
Bro is a different person after My Day left, man. He was the... Oh, man, I might be a Friday shipper. The... He used to be so joyful and cheerful anytime he could banter with My Day. He doesn't have that anymore. He's like a different person.
I'm out of energy for training today. How about we go to the library of Philia to lighten the mood?
Is that and the thing that happened at the end of 3.2 with him like realizing that like what his job as the world-bearing Titan is gonna be, right? When his reaction when Anaxa said that was like astonished, right? Remember that? I definitely remember Anaxa revealing that truth and Phynon being like, what? Like, he couldn't believe it.
Sure, that's what I've been looking forward to. We deserve to enjoy ourselves after all the hard work. Today, I'm definitely going to...
What were you reading before? Why not take the interesting ones home? Wait, what were we... Oh, we're gonna go hit up the library. Mimi! What were you reading before?
A girl's little secret. Don't pry.
What? You're not a little girl, you're a dog.
That's the charm of this place. You can find whatever you're into here.
My little puppy.
The three of us might not be into scholarly books.
What?
But
I
we
am?
could still spend an entire day at the library of Philia.
Bro, deadass, the most interesting reading I've done in all of Amphoreus was here at the Grove. Like, I loved the back and forth fucking intellectual conversations that these people had. Fanfics? Mimi was reading Yaoi. Boss is so smart. I know. Thank you. What were you doing? Head to the library. Right now, Max and Phynon are deep in their imaginary training at the Grove. After spending all their strength, their gaze drifts to the vast collection to the library of Philadelphia. Philly! Here we come! It's all digital. What the fuck? And you hear it. There's like a tree, or like the sound of like a wood tree cracking. I'm in. Huh. Bow of Rift Circes. Spring plants question infertile mind. Autumn yields wisdom pure and true. Amidst holy leaves, truth we find. Endless flowers and holy leaves. What's the throne? At the base of the sacred tree lies the throne, the pinnacle of mortal wisdom. Countless scholars of the Grove spent their lives striving to reach the seat of knowledge, yet now it stands before you, unguarded and unclaimed. A faint whisper seems to echo in your ears. Oh, trailblazer from afar, can you resist the temptation of ascending to the throne? Undoubtedly, I cannot. Indeed, when such a grand yet empty throne appears before you, who could resist the urge to sit upon it? Besides, what harm could refusing this temptation possibly bring, save for missing an opportunity? You decide to yield to the desire in your heart, but not so fast. Before becoming king, there's something you must do first. This is Saber. Where's Saber? We need to let Saber sit in this seat. My king. You need to select your subjects. Ordinary humans, maybe a tad more fantasy. Chaotic evil! I just want to take a selfie. Maybe a tad more fantasy? You want a more fantastical world. Great choice. You shoulder a giant sword and carry 2 bottles of pomegranate juices as you approach the final battle platform alone. Standing in your way is the familiar Flame Reaver. Combat Brain Brute Nikador, the Lance of Fury, Coward shackled by memories, Oryx, the Veil of Evernight, Great Fool trapped in the cocoon, Circes, the Bow of Rift. A band of self-righteous titans, and you, the nameless here seeking the flame. You're all the same filth. The black-clad swordsman unsheaths a strangely shaped blade and points it at your chest. A fierce battle is inevitable. What happens next? Well, no one can fight the same battle twice, not even in your imagination. Regardless, you defeated the swordsman and claimed the ultimate victory. Yay, W. The White Dryad brings word. At the end of the forest, a sacred site of scholars, Max has become the sovereign of the grove. Under your rule, it would surely be described as an era of trailblazing. Dub! Sovereign of the woods. Why he sit like that? He just kind of quirky. Working hard, see? Let's say, obtain the audio record of Divine Echo Reason, and then Sovereign of the Woods, sit upon the throne at Murmuring Woods Grove of Epiphany. Dub. Boss sure has some interesting ideas. Thanks, Ass Kisser. Where are we going? Here? Bro, where are we going? Dude, is this there's levels to this shit. This is it, surely.
Here we are! Where was that slate last time? Was it here? Or maybe over here? I'm off to have some fun! It's free time now, so you should relax too.
Was this thing ever explained what exactly it is? Because I thought it was like this was the body of Circes, the tree itself, and this was like the heart of it. It's got like golden blood and everything too. It's like dripping golden blood. So I thought for sure this was like the heart of the body of Circes. Huh. Over the past few months, you've come here more than once, fishing out that small piece of essence from the ocean of knowledge that best suits your taste. You're quite relieved that Dun Hung isn't around. No one will be able to judge your reading tastes. The scroll at hand shows a small line of text, non-standard reading material. Please return it to its original place after borrowing. Do not let any Grove professor discover it. 10 explanation marks. It seems that the scholars of the Grove, amidst their profound academic discussions, haven't forgotten their little hobbies. So which reading material will you pursue? Forbidden Love, the Tree, and the Butterfly? That's about the Circes and the Romance Titan, right? The professor can't possibly be this shy? One Punch God, a killer? Bro, you know, fucking anime references. What? Oh. I thought it was for storing their info. The heart, that thing's like beating like a heart though. What the hell? Can we look at all these? One Punch Man, One Punch God, Aquila. Brushing off the dust that had settled on him, he adjusted his attire and stood firm, facing the giant eagle in a tense standoff. Heh, so you think you're something special just because you defeated the silent Gregory? Mortal, heed my advice. The God King remained silent, gazing into Aquila's 1,000 eyes. Slowly, he raised his right arm, 4 fingers pressed together, and with a simple motion, he lightly waved at the colossal being before him. arrogant fool! You will pay the price for your insolence! Aquila's fury erupted. Their towering form radiated intense heat. In an instant, their massive wings vibrated at incredible speed. Imperceptible speed. 1,000 razor-sharp feathers shot forth like swords, hurtling straight towards the God King. As everyone knows, the feathers of the Sky Titan can pierce through iron and steel, let alone mortal flesh. Their sheer density left no room to evade. The violent storm of lethal blades closed in, and time itself seemed to freeze. Aquila enhanced their reflexes, predicting the movements of this arrogant little thief before them. Noticing the God King shifting his stance, Aquila mused. He had only two choices. He could push off the ground to evade left or right, or stand firm and brace for impact, but either way it would be futile. The feathered blades would shift with the wind, altering their trajectory. No matter how swift his movements, they would follow him relentlessly. But who could have predicted the God King never intended to dodge? He pushed forward instead, seizing the first incoming feather blade between two fingers. With a swift turn, he carved a spiral through the air and hurled it back at supersonic speed. The feather blade curved with the wind, piercing deep into the storm without the slightest deviation. It collided tip to tip with another razor-sharp steel feather. Ding! The reflected feather veered to the side upon impact, collided with the other feathers, furthering altering their trajectories. Ding! The sharp clashing of feathers rang out in irregular rhythm, a chain reaction unfolding until the force of the final feather was dissipated, scattering harmlessly into the air. With just a single seized feather, the God King had nullified their entire storm of blade-like wings. Aquila was shocked. How could a mere mortal possess such a divine skill? Yet, as a being of godly essence, they did not allow themselves to be shaken. Seizing the moment as the scattered feathers clouded their vision, they swiftly brought down their claws, sharp as steel greatswords, aiming to end the battle in a single decisive strike. Boom! The massive claw struck dead center where the God King stood, the sheer force of impact carving a deep crater into the ground. No, something felt off. Aquila's mind raced. This sensation was strange. Had it missed? Or they focused their gaze, only to witness the impossible. Their enormous razor-sharp claw, many times larger than the God King himself, was caught, held effortlessly by a single hand, as if the God King were merely grasping a piece of cutlery. The countless white feathers drifting through the air painted an eerie contrast against the battlefield's deadly stillness. The once mighty, untouchable giant eagle found itself frozen in shock for the first time in 1,000 years. Muttering in disbelief, they said, "Impossible. Even Gregory, when fighting me, could do nothing but evade beneath my iron claws, yet you! What in the world are you? Haven't you already figured out the answer? A mere mortal. Nothing more! You cocky little..." Aquila attempted to retract their claw, but under the God King's grip, it was as if frozen in place, completely immobile. Their expression darkened. Seeing this, the God King seemed to smile. He clenched the fingers of his free hand, and then, at a speed even the Titan's vision could not perceive, with full force, he swung his fist. Boom! In an instant, the divine body shattered. A tidal wave of force shook the heavens, sending tremors through the divine steel-forged walls, cracking them in multiple places. The sacred temple teetered on the brink of collapse. From this moment on, the celestial realm would exist no more. The people of Amphoreus would no longer endure the tyranny of the heavens, and all of this was made possible by the God King's mighty blows. No, by a single punch. The distant Titan gods sensed the fall of their comrade and erupted into furious howls. Was there no one who could stop him? How could his advance ever be shaken? What they did not realize was that even one as mighty as the God King was still bound by the desire of mortals. Just as before the battle began, he once again adjusted his attire. Congratulations, you have reached your end, Aquila. You are strong enough to be worthy of the name Sky Titan. He ignored the crumbling stone walls behind him and strode towards the temple's exit. His steps were steady, yet the disappointment on his face was unmistakable. But your only flaw was failing to make this satisfying for me. Next episode, Battling Nikador. Next issue on hiatus. Stand proud, you are strong. Oh, hilarious. This is their solo leveling. Arise! One Punch God Aquila. Invigorating literature, your favorite. The article leaves you feeling empowered, as if you are the author's One Punch God incarnate. Sky Titan Aquila? That's nothing. My professor can't possibly be this shy. Sorry I'm late. I used the power of Cognos Bloom to climb over the vines, rushing to the classroom and nervously pulling open the door, only to make eye contact with the person I had an appointment with. The professor, barely over 30, was leaning casually against the stone lectern, loose and relaxed. The scholar's robe gleamed bright in the dim light of the Evernight, giving off an almost divine aura. The first class, and already late? Looks like someone is eager to meet Thanatos. In other words, this was our first one-on-one lesson, and I had totally just blew it from the start. Probably even Cersei's would have felt a little embarrassed looking at such a sorry scene. Luckily, I had already come up with a plan. Sorry, Professor. I'll do anything to make it up to you. Anything? Well, please. I hope you'll be lenient. At these words, the professor's face broke into a charming smile. Bro, I can't read this shit. It's so fucking corny. Oh my god. Then, I want you to teach me. Wait, Professor? I want you to break down the points in this paper word by word and explain them to me slowly. Although there was no mirror here, I could guess that my face had turned red from the sudden and direct request. But, Professor, I'm still just a student intern. Isn't it a bit too early for me to be doing something like this? I finally worked up the courage to say it. Do you want me to waste the lesson I prepared? You fool! At least wait until after class. If that's what you'd prefer, then fine. But don't forget, I still haven't forgiven you. So what should we study first today? Why don't we pursue this academic journal? I think they recently published a paper on the patterns of natural numbers. Sounds good. Come on, let's have a look. I don't know who's who there. The research paper was immensely valuable, but I couldn't even grasp the basic arguments. I was too deeply engrossed in the professor's sharp gaze. He looked so rational when he was immersed in the numbers, nothing less than I'd expect from the professor I cherished so much. After that, we experienced an enriching lesson. We wandered through the classical literature expedition, eagerly absorbing the newly compiled Titan faith studies. Finally, we lingered in the dreams woven by the latest works of the Erythrochramism school, so much so that we completely forgot. The bell signaling the curtain fall hour rang, and we looked at each other. Class was over. More than once I had resented time for its seemingly linear flow, yet I remained powerless to interfere with it. The professor looked at me and paused for a moment, as if making some kind of decision, and then muttered, "Take out your paper. I'll help you revise it." Really? You mean it? Yes. You are a student I take great pride in. I've been considering this for some time. Professor? Let me understand your thoughts and your research. You're everything. No further words were needed. Two seekers of knowledge, driven by instinct, began their deep exploration of ideas. At that moment, we had yet to realize that after this lesson, another name would appear in the acknowledgments of the paper, and in the end, this would be the very spark that led to the founding of our academic symposium? I came for the peak fanfic reading. Max and Axa? Bro, come on. After finishing this mind-shaking piece, only one image remains in your mind. The Express and Welt and a phone. Oh god. For a young Stellaron host, this type of literature remains far too ahead of its time. Forbidden Love, the tree and the butterfly. All right, here's your, what's it called? Yuri. This is your Yuri fanfic, I think. She wandered through the flower sea, searching for a glimpse for those fluttering butterfly wings, but without success. Sir, I've heard that every flower has its own floriography. Generally speaking, that perception is correct. She heard the voice but couldn't seek the speaker, yet Circes paid it no mind. She calmly responded to our most special student while scanning her surroundings. What is your floriography? The most romantic thing you can say. Walk up to the person you're most interested in, chat, and ask them, what is your floriography? Mwah, chef's kiss. I'm afraid I'm not a flower, but a tree. Evidently, this answer failed to satisfy the other party. A sound mingled with dissatisfaction and disappointment reached her ears, prompting her to add another remark. Well, if we're speaking metaphorically, I suppose it would be intelligence. However, her objective was nearly accomplished. It should be around here somewhere. Now she just needed to find some bait to draw her out. Intellectual, yet almost romantic. Perhaps it's because I hibernate? You see, in my long dreams, I've made promises to countless lovers. Really? The butterfly-winged girl suddenly rose from the thicket before Circe's, startling her slightly. After all, at this moment, the distance between them was virtually non-existent. They close. Gazing directly at Nestia's face, allowing the light reflecting from her lips to pass through the eyes, a hint of crimson flashed across Circe's face, almost imperceptible to onlookers. Of course, her composure wavered for only a moment. Then, Circe's wrapped her arms around the girl's waist, and as if pulling up a radish from the ground, gently lifted her from the flower thicket. Of course not. Caught you now. Placing her on the ground, the giant tree's incarnation gently stroked the butterfly wings with the edges of her leaves, confirming the other's normal state before slowly withdrawing. So, now, will you tell me? Why have you been avoiding me? Would you two please refrain from frolicking in my Antilla garden? A cold voice unseasonably interrupted their thoughts. Indeed, for the gardener's master, the incarnation of death, such lively atmosphere was truly something akin to a natural enemy. Sorry, we'll leave at once. Thank you for listening to my troubles, Madam Thanatos. Sir, let's return to the grove. Sorry, Than, for troubling you. Honestly, you two are... alas, but Circe's. You must be aware by now, right? A bitter sensation spread in her mouth once more. Circe's remained silent, merely nodding as she bid farewell to her old friend. On the way back to the grove, Nestia remained completely silent. After one unsuccessful attempt to question her, Circe struggled to find another opportunity to speak and simply focused on the path ahead. Voices of gossip reached them, causing irritation. A genius? So what? She's just like, so terrifying. A stern figure approached rapidly. It was the source of the irritation. Nestia offered Circe a smile and then turned and walked away. Cast a sharp glance in the direction of the butterfly-winged girl's departure, then shifted his gaze back to Circe's. First came perfunctory reports and spiritless small talk, then escalation to arguments that resembled personal attacks. Do you truly understand? I don't need to. Let me be direct, Circe's. To romance a student, even your own creation? Don't you find that perverse? Pow! This was the first time the embodiment of reason allowed emotions to govern her mind. The sensation left her palm, felt as if though it would scorch through the heart of the tree. From nearby came the sound of running footsteps, familiar yet somehow strange. Circe's wanted to give chase immediately, but the words echoing in her ears tripped her steps. She was indeed somewhat distracted, allowing the girl's image to surface and fade in her mind repeatedly. When her resolve crystallized, the third curtain fall hour had slipped by. The personification of the giant tree approached the gilded chrysalis, cried her beloved's name, and then stilled, as if she had frozen. The traces left by the butterfly-winged girl who had dwelled here were all but erased. Upon the foliette desk lay words, a maiden first and a final love letter. I love you, Circe's. I've already received the graduation gift after all. So forget me. The end. Bum bum bum! This is what I watch streams for. My ass will not be reading this myself. Yuri for me, let's go! Funny. Now rank them? I mean, obviously we're going for the fucking One Punch Man, dude. Come on now. That's it? Nothing else? The love story abruptly ends at the worst moment. Whether the author lost the motivation to continue or some urgent situation occurred remains unknown. If it were the latter, the Flame Reaver is fully responsible. Let's stop here. I wonder
what Finan and Mem are reading. Let's take a closer look.
Bro, I want the interesting books. What the hell? My professor can't possibly be this shy. One Punch God, Aquila. Forbidden Love. One Punch God is peak. See what Finon's reading is the optional one. I almost went for Mem. Oops. Max and Finon are deep in their imagery, training at the Grove. Blah, blah. Okay, that hasn't changed. This is the peak everyone was talking about with 3.3. God damn it. Fine on, what are you reading?
I thought I felt a draft just now. Peeking isn't polite, my friend.
Ooh, just curious what you're reading. Are you reading something you shouldn't be?
In front of you all. That would be pretty careless. Here, look, I'm reading this. Antiques Appraisal, How to Make a Fortune.
Didn't know you were into this. I know how in your what is this? Wait, what does this mean? I know how in your dreams. Oh, the how to make a fortune. Maybe it's time to find a different side gig.
No way, I've invested almost all my savings into this hobby. I've spent a lot of time pondering how Aglaia became such an effective leader. Beyond the intangible qualities like personality and ethics, a major reason is her family wealth.
Yeah.
That's the perk of growing up in a big city, isn't it? For those of us in the sticks, luck doesn't come as easily. It's 30% grind, 70% fate.
Oh!
Oops, I talked too much. As
no,
a
go
leader,
on!
You need both integrity and... integrity and skill.
Hey, as a leader, you need both integrity and wealth. I mean, integrity and skill. Wait, Finon's a man of the people! Speak your truth, Finon! Sorry.
I've spent a lot of time pondering how Aglaia became such an effective leader. Beyond the intangible qualities like personality and ethics, a major reason is her family wealth. That's the perk of growing up in a big city, isn't it? For those of us in the sticks, luck doesn't come as easily. It's 30% grind, 70% fate. Oops, I talked too much. As a leader, you need both integrity and... integrity and skill.
That's my man. The soul that seeks understanding, love, and wisdom are but one life. The thirsty approach the water only to dissolve in the moon's reflection. Huh.
Month of cultivation, curtain fall hour, a time to feast on grains, but poor time for fishing.
Hey! Mem's reading that calendar lore page y'all had me read back in 3.0.
Oh, but then again, are there even any spots left to fish in Amphoreus these days?
What are you looking at? Are you into fishing? Superstitions, don't buy into them. Are you into fishing, Mimi?
Ah, you scared me! Bursting into someone's world like that can really catch them off guard.
Guard?
Well, no more jokes. There's nothing here. I'll go look elsewhere.
Something's odd about Mem. What are they flipping through?
Mimi! What's Mem reading? Right now, Max... okay, that hasn't changed. Mimi!
Oh, these cards are so detailed and fine. Ruler, weaver, traveler, healer.
Are those the tarot cards?
But the interpretation for each card is so long. Do I have to memorize them all?
Wait a second. What are you looking at? Ruler fits me pretty well. Use them flexibly, don't just memorize.
What a coincidence! We meet again. Guess we're fated to be together, huh?
Mem's like totally trying to get rid of us.
But you must be busy, so I won't bother you for now. Hope your day, every day, is joyful.
just trying to wear the fucking nice girl persona mask. You're not doing too well.
So suspicious. Not like their usual self.
Mimi!
You sure are persistent. All right. I'm totally helpless against your charm.
Slay!
What are you guys chatting about? Is this the Amphoreus Divination Compendium?
Why are you here too?
Sorry, seeing you two chasing each other around, I suddenly found my book not that appealing anymore. Never thought Mem would be into divination. But it's not exactly a niche hobby, so why all the secrecy?
I wanted to set up a surprise! Master it in secret and give you all a shock.
Proud Mimi. Gosh, she's so cute, man.
But getting caught halfway through, it's only natural I'd feel shy. A girl's heart is more delicate than Aquila's ever-changing moods.
I wonder if Finon's gonna, because Finon's childhood was Cyrene with tarot cards, right? So it'd be interesting if he has some dialogue here about that.
A surprise, huh? Someone else used to tell me the same. She was really good at stargazing and divination, especially with cards. Yeah, just like the ones you're looking at.
Wait a second. Give us more?
And you must be pretty familiar with all sorts of divination techniques with a friend like that.
No, I know nothing about it. I've never really believed in using cards or bones to predict the future.
Oh my god, please give me the fucking... If he goes on a little ramble here about, like, not believing that fate is predetermined, I'm gonna lose my mind. This is my goat.
If the good omens foretold by divination were true, my hometown, Heidi's Elysiae, wouldn't have disappeared.
Oh!
Don't forget, we've got Lady Trinan. Every other form of divination is just smoke and mirrors or cleverly rehearsed tricks compared to her flawless prophecies.
A little faith in these things isn't bad sometimes. It should be approached with a critical eye.
To me, divination could be a power that guides our spirits. Fate always casts a shadow in front of us, clouding our view of the future. That's why people turn to divination. It's just to find a small reason to give them courage to face the unknown.
You've really thought about this, haven't you? And what if divination predicts something bad?
Divination is only meaningful when there are both good and bad outcomes. Even bad omens serve as guidance. They can help keep us alert, right?
Aww. I want to give him a hug, man.
Strange. That person I knew used to say similar things. Looking back, whenever she interpreted a card for me, I couldn't help but feel uneasy. Even though I never believed in the outcomes. Maybe it was her tone. Cyrene. She could paint a complete fantasy so vividly, it utterly captivated me as a child. Right, I still carry a card she once used. Do you want to see it?
Yes.
Oh, wow!
It's you!
That's so exquisite! I'd love to have a card like that.
Those mitts up to the task? Those... Wait, what? It's so exquisite. I'd love to have a card like that. Those mitts up to the task. They gotta craft a mem-specific deck.
Oh, now that you mention it, yes. It would be even better if it were made of, say, crystal.
Speaking of which, partner, there's something I haven't shared with you all. Remember our first trip to the Temple of the Three Fates? The riddle that Orynyx posed to us?
I wish I had a physical copy of that. Have they not done a merch thing that's tarot cards but Amphoreus themed? That'd be genius. We should definitely do that. Speaking of which, Max, there's something I haven't shared with you all. Remember our first trip to the Temple of Three Fates, the riddle of Orynyx posed to us. Who's there?
Who's there?
Ditto.
You are...
Assassins! Save me! Nice cosplay. Eyes peeled, everyone. Are these the ones that met Don Hung? Nice cosplay.
These folks are up to no good.
Black clothing. Masks decorated with golden blood. Are they cleaners?
To directly call us by our name, it seems you, Lord Finan, have studied the forgotten history of Amphoreus quite thoroughly.
Who are they? What's being cleaned? Clothes or cars?
Your friend seems quite interested in us. Perhaps you could explain, Lord Finan. It would be the polite thing. We can't let our esteemed guests pass away without understanding.
During the Chrysos War, to combat the Chrysos heirs, several cities formed an underground assassin squad called the Cleaners.
This is what, what's her name was a part of? Canis, right? I was like, where have I heard Cleaners before? That's come up before in one of the previous patches, right? That's what, Canis was a part of this group. Okay.
Their task was to erase anyone with golden blood from existence. Assassination, poisoning, political persecution. They would do anything to achieve their objective.
Okay, so after the whole kerfuffle happened in 3.2 with Anaxa basically didn't Anaxa with his big reveal and everything, and how the Council of Elders unknowingly essentially let Anaxa go up and fuck with Kefali's memories. That was a sin punishable by death, right? And so not only Anaxa, but I believe the Canis and the other elders that helped, or that were okay with that happening, that were knowledgeable of allowing Anaxa to their side, they're all getting punished to they're all getting sentenced to death, aren't they? So this is like their way of fighting back, I guess. He roped the council into this, and this is their desperate measures, essentially, I assume. They're just gonna try to take down anyone involved in the flame chase journey before they get killed themselves, I guess. Anaxa was sentenced to death, the council was punished? Is that what happened? I thought it was they sentenced all of them to death. Maybe I gotta go back and rewatch that, though.
This historical perspective seems biased, glossing over the Chrysos heirs' abuse of divine powers and their blatant initiation of war in order to defame our predecessors.
I think it was only Canis to death. The council was to be investigated first? I definitely don't remember any dialogue like that. I don't know. Admittedly, I should probably go back and watch it, though. Hang on. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. What the hell are y'all talking about in chat? Holy gooners. Sorry, I had someone knocking on my door. I had a package come here that I had to go grab. It's what I get for streaming later in the afternoon. I usually never stream in the afternoon. All right. Let's get back to the story. The Cleaners are here. What's going on?
Their task was to erase anyone with golden blood from existence. Assassination, poisoning, political persecution. They would do anything to achieve their objective.
This historical perspective seems biased, glossing over the Chrysos heirs' abuse of divine powers and their blatant initiation of war in order to defame our predecessors.
Fine. What do you say to that?
Could you disclose the name of the author behind this popular legend, Lord Finan? I'd hate for the innocent children of Akama to be tainted by such slanted narratives.
Aglaya.
You should have stayed buried in the dust of history. The Citizens' Assembly has once again legitimized the mission of the Chrysos heirs. But as for you, not one citizen would cast their vote for you. Executioners lurking in the shadows.
What does it matter? We've long since stopped expecting to be understood. People have become too accustomed to peace, and they've forgotten the disasters that arose from allowing generations of the Chrysos heirs to rule.
It reminds me of Destiny with, I'm sorry, I know people get annoyed that I keep comparing a lot of shit with Destiny, but I'm a huge Destiny lore nerd, so there's a lot of things in my mind when it comes to Destiny lore. In Destiny lore, there's a thing called, like, the Dark Ages before, I is it called the Dark Ages? I can't remember, but there was like an age of Risen before we had Guardians. There was no term for Guardians, the Guardians of Humanity that like are your character, the guys that have like space superpowers and you got a little ghost that can resurrect you when you die. There was a Dark Age at one point before civilization rose again, where these Guardians that had superpower, like space superpowers, and were essentially immortal because they could resurrect and come back from the dead, where they weren't so civilized and they had wars and they would use their powers for either moral gray or just flat out evil, and they were like essentially warlords, I think is what they were called. And so reminds me of that. So there might have been I wouldn't be surprised if there was a history where Chrysos eras would use their powers, their godlike powers, to be like somewhat warlords before we had the era of peace that we have now.
Complete nonsense. Did you really travel all the way to the Grove just to have an argument?
I enjoy dealing with people as straightforward as you, Lord Finan.
What did he say? Nonsense. Did you really travel all the way to the Grove to have an argument? No, they came to kill us.
You've probably figured out why we've come before you.
But I don't know how you think you're gonna take us. Just a handful of you here? Who do you think you're fighting? If it's a fight you want, let's get it over with. Enough chit chat. Who do you think you're fighting here?
Keep your cool, partner. They've come out of the shadows, which suggests they have something up their sleeves. All right, let's hear it. What are you hiding? But watch your language and don't say anything you might regret. My shoulders might be sore and my sword a tad dull, but it's still enough to slice off your tongues.
Damn! Wait. What if they're just trying to slow us down from something? Maybe something else is going on and they're trying to distract us.
How's it going, Cinny? This place fits, doesn't it? It's a bit small, but the lighting is perfect.
Wait! That's the first time we've seen Fat Fuck! Fat Fuck is real after all this time!
Thank you, Lady Treeby. With this, the Twilight Courtyard can be reborn in Akama. Do you like it here too, little Ika?
Must consume.
No, that's not. Here, I'll translate.
Must consume. Feed me.
A little?
It's so bright here. Maybe you should rename it? How about Luminous Courtyard?
Lady Treeby makes a good point. But Twilight Courtyard carries the long history of the descendants of the sky, and I'd like it to continue.
Right. How does the legend go again?
Even Lady Treeby forgets things.
We just haven't prepared lessons in a while now, so we're a bit rusty. Just give us some time and we'll remember. Ah, now we remember. Kremnos and the Firmament, Volume 3, Section 5.
Was that a cut I heard in this at the beginning?
Ah, now we remember.
Yeah, you hear the blending right there, two different takes.
Ah, now we remember.
It's kind of fun when you catch those.
With Seliosi, the Day Thunder Knight, striking down the Eye of Twilight, the divine war between Nikador and Aquila, which spanned centuries, came to an end. Thereafter, the Skyfolk gradually declined. Numerous sky fortresses were abandoned, and their descendants began to establish themselves on the land.
You never noticed them? So this is important. So this is Cypher and Pink Branya. What's her name? Hyacine. This is their patch, and so I assume that's what that scene was earlier when we were at Styxia with Carr, with Cypher, with El Gato. And I assume that's why we got that scene and what we're getting here with Hyacine and Tribby. We're getting a little backstory on Hyacine. So with Celios, the Day Thunder Knight striking down the Eye of Twilight, the divine war between Nikador and Aquila, which spanned centuries, came to an end. Okay. So we're going to get some lore on the Skyfolk here, which is what Hyacine is. Thereafter, the Skyfolk gradually declined, numerous sky fortresses were abandoned, and their descendants began to establish themselves on the land.
Finally, those descended from Seliosi the Day Thunder Knight were welcomed by the scholars under Circes and established the Twilight Courtyard in the Grove. The historical records seem slightly at odds with our memories, but the details from that time have become somewhat hazy to us.
What's up, Kamazot? Hello, everyone. I wish I could have joined earlier. Just came back from church. Hell yeah. Welcome, welcome. Obvious once you point them out, but I never noticed otherwise. This is Cypher and Hyacine patch. Our memories. They used to live in fortresses too, it sounds like. Sky Fortress. I want to see that.
Oh, I forgot. For Lady Treby, history is more than just words on a page. It's something you've personally lived through.
That's kind of like what... Is that what Castrum Kremnos is? Is Castrum Kremnos technically a sky fortress? The way they describe it kind of is, but obviously Castrum Kremnos was for the Kremnoans, and the sky fortress was for the sky people, but the sky folk. But they were kind of the same thing.
Little Ika loves listening to the stories from the legends. I'm sure you're also imagining one day you'll be as awe-inspiring as the winged beasts by Celiosi's side. That day will come. I believe it. Just keep growing.
Wait, what?
That day will come. I believe it. Just keep growing.
Keep growing, little Ica.
Feed me, Hyacine.
Oh.
Lord Crediros?
Miss Hyacine and Lady Treby, good to see you're doing all right. I heard from the citizens you were nearby and came to check.
Doing all right. What's going on, Crediros?
There's been another violent incident at the market. A shop was smashed and looted. It's the third time this week.
How can this be? I always thought that with Lady Aglaya here, Akama would remain peaceful.
That was true in the past. But these days, forgive my bluntness, her senses may not be as sharp as they once were.
She's losing time, as we understood. Treby and Aglaya were gonna be, they're the oldest Chrysos heirs, so they're gonna be the first to go.
Aggie.
Well, besides my goat, Anaxa, that had 15 days to live and gave the greatest fucking political performance we've seen in this fucking game.
In my opinion, malevolent forces have noticed the slack in the Golden Threads and are now plotting to exploit the opportunity.
The Citizens' Assembly just wrapped up. Why is there still unrest?
The Chrysos heirs won by only one vote, Lady Treby. From my years of experience, a narrow victory often walks hand in hand with unrest.
Ooh.
Trouble. Miss Hyacine. Trouble.
They said, recount!
Clementine. Take a breath. What's going on?
Please, something terrible has happened at Marmorial Palace.
What is it, Doctor? Calm yourself and talk us through.
Lady Aglaya.
No. Treby! Wait, I feel worse about Tribby's reaction than the actual news.
It's Lady Aglaya who's in trouble.
I don't want Tribby to be sad. Moments ago at Marmorial Palace. Is this what they were distracting us from, maybe? I mean, maybe they were trying to kill us all, but, like, there's no way There's no way you send 3 assassins after fucking Phynon and expect him to die. Like, there's no fucking way. So I thought maybe they were trying to slow down all the other Chrysos heirs, and maybe their real target is Aglaia. Since that's the one fucking Canis had beef with, at least, right?
I still remember. This bath that overlooks the entire palace was built by the Council of Elders 900 years ago.
You remember? Damn, you old.
Its purpose was to commemorate the first flame chase journey, and to remember the heroes who made great sacrifices for Amphoreus a millennium ago. Rules were set then.
Rules are meant to be broken.
No one was allowed to enter, apart from guests invited by the Gold Weaver. But, I guess, you're no longer pretending to follow the rules, are you, Lady Canis?
Gasp!
Aglaia. You ageless witch, hiding behind a divine facade to deceive mortals. We've been far too kind with you.
Kind? There's no need to use such a word to cover up your incompetence.
Oh!
Anaxagoras humiliated all of you before the citizens. If you still had any shred of shame, you'd throw yourselves from Dawn Cloud at the curtainfall hour to salvage the last fragments of your dignity.
Demigod, why not gaze into the water's reflection and see the wretched face you wear now?
What was Aglaia's prophecy again, too? It was that she was gonna die within the baths, too, wasn't it? This is her prophecy?
These days you're not only blind, but also deaf. The cleaners were born for this moment. When all orders, rules, and laws fail to restrain you, it's time for the dagger to pass judgment.
I shall have my final bath in warm and radiant gold. Ooh. Yeah, this might be her prophecy here.
If you're in such a hurry, give it a try.
Oh, fight!
Going toe-to-toe with a demigod?
Oh.
We're not that foolish. The dagger isn't at your throat, but...
The people!
Your gravest accusation is that my humanity is fading. And you claim my concern for mortal joys and sorrows is nothing but a facade.
But you're the real monster here.
If that accusation holds, what makes you think the lives of these civilians will sway me in the slightest?
Oh. I like that back talk. If you think I'm not human, or if you think my humanity is truly swaying, why do you think I'd give a shit about the citizens dying?
Fine. I'll gladly use a few more words to shatter that demigod facade of yours. Like I said, you're not only blind, but deaf too. Lately, your control over Akima has weakened. You failed to notice the thefts we arranged in the market, nor did you catch wind of the meetings happening in the Dromus workshop. Yes. Plots are unfolding right under your nose, yet you remain indifferent.
Or she knows and she's letting you do it.
Humanity? Fading? Aglaia, why not use your precious golden thread to peer into my thoughts? See if the gift we've so meticulously prepared for you can move that cold demigod heart of yours.
In this moment, I only regret not being more ruthless. Because your evil is beyond cure.
You finally figured it out. You have grown dull. I've been holding that image in my mind this whole time to make sure you could see it clearly.
want you to have this knucklebone talisman, Big Sis. I hope it brings you luck every day and keeps you safe from bullies.
That girl who can't speak or hear. What if she accidentally lost her eyes too? You know better than anyone what it feels like to lose your sight. Imagine if 1,000 years ago you, already blind, had also lost your voice and hearing in your youth. Would you still have become the Aglaya you are today?
Can got me fucked up. Wait, was that it? Or was there... I thought it was gonna be wit. Is there more?
Look at those broken, pleading eyes. How disappointing. We overestimated your cunning. If this plan fails, we still have dozens of splendid parting gifts prepared. Demigod, would you like to hear about them?
I thought I could buy some more time.
Wait, that was it? That was her threat? I thought it was gonna be way worse than that because the first threat was like they were gonna kill everyone in the baths. So the second threat was the deaf girl. They were gonna take out her eyes too. I'm not gonna. I think the first one might have been worse. I don't know. There's probably okay. There probably is way more that we just didn't. Okay, there probably is way more that they just don't even talk about there.
In these 1,000 years, I've witnessed the fall of 10 titans. From my naive arrogance at the beginning to slowly learning how to guide others. Now, it's time to let go. I should be grateful. Grateful that I've reached this moment. To let my departure become a path for others to follow.
No, I remember the girl from 3.0. She was the one that gave she gave something to Aglaya, but I remember we tried to talk to her first, and she didn't respond or anything. And then we learned she was deaf, and Aglaya like taps her on the shoulder, and she turns around and gives Aglaya something. I do remember that. I'm just saying, I thought that the fact that Aglaya didn't flinch at them threatening to kill everyone in the bath chamber made me think she wouldn't flinch at that either, but obviously it's a facade, I guess, and I don't know. I was just saying, I thought I was surprised that she seemingly had that's what broke her instead of the others, but I guess when she peered into Canis's mind, there was a lot more there that just wasn't said, I suppose.
Have I done enough? If I embrace that prophecy now and sink into the warmth of these waters,
so is this the prophecy then? Okay, she's saying to let my departure become a path for others to follow. If I embrace that prophecy now and sink into the warmth of these waters.
will the wandering wind stop to mourn me? Cyphra?
Who? Oh, is that Cypher? I was like, who the fuck's Cyphera? Oh, yeah, it was Cypher's POV. It had to have been Cypher. Okay. A millennium ago at the Marmreal Market. El Gato.
Seamstress! I've come as promised. Look at this box full of gold and silver treasures. I bet there's stuff here you've never seen. Come on. As we agreed, I want to buy the most valuable clothes you have.
Small Cypher. Kitten.
Little thief. You've got some nerve, barging into my shop dressed in those tattered rags.
Yeah, Aglaya would say something like that. Look at the little coin, too. This is like the coin that has the smile that is on Cypher's character model around her neck. It's like a necklace or a coin or something. And look, she's got it here, but it's a different design. That's cute. And it's a frowny face. It's not smiling.
What have you brought? Let me see. Here, take a look. Only the finest goods. See the sapphire? It's even more blue than Fagusa's eyes.
Ooh.
Such exquisite luster. I've only seen an ocean's tear of this quality in my mother's treasury.
Wait. You've seen one before. And here I thought I'd leave you speechless. What a letdown.
Bummer.
It's just an old memory. My family estate all burned to ashes long ago. This workshop is what I built from scratch.
Wow, a daughter rebuilding her family business. How admirable. Enough with the jokes. At least you did get to enjoy those luxuries.
Mind your manners, Kitty. Tell me, Cyphra, where did you come from? And how did you acquire these treasures?
I won them fair and square in a bet. What? Do you doubt me? Speak up, seamstress. Give me a straight answer. Do you want these or not?
Strange. You're clearly lying to my face. But my golden thread doesn't tremble at all.
Oh!
That's because I'm not lying. I've been telling the truth from the start.
Is that so? The scars and the mud stains on your face tell another story.
Oh, come on. Can we just do business without all this chatter? Don't worry. I didn't leave any evidence, so no one will bother you.
How can I trust a word you say when you're so skilled at lying?
Dealing with you rich people is such a pain. Always wasting my time. Fine, if you don't want it. There are plenty of others who do.
Hold on.
Gamba.
Your treasure? I'll accept it. But these alone aren't enough to purchase the gold weaver's finest clothes. That said, I do have something that would suit you perfectly.
Oh. What do you have in mind?
Look. Come a bit closer.
Shoes! With wings on them, too. Like, Hermes! Hermes, that's the one.
Oh.
What's up, Bowie?
It's shimmering gold. Absolutely stunning.
These golden boots are the gold weaver's greatest treasures. Though not as valuable as the most precious gowns, they hold a magical power.
They're relics. They even have the speed main stat.
Legend has it that Zagreus blessed these boots, allowing anyone who wears them to move swiftly and silently. Put them on, Cyphra. And don't get caught again. A face as lovely as yours deserves better protection.
You rich folks just love sticking your noses in everything, don't you? Well, I'm taking these now, so don't get any second thoughts.
What's wrong?
Do you have a smaller size? These are way too big for me.
You'll grow into them!
Well, I suppose you'll have to grow into them.
Bart Roberts, my goat.
Do you have to interrupt me in the middle of my story? Fake? What's fake?
Those boots definitely don't hold Zagreus' divine power. You're Amphoreus' most cunning liar, and even you were fooled by a Glyad.
Watch your mouth, or I'll feed you to the fish in the River of Souls.
Oh, and this is, she's gonna go into the, but if people believe it to be true, then it becomes reality or whatever, right?
Weren't you curious how I got tangled up with that seamstress? Well, now you know. Satisfied?
I didn't expect such a simple story. How disappointing. But, boss lady, there's a chance Aglaia wasn't trying to trick you?
You're defending her.
No. I just think the story's so moving, it'd be a shame to ruin it with a lie. If I could cry, I'd be in tears right now.
Good thing you've still got a sharp tongue, or you'd have been stuck guarding someone's front door ages ago. Enough chit-chat. Let's take a look at this place. The city of Styxia. Look how beautiful she is. Let me take a good sniff of this air.
Sniffer!
This air, it's filled with the scent of treasure everywhere. Wonderful, just wonderful. Thanks to Castorus and Grey Mystery, the ancient city's barrier was finally dispelled. Now that I think about it, helping them was well worth it. Time for treasure hunting, Barto! Lead the way, and whatever we find, we'll split 80-20.
20 for me, 80 for you? I like her, got her VA popped off there.
Time for treasure hunting, Barto! Lead the way, and whatever we find, we'll split 80-20.
Well, I have a suggestion. How about 70-30 instead?
Listen closely. Do you hear that? The gnawfish in the River of Souls are growling with hunger.
80-20 it is. How generous you are, Boss Lady Cypher.
Anyway, what's with all this water? It's damp, cold, and miserable here. I hate it.
Ooh, the mighty demigod of trickery. Uneasy around water.
Cat don't like water.
You wouldn't understand. The people of Dolos are talented in many ways. Just, not in swimming. Why don't we have a race? Long distance, sprint, or laps? Take your pick.
What's got you so worked up? Relax. Who would have thought the fearless Lady Cypher was afraid of water?
Cats hate getting wet. What's so hard to understand about that?
Why does she sound like Jessie from Team Rocket there?
Cats hate getting wet. What's so hard to understand about that?
I cannot unhear Jessie from fucking Team Rocket. Oh my god.
Now, hurry up and figure out a way across, or I might have to reconsider our split.
Don't rush me. Let me take a look around. Got it. Let's use that thing. Come on, follow me, Boss Lady.
Boss Lady.
Not a good imitation.
Oh.
I'll play along. Let's see where this goes, Bartolos.
Wait, what's the imitation?
Tell me, how did you hunt for treasure when I wasn't around, Boss Lady?
Trying to trick me into saying something. Not a chance.
You're as sharp as ever.
Oh, they're not just here for treasure, are they? There's something else they're here for. Chat, what's a good time with side? Oh, we do Archer for sure. Hang on. Archer. Sponkle. Sponkle? W. Meow.
Cat and mouse time!
Run! Backflip! Time to see Archer destroy everything.
Ooh, interesting. Very interesting.
Was this device designed by priests of Ornyx? Do you think you can handle it?
Don't underestimate me, boss. Just find a cozy dry corner and wait for me. Mission accomplished. Now you don't have to worry about your tail getting wet.
Not bad, but just a warning. If this thing fails while we're halfway through the water...
Don't worry, trust me. For that sweet 20% cut of the loot, I'll make sure you're taken care of.
Sweet 20% of the... Boss is so smart. True.
Huh. This feels truly magical. When did you pick up this trick?
Self-taught. Oh, self-taught.
Wait, we're leaving Complainer behind. Complainer! Follow! Complainer! Oh, there he is. Complainer! Consumed. Complainer, come. Complainer! Oh my fucking god, he fucking did. Immortal Complainer now. Boss is so smart.
We're here. Can we turn off this spotlight now? It's really blinding.
No problem. Just use the device over there to shut it off.
Oh, we never read this. Return the rune to the base. After dropping Max and Phynon off at the Grove, Cypher rounded up the spirit thief, Bart Roberts, and returned to the Nether Shore for a bit of scavenging. All right, my guess is both Bart Roberts and Cypher are specifically looking for something else, and they're trying to scam each other out of whatever they're both looking for, but neither of them want each other to know like what they're actually after. That's I think what's going on here. Sniffer.
Gold coins, gems, and fine leather. It's so refreshing. The treasures in this ancient city are all floating back up thanks to Gray Mystery and that pink squirrel.
Mimi just sneezed somewhere. Pink squirrel.
Yes, right here. What are you waiting for? Start digging.
Roger that. Watch me.
Bart Roberts activated excavation mode, unearthing the treasure buried deep underground.
Wow! That's a huge chest. Move over. I want to open it myself. Wow, wow. A massive haul. Unbelievable. It's hard to imagine the kind of luxurious life the people of Styxia once led. As expected for a realm of Fagusa's disciples. This entire chest is filled with ornaments made from ocean's tears. Here, take this. See if it suits you.
Ooh, thanks for the gift, boss. Much appreciated. Look at the clarity of this purple crystal. It matches my skin tone perfectly. Oh, safer. You truly have the most refined taste of all thieves in Amphoreus. Let me try this on. Where is my treasure?
How long have we known each other? I can't believe you still fall for this.
This is... How could I have forgotten about this? I'll believe it as true, and a lie becomes reality. What a convenient ability.
The demigod of trickery's divine gift. Far more practical than any golden thread or teleporter. All right, enough fooling around. Here's the real thing. Lead the way.
10 stellar jades, take it or leave it.
Cypher finally pinpointed the next trove of treasure. Starting navigation. Boss lady, we're set to make a fortune this time. Got any plans on how to spend it?
Of course. Spend nothing. Have you forgotten my silly prophecy?
I remember, of course. Whoa! Isn't that like...
Uh-huh.
Isn't that the controller for the hand of Zagreus?
Wait a second.
Indeed it is.
This motherfucker said, "Isn't that my?"
This thing makes a racket that can be heard for miles. It's just too stupid.
If enough people believe it, lies become reality, huh? Yeah, yeah. And I guess we don't know if Cypher has undergone her trial of trickery or not yet. I don't know. Maybe Bart Roberts is like a fragment of the actual god or some shit. Because there's something weird going on with Bart that's not like fully revealed yet, but I don't know. He just said, "Isn't that my," as if it's his, because it's called the Hand of Zagreus. And he was like, I mean, isn't that the controller for the Hand of Zagreus? It's like, wait, what? Say that again? Don't overthink it. Yeah, I'm just gonna, I'll let it reveal itself whenever it does, because there's too little information to really go off of. But Bart Roberts, very sussy. Once activated, this thing makes a racket that can be heard for miles. Just too stupid. What was...
Seriously, what was the Titan thinking when they came up with this thing?
This is Cypher's... Interesting! Even Cypher seems to... It's definitely one of their tricks then. If enough people believe it, lies become reality, because then it's the lie becomes broken. If they speak the lie out loud. Okay.
Hey! If you don't want the trickery to be exposed, you'd better start by keeping your mouth shut. What do you say?
But lady, you're absolutely right. I'll be careful with my words.
If I believe I will win every 50-50, so it will become reality, right? Yep, which is why I'm about to win a 50-50 on a single poll on Hisalisalins right now, because I believe it's reality. Do you imagine?
This thing's way too loud when it's on. Let's not stir up more trouble, okay?
Keep going! You guys are crazy. You got enough for one more poll there? One poll on Hisalisalins. We're gonna win the 50-50 right here. And then I'm gonna have a crazy DOT team. Damn. Could you imagine though? Let it ride!
Around the river of souls. Spirit thief goes, spirit thief goes.
What are you even singing? You're totally out of tune.
El gato.
There's a big guy guarding this place.
Yeah, big and dumb. Just a pure lump of stupidity.
After dropping Max and finding off at the Grove, Cypher rounded up the Spirit Thief Bart Roberts and returned to the... Okay. That hasn't changed.
Look at its face. Oh my, how could something be so ugly?
Yeah, so ugly. Ugly enough to make even me, a little imp without a digestive system, feel nauseous.
He sounds like Gizmo from 2003 Teen Titans. I was hearing Chucky in some of the ways he pronounced some of the expressions. Chucky from Rugrats. Yeah. Yeah, so ugly enough to make even me, a little imp without a digestive system, feel nauseous.
If that ugly brute messes up my face, even the stoic Talantin might end up shedding a tear.
Indeed, that would be heartbreaking. Clearly running away is the sensible choice.
So, how about you take the front? I'll attack from the side.
Right. Fleeing fits a rogue nature. Huh?
Oh.
Unlimited.
Oh no, I got an auto.
Blade works.
Wait, no, don't kill.
You can't run.
Stop.
My strength isn't what it was.
Shit.
Mountains roar, dragons rise.
I'm trying to see some cipher animations, bro. Look at this shit. Goodness me, bro. I remember there was that, what was that event called where the baseballer, the raccoon baseballer event where you got to like try out a bunch of teams?
Time
that
is
was
money, you know. Wait any longer and you'll owe me interest.
That was the first event, I think, where I saw her animations because I got to play as a bunch of characters, and I was like, that chat, what the fuck is that emote combination? First time I saw these animations, I was like, holy moly, I might need to pull just for this. And then her gameplay gimmick is really interesting too, because you like literally, every time teammates attack, you stack up these coins and you let her rip on her ultimate, and it's basically a pocket nuke. Like, you can save the damage, and like even after she gets her ult, the number will keep going up, and the amount of damage her ult does is based off of how long you hold that, essentially, which is interesting. All right, I'm done, sorry.
Come to me. Found me.
Such an ugly and useless creature, taken down with just a couple of hits. How boring. Hey, Bartolos, are you still alive? Give us a squeak if you are.
Bro's dead.
Squeak!
Look at you, all shaken up. Can't handle even this bit of action. It should be safe here now. Get to work.
Aye, boss lady Cypher.
Bart Roberts activated excavation mode, unearthing the treasure buried deep underground. Excavation mode. Sniffa!
It doesn't smell like anything valuable this time. Since we've already dug it up, let's open it and see. Huh. Is this?
The Journal of a Styxian Refugee. Month of balance. Day. 3 more neighboring households moved away today. The tide has risen higher than ever before, already reaching the 5th step of the stone stairway on our residence. The priests insist it's merely a seasonal high tide that will soon recede, but having lived in Styxia for 30 years, I've never witnessed water levels like this. Lindro from the harbor went fishing 3 days ago and reported that the seawater had become unusually turbid. Appearing as if mixed with ink, beneath the surface he glimpsed strange shadows, not human in form yet possessing distinct outlines. After returning, he developed a high fever and has remained bedridden ever since. Month of balance, day. The city's feasts have grown increasingly frenzied. Grand celebrations that once occurred only during the month of joy now happen almost daily. As the Andros family banquet last night, I witnessed 2 normally well-mannered women treading grapes barefoot, emitting strange laughter, and then directly drinking the dirt-laden juice. Ew. They claim to be mimicking Fagosa's ritual ceremonies, though I've never heard of such an absurd form of worship. Price at the market has risen by 30%. The Honeybrew merchant reports that the brewing process has become exponentially difficult lately. The yeast cultures mysteriously rot. Only by distilling with seawater collected directly from the harbor can they produce proper wine. Fortunately, our Doris is clear-minded enough to advise us to minimize our consumption of the city's water and wine. Month of Everday. Day. Last night, strange music emanated from the harbor. It wasn't produced by an instrument, but seemed to rise from the ocean depths. The low, haunting melody sounded as if it were telling an ancient tale, compelling people to approach the shore. Several neighbors' children sleepwalked to the dock last night. They claimed to have seen the goddess in the water performing and wanted to get closer. Hissalisalins! The priests have forbidden all forms of musical performance and deployed soldiers to patrol the docks. For some reason, I can't shake the feeling that they're acting from fear rather than a genuine desire to protect us. Month of Everday. Day. Today, I met Nora, the cloth merchant at the market. She revealed that the situation in the district was far more dire than we had ever imagined. The spirit water pool in Phagos's temple suddenly dried up 3 days ago, and despite their best efforts, the priests cannot replenish it. More alarming still, strange cracks have appeared on the wall behind the deity statue, forming patterns or scripts that no one can decipher. Nora has also shared a peculiar rumor. Some claim to have seen in their dreams a woman playing a lyre, draped in black veils with eyes gleaming like seawater. The allegedly told dreamers that Styxia would soon face a great transformation, and only those who hear her voice will be saved. Some city residents have begun referring to her as the prophetic sea musician. Despite the priest's determined efforts to suppress such rumors. Month of Freedom. Day. Yeehaw! We finally decided to evacuate with our entire family. The seawater has reached the highest watermark at the dock, yet some remain oblivious, still immersed in the endless revelry. Our family and neighboring Mylon household have decided to journey to Akama together. Reportedly, the world-bearing Titan's protection extends there, and the tides of darkness have not yet invaded those lands. We plan to slip away quietly tonight from the northern dock exit. We pray that Phagosa gives us safe passage. Month of Freedom. Day. We've been traveling for 3 days now. Last night, the Mylon family's youngest child suddenly developed a high fever, continuously muttering strange phrases that resembled an ancient ballad. His father decided to take him back to the city for medical treatment, though we all know there is little hope that can be found there. This morning, looking back at Styxia from the hillside, I was horrified to discover the entire city enveloped in a strange aura, with seawater shimmering with an unnatural blue radiance in the sunlight. From a distance, those magnificent buildings seemed to twist and distort in the water as if they were merely illusions. Month of Weaving. Day. We encountered several other fleeing townspeople. They brought even more horrifying news. The seawater in Styxia has begun displaying strange colors and textures, sometimes thick as honey, others solid as glass. Those who remained in the city have begun undergoing bizarre transformations. Redacted. Even more disturbing in that at night, the entire city bathes in an indescribable glow, as if enveloped by some gigantic amniotic membrane. They say that this is Phagosa's punishment, but I can't help but wonder, is this the Titan's wrath, or some power even greater than the Titan's work? We've decided to continue northward at Akama. Along the way, we've heard rumors of someone named... Oh, it's the Black Tide, isn't it? I was trying to figure out what the fuck's going on. It's gotta be the Black Tide, huh? This is like the beginning of the Black Tide. We've decided to continue northward from Akama. Along the way, we heard rumors of someone named who can supposedly appease Phagosa's wrath, but these are merely legends fabricated by desperate people. We common folk can only rely on our own feet to flee this disaster. Month of Weaving. Day. Tonight, after the children fell asleep, I secretly examined a small vial of seawater I brought from the city. It was the last drop collected from the spirit water pool in Phagosa's temple before we left. In the moonlight, it displays a strange shimmer, as if something moves within it, unlike any ordinary water. By chance, I discovered that gently tapping the vial with my fingertip produces a peculiar sound, like a distant lyre, notes echoing. At the moment, I seemed to glimpse a mysterious woman standing upon the sea surface, sorrowfully playing a melody that no one could understand. I don't know if this was an illusion or reality, but if such a being truly exists, one who can hear the sorrows of the Styxians, then as we embark on this uncertain journey, please grant us a flicker of hope, even if it's merely a beautiful dream. Sunday. Akama is now within reach. Taking one final glance back at my homeland, the beautiful scenery of this old is nowhere to be seen. Only distorted masses of light and shadow undulating on the sea level, resembling foam heaped by waves before dawn, dissolving one by one to gradually reveal its cold and true nature.
Ooh, this looks tragic. Do you think they made it to Akuma?
Probably not. I've never seen or heard of anyone from Styxia and Akuma. At least Dolos still has me left. Guess this city wasn't so lucky. Huh. It does seem unfair, doesn't it? Just because they were born in the wrong place, they had to face such devastation. Meanwhile, those in Akuma, simply because they're supported by the world-bearing Titan, continue to survive.
Ooh!
Yeah, the world just isn't fair, is it? Speaking of the world-bearing Titan, Cypher, didn't you tell me once you used to be an apprentice at Kefali's priestly court?
Huh. Did I?
Yeah, you definitely told me, and I remember it clearly. Maybe it's been so long your memory's gotten a little fuzzy.
Ah, right. I did tell you. It wasn't a big deal. I just snuck in with a bunch of mumbling priests and watched them do their spooky rituals around some glowing rock.
What?
Honestly, I was only interested in the wallets of the old grandpas on the council back then. Don't remember much else. It's been what, nearly 1,000 years?
Cap, bro, what? Nah, that's cap. What the fuck?
Oh, I see. But you in a priest robe? No, that's hard to picture.
Hag confirmed, 1,000 years. She's talking about the glowing rock. That's the in the box. That's the the core flame. The core flame of Kefali. What the fuck did you do? This is all cap, bro. No way.
Ah, right. I did tell you. It wasn't a big deal. I just snuck in with a bunch of mumbling priests and watched them do their spooky rituals around some glowing rock.
She snagged that shit, bro.
Honestly, I was only interested in the wallets of the old grandpas on the council back then.
Cap!
Don't remember much else. It's been what, nearly 1,000 years?
What would be the greatest trick the trickery god could pull, bro? They snagged that shit, I think. No way. Oh.
Who asked you to picture that? Besides, priest robes from 1,000 years ago were nothing like the ones today.
Rick, what was that emote? Caster Cook. Could you imagine if they forgot about it though? The trickery titan snagged it and like replaced it with a fake, but like completely forgot about it because it was 1,000 years ago. It's fucking buried somewhere. That'd be fucking funny.
Right. I didn't think about that.
It's like the fucking, you know, the squirrels or the chipmunks that like bury their nuts somewhere and then they forget about it. Can you help me find my nuts? Yeah.
Curious if you ever overheard anything interesting from those priests.
Did you ever hear anything interesting from the priests?
How ridiculous. Come on, let's head to the next spot.
Nah, Cypher, I think they both know. I think they're capping. They're trying to uphold the lie or whatever.
Where did this roadblock come from?
Ugh, this is so annoying. The treasure is right in front of us.
Oh dear, we're stuck here. But I have a plan. Should we call on that big, noisy, cumbersome hand of Xandrith?
Never thought that thing would actually come in handy. All right. Do you want to handle it?
Get it? Actually, I never thought the hand would come in handy. Do you want to handle it? Sorry.
Leave it to me, boss. I don't need a controller. After all, you know,
And this thing don't need to cut. Dude, this is like either... I don't think it's Zagreus, because that wouldn't make sense if Cypher is the demigod, right? Or maybe that's the trick, but at the very least it has like Zagreus's authority or something. What if the trick is that Cypher is like the real Zagreus and this thing is the fucking... Bart Roberts is the fucking, Bart Roberts is the what's it called? Chrysos heir? That'd be funny. Alright, what are we doing? Clear the obstacle using the Hand of Zagreus.
Hand of Zagreus, my darling, activate!
Wow! My darling hand, activate. Boom!
Looks like a charm.
Not bad. However, I still don't see how this ties into trickery.
Let's go to the next room!
Hey, slow down! That question you asked me earlier. I think I just remembered something.
What did I ask?
This is what... Doesn't he sound like Chucky from, Rugrats?
What did I ask?
What did I ask? It sounds like Chucky from Rugrats.
You know, that question. The one you specifically asked me. Right after we dug up the second chest.
Forgive me, boss lady, but have you been under a lot of stress lately? I didn't ask anything. You must have imagined it.
We're hitting a lag spike if anyone's lagging. That's on my end. Sorry. I don't know why. Why my ISP? Why do you do this to me? I think we're good. It was a mini F. Mini F in the chat. All right. What's he saying?
Forgive me, boss lady, but have you been under a lot of stress lately? I didn't ask anything. You must have imagined it.
Oh. Is that so? Maybe you're right. I have been a little on edge lately. I need to relax. All right, let's move on to the next treasure trove.
Treasure, let's go!
Was the Bart Roberts asked Cypher if they remember if the elders said anything, I think.
Twinkle, twinkle in my chest, how this core flame is the best.
Wait.
Wow, when it comes to singing, I still sound better than you, boss.
Not a good sign.
Is that what they're here looking for?
All time and space on the journey of flame chase.
Cinema. That's amazing. Is that what they're looking for? Did they hid the fucking core flame here? Is that what it is? That little twinkle twinkle just kind of gave it away, I think. Sniffer!
This scent feels like something incredible is buried here.
Incredible indeed! If even Boss Lady says so, how could I not be excited?
Do I need to give instructions here? Get digging.
Bart Roberts activates excavation. I love how there's an excavation mode. That's so funny. Uncovering something hidden beneath the earth. Puzzle time.
Oh, isn't this a golden scapegoat? Interesting. Looks like whoever buried this treasure wanted to play a little game with us.
Oh, isn't there a myth about this thing? Those who feared fire became sheep. Those who did not became human.
Sheep, humans, whatever. All I know is unlocking this gets us treasure. Here, this honor's all yours.
Wait, what? Golden Scapegoat, interesting. Look like whoever buried this treasure wanted to play a little game. Oh, isn't there a myth about this thing? Those who feared fire became sheep. Those who did not became human?
Puzzles and tricks are right up my alley. Just leave it to little old me.
Little old me. Puzzle time. Oh god. Oh, this is easy.
Told you, nothing can stop me. Cypher, it's your turn now.
Stop! Stay there, and don't turn around.
Monka! Can I get a Monka in the chat?
Huh? What do you mean?
You turned around!
I told you, don't move.
Did Bart steal something?
My poor
Oh.
old back. What are you doing?
Shh, quiet. Don't say anything unnecessary.
Oh, we're being spied on. Oh, this is so interesting. Cypher's playing the game of the power that was described to us of if anyone finds out the truth, the lie is revealed, and thus the lie is no longer reality. And so Cypher has been very careful this entire time, making sure that even if it was just the two of them, there is the possibility of someone listening. And so if anyone was listening, it would fuck up the entire thing. And that's why Cypher's on edge right now.
That seamstress. She's listening.
What? Boss, do you mean?
Stay put and keep quiet. I'll handle her. Whoa, whoa. Seamstress. Getting sneaky, aren't we? Did you think I wouldn't notice your little spies lurking around me?
As time passes, I find myself leaning more and more on blind luck.
Ooh, character development?
With only the power of this little nymph. Naturally, I couldn't slip past your sharp eyes, Cypher.
Even if you could fully control Bartolos's mind, I would still be able to see through your disguise. Aglaya. You've gone to such lengths to spy on my every move. What exactly are you after? I've told you before, you don't need me to succeed. Why don't you just let this go? I already made an exception and got involved with Castorus and Grey Mystery. Asking for more now. Isn't that pushing your luck a bit too far?
I'm sorry, Cypher. I've plotted and schemed my whole life. But I never could have predicted our relationship would end up like this. I've spent centuries trying to figure out where I went wrong, replaying every moment over and over. But you've never given me a chance to explain myself, face to face.
Don't talk to me like that. You know I can't take it.
1,000 years ago, out of foolishness, I let my silence steal away the most beautiful sound I'd ever known.
Ice humans.
The sound from the note.
So this time, I must say this to you, even if it's all in vain. I need you, Cypher. The Chrysos Heir's mission needs you. The finale I've delayed for far too long. It's finally here. Whatever resentment you still hold against me will fade once I'm gone. Please, come back to Akama. I'm begging you. Without you, they don't stand a chance.
I'll think about it, seamstress. But stop watching me. Unless you want to lose me for good.
Don't worry. As much as I'd love to hear your voice again, to see your face, it seems that chance will never come. Goodbye, Cyphera.
Goodbye, Aglaya.
Dub!
What a shame. I thought there'd be some real treasure under that goat's head.
Turns out, everything in that chest was soaked in water from the River of Souls. Nothing valuable left. Those relics were once priceless. But time has eroded away all that they once were.
Wait, so it's not... I'm confused. I kind of thought what they were getting at through this whole thing was that there's the whole thing of lies become reality when everyone believes them, and it was... I mean, you guys got what I was getting at there, I think. And then by the time she started saying the twinkle twinkle, because of the previous dialogue that said that she had once snuck into the snuck into the Council of Elders in that main area that we were at in 3.2, in the middle of the dome, there's a square box, and inside of it is the core flame of Kefali. And I assume that the dialogue was kind of alluding to the fact that she took it, and I assume she stored it maybe she did forget where she buried it. It was 1,000 years ago. It sounds like they were coming back here to make sure it was still here or something, and then they couldn't find it. Or they did find it, and they're just being more careful with their dialogue. I'm not sure.
Aww, hearing that from you makes it sound so sad.
She's talking about her own core flame of trickery, maybe? Is it not inside of her? Or maybe she got rid of it.
Wait, why am I getting all sentimental? I haven't even processed what just happened. That horrible woman. When did she... Oh!
If you see her, let her know this. As demigods, we can't avoid our duties forever.
Could it have been back then
When she snuck the bug on you?
Do you remember now? Looks like you don't need me to jog your memory. She must have slipped that nymph into your pocket while you were distracted. Don't underestimate that bug. It's every bit as dangerous as the seamstress's golden thread. Let your guard down for even a second, and it might take over. Make you spill secrets you'd never share otherwise.
Monka.
Whoa, that's like some brainwashing monster straight out of the Black Tide. Creepy.
Aglaya is a brainwashing monster straight out of the Black Tide, confirmed.
Boss, how did you realize something was wrong? I'm curious. What exactly did that nymph make me say?
Huh. Actually, it gave itself away very early on.
Speaking of the world-bearing titan, Cypher, didn't you tell me once you used to be an apprentice at Kefali's priestly court?
We've been partners in crime for 1,000 years. We've talked about everything there is to talk about. Except for that one experience at Dawncloud. I never told you about that. Absolutely wouldn't have shared that with anyone.
Ooh, that is it. That's the lie that no one knows the truth of.
But, boss lady, there's a chance Aglaya wasn't trying to trick you?
And as far as I know, the embodiment of trickery despises that golden thread which forces people to speak the truth. You'd never defend Aglaya. Isn't that right, Zagreus?
Oh! Wait, so is it the actual god or like a fragment? That doesn't make sense to me.
You have a terrifyingly sharp mind.
After all, I'm the only one in the world who knows you're still alive. To make sure you survive the Titan trial, I had to fool the entire world.
To make sure you survived the Titan trial, I had to fool the whole world. What the fuck? Wait, so is this the Chrysos heir?
If you want to keep that lie from falling apart, you'd better keep playing your part in the days ahead.
Even if it weren't for saving my worthless little life, I'd still walk through fire for Cypher without hesitation.
Without hesitation.
You may have been reduced to this form, but you still haven't lost your way with words.
Okay. So it is some kind of like reduced form that I was like, this is not like, I mean, obviously it's the trickery Titan, so it's trying to fool everyone, but simultaneously I'm like, this is not the divine form of a fucking god, dog.
Speaking of which, Cypher, you're not taking that wicked woman's words to heart, are you? Life's been pretty great lately. Why get into trouble now? Don't you think?
Honestly, I've been thinking. Maybe a trip back now wouldn't be too bad.
Oh!
You're back again,
Cyphera, your face.
Cut! Golden blood!
I need clothes. Anything. Just throw me something. A piece of cloth will do. Just enough to cover the wounds. I will pay back the amount I owe. I promise.
You're bleeding golden blood.
Yes, what about it? So what if I'm one of those Chrysos heirs they talk about? Those infinitely strong heroes, world-renowned swordsmen, exceptionally intelligent scholars.
Wow, sounds like you really look up to him.
Cyphera.
Oh, I'm sorry to disappoint. Who knew that group of amazing people would include me? A pauper, thief, con artist. Maybe I should just make another cut to drain all this yellow stuff out of me and...
Stop it, Cyphera. I'll give you clothes, warm you up, and stay here. Stay in my workshop until you're healed. Aren't you going to ask me how I got these wounds? Right. What's the use? I'm so good at lying. Even your golden thread can be fooled. If you can't verify the truth, why bother asking at all? I don't need to ask. Nor do I need to use the golden thread. I know everything you do is for survival, at all costs. Stay here. You won't have to deal with the cold or go hungry again. Stay by my side, then you can start putting yourself back together.
Aren't you worried I'll ruin this place's reputation?
Or that I might sneak off with your precious clothes and sell them? I wouldn't have invited you if I were worried about those things.
You're weird, seamstress.
You know, they say a child who often lies remains a liar for life.
I've tried not to become a liar, but honestly, it's just too hard. I'm close to giving up. What makes you think I won't disappoint you?
Because I can feel it. Not with the power of a demigod, but with the heart that beats in my chest. You love this place. That's why you keep coming by, but
also why you hesitate to stay longer. You worry you'll tarnish the Gold Weaver name. After taking over Nestia's divine authority, I became used to letting the golden thread distinguish sincerity from falsehood. However, the mission I need to complete requires me to learn to trust and rely on my heart. Cyphera, you're an honest thing I've given to this world. And also a challenge the world has given to me. Stay here with me. You have a beautiful face that deserves better than to be covered in scars and grime.
You've got a way of talking that's hard to follow. All right, let's make it a deal. You have 1 day to change your mind. Once the action hour passes, there's no turning back.
Next, please. I'm biting my tongue as hard as I can, all right? It's hard. It's hard. All right, we're back to Don Hung. Don Hung's about to kick some ass. Bro, last time we saw Don Hung here, he said, call an ambulance, but not for me.
Are not responding to provocations, nor do they seem intent on fighting. What exactly are they waiting for?
Pressure. Fear. Planting seeds of anxiety. It seems this is the strategy they've chosen.
An organization that sees it as their mission to eradicate the Chrysos heirs. I've read some chilling accounts. Stories of the cleaners using alchemical arts to implant fragments of memories into their successors, ensuring both identity and hatred live on.
From what I know, these stories are true. The kindness we know today, strictly speaking, is the 27th kindness.
What the hell? And so wait, what? The cleaners are just a long living grudge then, or what? Like, I'm trying to figure out like why exactly, like what's their end goal? Like what's their ideology? Is it just the grudge from back in the Dark Ages or whatever that they talked about? Because personally, I believe them when they say that there were like previous Chrysos heirs that were using their power for like selfish desires. Like that would not surprise me if before they had like an organized Chrysos heir organization like what Aglaya has, like there might have been people that just were born with golden blood that had powers that were just off doing whatever the fuck they wanted. But so is that just that they just have a long fucking 27 generation long grudge? That's crazy. Generational hatred.
Objectively, the rise of the cleaners was both inevitable and necessary. Yet their ruthless and twisted methods earned them nothing but disdain and condemnation from history.
Would compare them to Darnik from Fate Apocrypha or Zokin. Fucking Zokin. Generational haters.
And still they endure. An organization persisting through time, now working tirelessly to obstruct the flame chase. Are they truly so terrified of the Aranova the Chrysos heirs strive for?
Even in these crumbling end times, there are always those who find ways to profit from the chaos. To ask the vested interests to abandon their status, wealth, and ambitions in this world for a distant ideal may be no easier than creating a miracle.
It's like telling rich people that they can help by not flying on private jets to cut down on carbon emissions.
I wonder where he is now. If they're targeting me, he definitely won't escape their notice either. I hope all is well.
Oh my god!
Is that Lord Krateros?
There you are, Lord Don Hung.
Boy!
We couldn't reach you on the teleslate, so the Holy City Guard almost assumed you two had met some terrible fate. You pests crawling in the shadows, back off. Your plot ends here.
My goat.
You played your hand. Run while you still can. It might be your only chance to survive. Stay away from Akama forever. If you set foot there again, the fury of its people will tear you apart. Because Aglaya is dead, and in the eyes of the Holy City citizens, her blood is on your hands.
Wait, is she actually dead? We didn't get... Was she killed off screen? There's no way. Is she dead?
Looks like she was wrong about you.
She? Are you talking about the mastermind behind all of this?
Canis.
Well, she thought you were weak. She believed that even when you were facing the evil that you claimed to oppose, you'd hesitate to strike.
Misinterpreting mercy for weakness shows how arrogant and foolish your master is. They're still alive. With proper care, they'll pull through in a few days.
Go, fine on.
But I must warn you. I haven't fought a human in ages. I can't guarantee I'll always be able to hold back. They're lucky they're still alive.
It's true. He's been practicing with my day by taking his fists. Y'all remember that?
If you feel as lucky as they are, try me.
Bro, you sound so cool. Bro, you sound kind of scary.
Finon is seriously upset.
Get out of here. Don't show your face around us again. If your master wants to stop the Flame Chase journey, she'd better bring an army that makes Kremnos at its peak look like child's play.
I've said it more than once, Lord Finon. We're not here to start a fight. We came only to ensure you weren't anywhere else.
No way!
While you were unaware, we already accomplished our mission. To buy time. So, Lord Finon, until next time.
There's no word for dead in the Kremnoan language.
Are you okay?
I'm fine. Anyone who uses innocent lives as bargaining chips has gone too far.
But they were after the Chrysos heirs. Do they think they have a chance?
I guess the opposition within the Council of Elders is still desperately fighting to obstruct the Flame Chase.
No.
If the conspiracy is exposed, they'll be hunted down in the Holy City like rats with nowhere to run, no matter where they hide. My teleslate.
It's called a phone. Group message. Global announcement due to force... What is that word, chat? Manure. The World Wide Web operations will be temporarily suspended by the garment maker. Oh, please stay calm and remain in your homes. What's going on? Message failed to send. The whitelist protocol loaded. You are currently not in the service area. Please try again. Local golden thread enabled for emergency internal communication only. Lady Goldweaver deceased. Please return to the Holy City at once. I know it's hard to believe, but please come back soon. On my way. She's dead? I don't believe it until I see a body, bruh.
Aglaya, is this blasted? Those guys.
It must be a lie. Was it those guys doing?
I've heard from more than one person. It doesn't seem like a joke. Stay calm. This could just be one of her schemes. I won't believe it until I see it for myself.
That's what I'm saying. I ain't celebrating early.
Finon. What should we do now?
Stay on course. I'll contact Treeby and ask her to keep the citizens calm. We'll hurry back to Akama as fast as possible and assess the situation in the city. If we run into any enemies along the way,
I won't be merciful this time.
Finon is got me bricked up the way he talking, bro. Chad!
Cartonis.
Chad Tonus. What? The bug.
Oh, you're forging a sword for Finon, aren't you? I haven't seen you wield the hammer in so long. I couldn't help but be entranced by the sight.
You, Aglaia.
Smash the bug!
In this form, you come to me. It means...
That's right. At this moment, my physical form is already shattered. My journey as a human in this world has come to an end. It's time to fulfill our pact.
Of course. The pact I haven't forgotten.
The thing I entrusted to you, do you still have it?
Far too plain this vessel is. Not worthy of you. Do you still insist?
They had a plan for what? The thing I entrusted to you, do you still have it?
I insist. Over the past 1,000 years, every piece of fabric I've worked with has been tainted by my cold divinity. It's made me hate their colors, texture, and scent. This ornament stands apart. It was a gift from a child.
Ah.
She was pure and kind. I often wished my childhood could have been like hers.
How to say goodbye to everyone? Have you already planned?
I'm afraid there's no such detailed plan at this time. I deeply regret not being able to say farewell to them, one by one. The moment has come. My departure will give them one less thing to worry about. This parting gift should help ease the regret of such a sudden goodbye.
Invented for the Titans, Kremnos' soul-forging technology was. Though divinity it retains, filtered out, the remnants of humanity will be. Is that what you want, Aglaia?
You've confirmed this with me repeatedly. Yes, Cartonis. I need you to do this for me. Condense my divinity into this ornament.
Ah.
It might still be useful in the future to help them complete their mission.
Selfless until the end. Envy that child, there's no need to. Already lived a grand life your humanity has.
Your praise puts my heart at ease, Grand Craftsman. Now, please, take me through the last tempering that fate has to offer.
The city is silent, and tension is building with every passing second.
Damn, everyone's phones went down and they all got depressed.
The news is probably spread by now. Every household is locked up tight, and all the market stalls have closed down temporarily.
She really was taken by the cleaners. Something about this feels like a scheme.
I hope so. I just can't believe she'd be taken down by a handful of assassins. If this is all part of a larger plan, Treby must know something. She just couldn't say it in the message. Let's go find her.
If my phone was bricked, I'd riot in the streets. POV switched. Is this what we read? Yeah, this is what we read with. It's just giving me the note from the Cypher POV. Mimi! Why does the market look so emptied out? As if anyone's keeping shop nowadays. Rough expedition, eh? Whoa, is there some glitching going on this? You see that? Uh-oh. The black tide's not the threat, it's the people! Heroes, our hearts bleed with yours. The murderer, the Council of Elders, obviously. Evil monsters, power-crazed lapdogs! Kratos brought word of Aglaya's death, and the garment maker's message that followed confirmed it. I was stunned. After shaking off the cleaners, I returned to Akama at once. Upon reuniting with Max, I sought out our companions to learn what had happened. Oh, this is Dan Heng.
Came back before us. Well, maybe he's heard something.
You're back. How's everything? No injuries, I hope?
Don't worry. The cleaners didn't lay a hand on us. Lord Kratos, were you in the city when it happened? What exactly went down?
Regrettably, no one knows the details of that moment. Eyewitnesses only saw...
It's fine. Just tell me.
Eyewitnesses at the Memorial Palace saw Aglaya fall from the Chrysos airbath.
So is she dead or what?
Oh, God.
She showed no signs of life by the time the Holy City guards approached to check. They were too afraid to jump to conclusions. After all, she was a demigod who lived for over 1,000 years, the leader of the Chrysos heirs. Most citizens of the city believed that death couldn't touch her. She was pierced through the heart by a uniquely crafted dagger. I saw it for myself. It's one of the weapons carried by the cleaners.
So was she really assassinated?
No, that doesn't make sense. The ones who appeared in the grove and those who confronted Dan Heng in the Abyss didn't immediately resort to violence. They were just watching and trying to intimidate. They didn't have any reason nor the courage to attack Aglaya. Perhaps...
Speculating blindly won't help. Let's go find Lady Treby, as she understands Aglaya's mind best.
I'll stay here to lead the guards and maintain order. Find out what happened, but don't take too long. With Aglaya gone, someone has to take her place and lead Akama. Also, Miss Hyacinth was the one who declared Aglaya dead. You might want to speak with her.
Hyacinth declared her dead?
Thank you, Lord.
Wait, hold on. Where's Hyacinth? Kratos!
I'll stay here to lead the guards and maintain order. Find out what happened, but don't take too long. Also, Miss Hyacinth was the one.
Okay. Into the Chrysos says, Kratos brought word of Aglaya's death, and the garment maker's message that followed confirmed it. I was stunned. Okay, this is the same thing I just read.
The baths are empty.
No citizen feels like bathing after hearing such terrible news.
It's like the first time we were here, fighting, the Shell and Nikador. There's people up here. Are these the Kremnoans? Heroes, you're back! Hi. Lady Hyacinth's been staying above. No one's bathing, so they're all stinky now?
Hyacinth.
That guy was playing on his phone.
Back.
We heard from Kratos. Are you alright?
I'm fine. I've been staying close to Lady Treby and Lady Trinan after the incident. It's great that you could come back so quickly. They need someone with them now.
You witnessed Aglaya?
Yes, we witnessed her final moments. I tried to treat her immediately, but even the sky's blessings, declaring her death was the hardest thing I've ever had to do as a doctor.
So she is dead.
Lord Finan, don't push yourself. You're carrying a heavier burden now. Please, don't fall.
It's fine. I can handle it. What I've lost is a mentor and a comrade in arms. But for Treeby and Trinan, they've lost a 1,000-year-old bond. Like they're losing a part of their lives.
Okay, let's go talk to Tribby then, and surely Tribby is like, nah, she planned to resurrect herself with that bracelet or some shit.
You should rest, Hyacin. You've been awake for a long time, haven't you? We'll handle things from here.
Okay. See you later, everyone.
See you tomorrow.
Next, we should visit Lady Treeby.
Max is in legit denial. Max is coping for Aglaya. Maybe he loves her. I just don't want to celebrate too early. I would hate to celebrate and see her come back. Come on now. We gotta find Tribby. Surely Tribby knows something about a plan. I just can't wait to celebrate her life. Exactly. Like, she lived such a beautiful, long life. Tribby, Trinon, you know about some resurrection technique?
Snowy. Little Gray. You're back.
Lady Treeby,
Snowy, don't. Please don't apologize to us. You went to the Grove to prepare yourself for the threats to Akama. You didn't do anything wrong, so don't be hard on yourself. We were always by Aggie's side throughout this long journey, so we understood her thoughts better than anyone.
Masked Elephant, I don't know what you're talking about, dude.
She knew she wouldn't see the end of the Flame Chase journey, yet she gave everything without hesitation. For the future of everyone.
So when's the funeral?
I know what Aglaya expected of me. Right now, the last thing Akama needs is a leader wallowing in self-pity.
It's true. Finon, you gotta move on. You gotta be the leader now. We can't focus on the past.
The scroll over there was entrusted to us by Aggie. She instructed us to hand it over to you when the time was right. I think now's the right time.
Nameless recollection. Optional, review the memory. Oh. Aggie, so you really don't have time? You really don't have to take the medicine anymore? No need, teacher. Medicine can only steady my flesh, but it cannot stop the decay of my soul. I've already borrowed too much time from this world, and now that time is up. Now is the best time for my exit. Please don't cry on my account, teacher. I have a final selfish request. Can you lend me an ear? Aggie, go ahead. We will definitely fulfill it for you. I wish for my death to be quiet and gentle. I hope that my lifeless body will not be exposed to the eyes of the public. That's why she got off-screened? Teacher, I have faced too many changes in my lifetime, but in the pursuit of one thing alone, I have remained unchanged for 1,000 years. It's beauty, isn't it? Huh? That's right, teacher. Beauty. Aggie, do you think Snowy is ready? 1,000 years ago, when I took up the core flame of Nestia, do you think I was ready then, teacher? Born into this era, we had no choice but to grow amidst the raging waves, not set sail after everything was prepared. Phynon, he will understand. He will grasp the duty I've left for him. He is mature enough now, no longer blinded by anger or hatred. Beauty Argenti reference? So we think she's dead, chat? Yay or nay? Yay or nay, chat? She said she wanted a quiet or she didn't want anyone, I don't know. I wish for my death to be quiet and gentle. I hope that my lifeless body will not be exposed to the eyes of the public. I haven't seen no body, that's what I'm saying, dude. When is the off-screen death ever real? That's what I'm thinking, bruh.
Phynon, my humble student, my trusted colleague.
Ooh, pretty music.
As I write this, you are locked in a battle of words with the Council of Elders, fighting for the survival of the Flame Chase journey on a battlefield where the smoke of war is invisible. I deeply regret and
she's
feel
there!
guilty for hastily pushing you and the Trailblazer into the debate. But please forgive me. At that moment, I could not afford to show any sign of weakness before you, as it would have crushed your morale. I considered the debate a routine affair, assuming I could win merely with the support and experience we'd accumulated over centuries. But I underestimated kindness and her party's cunning, and also the deterioration of my own senses. The trap was likely set by the debater Calictus. He had prepared a severed golden thread in advance, revealing it to the public when kindness was faltering in the debate. He claimed I was reading everyone's thoughts with the golden thread to cheat in the debate. I could have countered that low tactic in 100 ways, but my words slipped out before I could even think about them. With deceitful scoundrels like you in the crowd, I have no choice but to rely on the golden thread to keep watch over everything in this holy city. You can imagine the reaction that comment provoked. At that moment, I felt my time was running short. The divinity in this body might be eternal, but that is not the essence of me. I am a daughter of humanity, born of my mother, and I will die as a human. Realizing that my humanity was fading, I began to plan my exit. What kind of departure would not waste such a belated death? I have yet to find the ideal answer, but I knew I couldn't simply fade away in my sleep like anyone else. The serpents have always lurked in the darkness, terrified of their heads being cut off by the golden thread. If my departure were to be calm and uneventful, it would only lead to a swarm of those serpents emerging from their nests. Regrettably, a peaceful death is a luxury I cannot afford.
Her death was to specifically get everyone against the cleaners and the Elder Council for good, too, it sounds like, because they were still divided. Half the city, half the votes were for the Elders and half the votes for the Flame Chase, by essentially having them kill her. I don't know if she's actually dead or not. Her consciousness is in like a bracelet or some shit now. By essentially having the cleaners kill her, she could effectively turn the entire city against the elders.
I must feign weakness, deliberately, to make those serpents lose patience and act rashly. Just as they think they've struck and sunk their fangs into my heels, that's when I'll strike back, igniting the final blaze to burn away the threats hidden in the shadows. The blaze soaring into the sky might sow fear and confusion, but I have no worries about people losing their way. After all, Akima still has you to guide them, Finan. You're not perfect, Finan. I've witnessed your confusion, recklessness, and deep sensitivity, dawn after dawn. The heavy burdens of your past have always weighed you down, inflicting deep pain. Yet, in your way, you are perfect. You embrace everyone's imperfections, always ready to find the precious qualities hidden beneath their rough exteriors. Unconditionally. That might be what sets our Sky Father Kefili apart from other deities. They recognize the imperfections in their creations, yet still choose to shine their light on them, offering protection with unconditional love.
What?
Finan, while you zealously pursued strife, believing it to be your destined path, from the very beginning, my thoughts have never changed. You are the destined world-bearer of Amphoreus, the gate to Amphoreus' future. Go, complete the flame-chase journey of the prophecy, ignite the stars, and inspire hope in the hearts of humanity. I will be waiting at the end of the West Wind, looking forward to the miracle you will create.
Don't wait up.
Aglaya, how could I possibly be worthy of the burning torch you've passed into my hands? Dalang, can you do me a favor?
Whatever I can help with, just say the word.
Please deliver a message to Lord Krateros. Have him gather the Holy City guards and the Kremnoans to spread the word from door to door. At the lucid hour tomorrow, Finan will speak at the Marmorial Palace. Urge everyone who has concerns about the Holy City's future and the Flame Chase journey to attend this gathering. Tell them Aglaya has left Amphoreus the seeds of hope.
Understood.
Thank you. It's been a harrowing day for everyone. Please make sure to rest well and collect your thoughts. I need to prepare.
Krateros! Finan! Cartonis has arrived. He's got the bracelet or what?
Cartonis, what brings you to Marmorial Palace? I planned to get everything settled before coming to see you. Is there something urgent, Cartonis?
Bro is tall.
How are you holding up, I wanted to see. Better than I expected, you seem.
There's no room for doubt anymore. It's time to take action and show everyone that the leadership of the Chrysos heirs is still strong.
Right, your assessment is. Now, here. Take this.
Is this it? You've completed it.
Hang on, I gotta get screenshots of the fucking Flame Reaver's sword and compare it visually, side by side.
Dawnmaker. The name I've chosen for it.
Dawnmaker.
Before dawn, Prepare for battle. For tomorrow, wield your sword. Befits your stature, it does. Chrysos heir.
Dawnmaker. Unbelievable. You've never seen that black-clad swordmaster. Yet you've recreated this so precisely, just from what I described.
What? So wait, okay. It actually is like some Emio Shiro shit with his swords. What the fuck?
Precise your description. Imbued it with the power of dawn I already have. Guided by your will, gleam with golden flames. Its blade will.
Finon said, yo, I gotta get me myself an evil sword. For those who don't know the story of Archer and why he's got the two blades, the yin and yang blades, they're actually a perfect paradox. It's really cool how they exist, because the blades exist when future Emiya Shiro comes to the past to try to kill him, but in that act, Emiya Shiro literally wants to create swords to try to match him in power, and then he creates the swords, has the yin and yang swords himself, they duke it out with the yin and yang swords, and then he goes on to be Archer in the future to then just go back in the past and have it repeat the cycle. That's his fate. And so you have the cycle repeating itself like that. And the swords themselves, because they weren't technically never created by anyone or anything, they were created from this cycle. It's a perfect paradox. They exist and don't exist at the same time. Wow, the guy who killed my hometown has a sick-ass sword. I gotta get a replica.
Wield it. May triumph always be yours.
Thank you, Cartonis. I will use this sword to protect the beings of Amphoreus.
Chat.
Another thing there is.
The bracelet. There it is.
What's this?
So chat's saying her consciousness isn't in there, it's only her divinity? What does that mean? Like the divinity of beauty?
Stored here, the remnants of Aglaya's divinity are.
Piss bracelet.
This was her commission. Her death she had long foreseen.
Huh. So she is dead. Hang on. I gotta cry, I think. This is so sad. Is she really dead, chat? I can't believe it. Is she... There's no way, right? It's impossible. Hang on. There's no way, right? She can't be dead. There's no way. This is the funeral of the gods, ladies and gentlemen! Break it down, chat. Come on. .3 might be the best chat, the best patch yet, chat. W, I think. W. Absolute cinema. I think that's a W. Ay, ay, ay.
Can she still hear us?
It's all downhill from here. It don't get more peak than this.
It's difficult to confirm. About divinity, we know very little.
There has never been a character that Max has done this for before. To be fair, I don't think, like, I'm still not convinced that they're actually dead because Hoyo, like, doesn't do that to characters. We'll see, though. Like, because of the world is, like, cyclical, like, I feel like, like, all the characters that have passed so far are, like, gonna come back at some point, but we'll see.
In this way, she wanted to be with you. Always.
Aww. After playing this part, my brother told me so she killed herself, right? Stabbed herself with their recognizable knife and jumped from the hero's bath because they wouldn't be bold enough to do it. And I think he's right. Canis probably would have just imprisoned her. Maybe. I understood her whole plan, though. Like, regardless, she planned for the perspective of... maybe we'll get more context if we can actually find Canis and see what she says, but... regardless, it seemed like her plan was that she saw her death as inevitable, and if she was going to die anyway, she might as well turn the entire city against the Council of Elders that were against the Flame Chase journey, right? It makes sense. Honkai Impact, Himiko is rolling in her grave. Okay, I haven't played Honkai Impact.
I understand. Let me keep it. With this, I'll have another constant companion by my side. May this world never have need for a deliverer. Someone told me long ago. But when the world dashed her hopes and fell into disarray, if she could see me now, leading from the front, rallying people against their destiny, she would surely smile.
How will the Holy City continue without Lady Goldweaver?
We'll be fine.
Look! Lord Finan is here.
Paimon!
Will he step up to lead Akama?
Yes, he's the GOAT.
Not long ago, I spoke at the Citizens' Assembly at Dawncloud. I wrestled with every word, searching for the right ones to rally support and keep the Chrysos heir's flame chase alive. In the end, I remembered a lesson from one of my teachers. In battles where words are weapons, outrage and blind passion often overpower reason. I followed his strategy. I painted my opponents as nothing more than pests, tore apart their character, and laid out their crimes. The strategy worked. I secured enough votes to achieve my goal, but afterward, there wasn't even a flicker of joy. I realized that apparent victory masked a deeper failure. In my pursuit of success, I fueled division and strayed far from my very purpose that led me to the Flame Chase journey.
This journey was supposed to unify, not divide. To strengthen us, not weaken us. It was the gold thread that mended our rifts in the past. Some saw it as a means of surveillance, a tool of control. But no one can deny that it was Aglaya who held this city and even this shattered world together. Now she is gone.
Woo!
Yes, as you have heard, the demigod Aglaya, who guarded the holy city for a millennium, has indeed fallen.
We kind of got a 2 birds for 1 stone with this shit too. Like if
murdered Lady Goldweaver!
if there's any W I'll give Aglaya is taking her out and the conservatives out simultaneously, I think that's a big dub.
Find the murderer! Make them pay!
What did they say at the thing? What was their punishment chant? I can't remember what it was. It was like kill them, but something else. It was worded differently. Let him die. Yeah, that's what it was. Let him die. Let them die.
I felt the same as all of you initially.
Oh!
I wanted to stand here beside you, to condemn the sinners, to discuss retribution, and to see justice brought down upon them.
But Finon knows revenge is not the way.
But my perspective has changed. The golden threads that once bound this city have unraveled. Yet no one is celebrating their freedom from control. In the empty markets and bath chambers, one feeling lingers. Unease. Deep down, we all know the last safeguard against the harm we may do to each other is gone. No divine power will protect us from the malice in our hearts. From now on, only the moral code we choose to uphold for ourselves will stand between us and the abyss.
Huge W.
Finon has a way with words.
Be quiet, listen carefully. There's something special about a man of letters. What? If it were me up there, I could do it too.
You think highly of yourself, don't you?
Mimi.
The flame chase journey is nearing its end. With only one Titan left for the Chrysos heirs to conquer. Aquila!
What about the world-bearing Titan?
Before I rise to the skies, I challenge you. Cast out the shadows and malice within your hearts. Let your spirit shine brighter than the sky itself. Let me bear witness. Even without the divine authority of romance, Akama will remain a sanctuary in these end times. A place for the kind people Aglaya dreamed of. The kind of people foretold in prophecy.
Can't believe chill like that. There's no more internet without Aglaya. Yeah, she just, the cell signal went down. Low key, like she straight up, now that there's no more Aglaya, we can finally challenge the sky. This is just I see this as an absolute win.
A better people!
Better people!
Better people! Better people! Better people! Better people!
Better people!
Oh my god! Ain't no way!
Better people! Better people! Better people!
I appreciate your willingness to accept the challenge. You have reminded me
that Aglaya left me perhaps the simplest duty in the world. To bear the burden of creation, I need only to give one thing. It's a gift she once gave me without hesitation, and now I share it with each of you. Unshakable faith.
Ooh. But he doesn't have that, does he?
There's still a long way to go before Amphoreus is reborn. But we will not forget the past as we move forward. For the memories of Amphoreus will always benefit future generations. Allow me this moment. I want to borrow a few minutes of your time to commemorate the demigod.
Which one of you is talking shit about me?
The Holy City for a millennium. She was Akima's dressmaker, the leader of the Chrysos heirs, the Gold Weaver, Aglaya, and her greatest feat.
Must have been the wind. Sky Titan was always next on the list. Y'all keep saying that, but as we all know, Aglaya had a plan to secretly prevent that Sky Titan from ever coming down, because then her charade would have to end. We all know it.
Was being a selfless person.
Gesundheit. Bro is making Aglaya headcanons? I know. I don't know what Finon's doing. Selfless? Aglaya?
That singing sounds so familiar.
Ooh, this is pretty. The ones that have gone. Cast iron rice, algae, Anaxagorgeous, and Tribby.
That's our song, and Snowy used to love it.
Yes, Lady Trian. For that child filled with anxiety.
What percentage are we in 3.3 right now, chat?
Your songs always dispelled the clouds in my heart. Even if for just a moment.
I don't know. Let me take a screenshot of that in case I want to use it for the thumbnail.
Snowy was so cute and kind when he was little.
Aw.
Now, you've grown so much.
Oh, he's got his sword there too.
Not as cute, but still just as kind.
What did they call the sword? Dawn Maker? Something like that? Dawn something.
Time spares no one.
Dawn Maker.
So there's nothing we can do. But kindness, you helped nurture it in me.
Isn't that the name of a sword in Skyrim? I'm almost positive. The one that's like super effective against undead. It's like it's literally got like a sun in it too, and the sword. It's pretty cool. I think it did like, it insta-killed skeletons and shit, I think.
Don't mention it. Your light is as bright as ever. Keep it up and stay strong.
They're like, you got this, buddy.
See you, Snowy.
Goodbye, Lady Tree.
Oh, they're disappearing.
I heard what you said. Are you suggesting the debate tactics I've taught you are nothing but sleight of hand?
Not at all, Professor Anaxa. Honestly, without those techniques you taught me, the Flame Chase journey might not have survived.
Oh, the Skyrim one's Dawnbreaker. You guys got me. How's he talking to them right now? Is this just all in his head? He's going schizo?
Good thing your head's still clear.
Yeah, right.
The Chrysos heir of Kefali. I had no idea you had it in you. while I was drilling those formulas in your head in class.
Who could have thought, Professor? By the way, I've completely forgotten those formulas now.
Some things never change. In our next lives, I'll teach you how to truly embrace your divine duties.
Next lives?
I'll be waiting. Goodbye, Professor Anaxa. Miss Castros? Aren't you going to say something?
Lord Finan, you have always been so approachable. Ever since we first met, you've seen me as a friend. It was the first time I understood what everyday friendship was like. But that's dangerous.
Dangerous?
Laughing and chatting with you, I sometimes forget who I am. And for someone with my kind of power, that's a real hazard.
I hadn't thought of it that way. Sorry, I forgot to consider your perspective.
Please, no apologies. Despite everything, thinking back on the times we spent together makes me really happy.
I feel the same.
Goodbye, Finan.
Goodbye, Gastras. Aglaia.
Remember, Finan, after completing the flame chase, leave the decision to initiate the miracle of Genesis to the Amphoreans. The Chrysos heirs are the executors of the prophecy, yet they, the people, are the true masters of this world.
Rest assured, I always keep your teachings in mind. The difference between a presumptuous hero and a tyrant is a fine line, right?
Which side was she on?
Well said. You've got a good memory.
It's late. Anything else you'd like to add?
Anything else? Even in your imagination, I'm not one to show my vulnerable side.
No worries. I've long understood how difficult it is for you to open up completely. Thank you for bringing me here, Aglaia.
Maybe what I wanted to save wasn't you, child, but this crumbling world. Goodbye, Finan.
Goodbye, Aglaia.
Did you forget me?
Oh, my hunk of a man!
Forget you. Like I'd ever.
I was gonna say, but he's not dead! Why? Okay, he's not a ghost.
We aren't parting ways forever. You're just off to guard the gates at Castrum Kremnos. Let's not make this a tearful farewell.
You know just how to make a person uncomfortable. I have a feeling we'll meet again in this lifetime. Let's have another showdown then. Deliver.
That's very confident of you. I've changed since then. Have you seen this sword? It's a masterpiece freshly forged by Cartonis.
A bold statement for a mere mortal who hasn't yet claimed the power of a titan.
Ooh.
See you around. Finan of Ides Elysiae.
It's a date, Mightimos.
Oh! Friday shippers rise up! Friday shippers rise up!
What a poignant, yet splendid journey.
Yeah, who's that?
And it's still not over yet, is it?
Yes, Cyrene.
Wait, bro's actually schizo.
I was right. In the end, you did become the deliverer in this story.
That's who said it. What did he say? to Cartonis earlier, I was like, wait, who told him that? I thought it was Aglaya, but it must have been Cyrene. She said, or he said, someone told me a long time ago, may this world never need a deliverer? Is that what she said?
A lot has changed while you were away.
Never
I've
have
met
a
so
need for
many
a deliverer.
I've tried so many things. I've found new resolve. And I've let go of some attachments.
And the thing that's changing him, like, he started to really change after Anaxa revealed, like, what his role was going to be. So as the world-bearing Titan, he has to take the memories of this world and birth the world anew based off of his memories, right? And I was thinking, for those who weren't here at the beginning of the stream when I was going over my theories, my crackpot theory for what was going to happen to Phynon and why we're getting more evidence now, especially with the sword. I wanted to wait until I actually didn't want to say the crackpot theory because I wasn't sure if we didn't really have a whole lot of evidence for it. It was just some of the similarities between the Flame Reaver and Phynon. But my crackpot theory was that the Flame Reaver we're in a cycle, right? And the Flame Reaver is Phynon after our character, because of our character is like writing the story along with the tarot cards with Mem, who is somehow related to Cyrene, and we're writing the storybook of like all these characters. And so I was thinking, what if for whatever reason Phynon can't actually become the world bearer because just like Strife, he can't pass the trial? And then who's gonna become the world bearer? Well, it would have to be like, we'd probably be the next best candidate. And so what if we became the world bearer and then poor Phynon, what's he gonna do then? It's like, shit, man. And then he, due to all the shit that he's been through, would break, and then he'd become the fucking, he'd become the Reaver of the next cycle. Mem should remove can. Everyone would be reborn as trash if the MC was the world bearer. Bro.
I'm not the same person I used to be.
Well, I was also thinking there's holes in that. That's why I didn't want to. We need more evidence for that crackpot theory, though. That's why I didn't really want to say it until we had more evidence. The sword is a piece of that evidence, but the holes in that are like the MC has seemingly already become, like, I don't know if you can be two. I don't think so. Or seemingly you can, because Phynon tried to undergo the trial of Strife, and now he's going to be the world bearer. But if our character has undergone the trial of time, you would think maybe they can't undergo the world bearing one, but Phynon seemingly did too, so maybe we can. But he didn't pass one of them. So I don't know. We need more context for sure.
But to me,
and clues.
You've never changed at all, Phynon.
Days later, at Dawncloud.
Dawncloud. This
Car!
place holds so many different kinds of memories. I remember you could see the Goldweaver sign from here, all the way down the mountain. But my eyes aren't what they used to be 1,000 years ago.
Cyphera, you...
Seamstress. Tell me, does Akama have any treasures so rare that not even your... I mean, our shop has seen?
Of course it has. I heard there's a gem of all worlds hidden somewhere in Dawncloud. Apparently, it's a piece that fell out of the Dawn device. It's truly a priceless treasure, being a part of Kefali's divine body. Even I, the Goldweaver, cannot witness its glamour.
Gem of all worlds. Nice! Got it! Well, please keep looking after the shop while I...
Let me guess, Cyphera. You're probably already plotting to sneak into Dawncloud to steal that gem, aren't you?
She said,
And your next move is probably trying to sell it to the highest bidder, then distribute that money to the poor and the refugees in the Holy City?
oh, my goat. That's why Cypher's the goat.
Look, seamstress. Are you sure you aren't peeking into my head with your golden threads?
You might be skilled at covering up lies, but your compassion is all over your face, plain as day. Don't lie to yourself. Do you honestly think this is the right thing to do, Cyphra?
Yes?
What else am I supposed to do? That's the only thing I can do with my power.
Wait, is Aglaya really saying don't give the money to the poor? Your next move is probably trying to sell it to the highest bidder and then distribute that money to the poor and the refugees in the Holy City. Don't lie to yourself. Do you really think this is the right thing to do? What the hell? She's saying don't steal? And I'm saying I would never say it's good to do crime.
You keep talking about how I have the potential to become a good person. Or even what people call a hero. But I don't know what I need to do to get there! I can't weave golden dresses like you! I can't sing as well as Miss Hycelens! And I definitely don't know as much as Big Sis Treby!
Miss Hycelens? Hycelens?
The only things I'm good at are the underhanded street smarts that no one even respects. But I still want to be worthy of you. I want to prove that you've made the right choice. Even thieves can dream. Right?
I know, Cyphra. I know. You are justified in your anger. Destiny is never fair. And your path is doomed to be even worse than everyone else's. You are fated to walk in the dark and bear the world's misunderstanding in this journey. But you have to believe that everyone in this world is unique in their own way. I am convinced that you're the only one who can bear the authority of trickery, even if you have to contend with the legendary 300 master thieves of Dolos.
Aglaya. I just want everyone to believe that the world is beautiful and that everyone is simple and kind. If only I could get everyone to believe that. Would that lie become reality? If enough people believed in it, even though it's a lie.
That's what inspired her to go steal the gem, I guess?
Lies will always be lies, Cyphra. But sometimes they can be more noble than the truth.
Aglaya would say that. That's definitely in character.
Huh. Are you really planning to just stand there forever? Honestly, sneaking around doesn't suit you, Deliverer.
Oh! Caught! Fine on caught!
I never thought I could slip past your sharp ears, Miss Cypher. I just didn't think it'd be right to interrupt when you're obviously lost in thoughts.
Still as charming with your words as ever, boy. Your speech at the public baths wasn't half bad, I'll admit. It managed to touch my heart. Just a smidge.
Smidge.
Thank you. I had a feeling back then that you were in the audience. Intuition certainly is a thing of wonder.
His little smile was cute.
Oh, and you didn't call me out on the spot. You waited all this time to tell me.
Well, I thought you'd need some time to yourself.
Golden Retriever.
After she passed away.
Oh.
None of your business. Enough small talk. Tell me, what kind of trouble did you run into that you need me, the super old-timer, to step in?
Cat and dog, kitty and puppy. Wait, it actually is. It's cat and golden retriever. Enough small talk. Tell me, what kind of trouble did you run into that you need me, the super old-timer, to step in?
We've only met a couple of times, but you've always gone straight to business. I respect that about you, old-timer, so I'll cut to the chase.
What did she say?
You're probably aware that Aglaya has earned the support of the entire city for the Chrysos heirs. Everyone believes that she died at the hands of council members who were against the flame chase, and the citizens' fury has been dragging these schemers out of the shadows one by one. But they didn't get everybody. To this day, we still haven't found Elder Kynus.
What?
The leader of the cleaners.
Ah, I see. You're afraid she'll do something wild now that she's pushed into a corner, aren't you?
How? How did we... They said that there were, like, witnesses to the crime. How did she... I guess she's an assassin. She just blended into the shadows or some shit. How the fuck did she get out of that building?
Yes. I believe that Kefali's core flame, forever enshrined above the council theater, would be the opposition's final trump card against the Chrysos heirs.
Oh, but Paimon doesn't know. She already got it, I think.
We're setting out to campaign against Aquila in a few days. With the Chrysos heirs gone, it'll be their best chance to strike.
Ah, we're gonna leave Kitty behind to watch out while we're gone, I guess. Canis succeeded the stealth check where Finon did not. Because she looks like every other NPC, she was able to escape. That's my headcanon. Oh, that's so fucking funny.
You think those desperate dogs will try to snatch the core flame while you're gone? So, you want me to give them a nice long walk while you're away, right?
You sure saw right through me, Miss Cypher. I know exactly what you can do. Godlike speed, perfect disguises, untraceable movement, and that most enigmatic authority of trickery.
Say that again.
You sure saw right through me, Miss Cypher. I know exactly what you can do. Godlike speed, perfect disguises, untraceable movement, and that most enigmatic authority of trickery.
Enigmatic? I can't escape it. This was fact-checked by Mythos.
I have only one request. Please, use whatever tricks you need to protect Kefali's core flame. Even if you have to deceive the rest of the Chrysos heirs as well.
She still has it, but she has to keep the lie up. Like, she can't tell him the truth because no one can know the truth, or else the lie falls, huh? Cypher's writing was really good. I like it.
Uh-huh. Hey, Deliverer. Do you honestly think that there's no way I'll turn you down? Do you even have any plan Bs if I decide to nope out on this?
As the demigod of trickery, there are no other trump cards in the world that can outrank you. I'm sure you know the answer to your own question, Miss Cypher.
What confidence. You talk as if you have everything in the palm of your hand. Huh. So you did learn a thing or two from her. I'll give you that. Then let me tell you something you don't know. The Flame Reaver. They've been watching Akama closely.
Monka!
You mean...
Bet you didn't expect that, huh? I've been tracking them all this time. And this is my conclusion. That lunatic may have lost their mind, but they're no fool. Why do you think they haven't made a move on Akama yet?
They're waiting.
Professor Anaxa once analyzed this. he thought. It was probably because Kefali's core flame was protected by the Council of Elders' secret arts.
Ha! Sacred art's my foot! I can break those mechanisms with a flick of my finger.
A little more foreshadowing that she's already stolen it, I'm assuming.
Allow me to let you in on the actual secret. They probably held off from attacking Akama because the Seamstress's defense network was way tougher than you thought. Now that she's gone, and you're heading out to battle the Eye of Twilight.
That's what I
with
assume.
The city's defenses in shambles.
They're waiting for the actual heroes to leave and then they're gonna come.
What a dangerous situation we find ourselves in. But since you're the one who brought it up, I'm guessing you already have a solution in mind.
Just look how ridiculously calm you are right now. But you guessed it right. Consider this a 2-for-1 deal. I'll keep that lunatic entertained on top of protecting Kefali's core flame. You owe a big favor after this.
You have my deepest gratitude. That Flame Reaver's power is truly unfathomable.
They're
Please
no
be
foot.
careful.
Oh, I thought you said foot, Drowsy. I read that as they're no foot, but they are masked. I'm just like, what? To the... Where does she say that?
Ha! Sacred art's my foot!
They're no foot, but they are masked.
Don't forget, Deliverer. There's a fundamental truth in this world. Cyphera will always get the last laugh. No need to worry for a demigod. I'll do my job, so you need to make sure you don't die before you pay me.
Hyacine POV, meanwhile, in the Grove of Epiphany.
I'm back. I've been trying to stay away from here since the Black Tide destroyed the Grove. And through that, stay away from the memories that might make me sad.
Sag.
But the wind keeps pulling me back. Maybe that's the Twilight Courtyard's duty, after all.
Cyphera fits with the masked fools, not gonna lie. I wrote that down in my notes that all the paths, I didn't know if this was purposeful. We'll find out in time, I guess. I didn't know if this was purposeful or if it's just because some of these concepts of like what gods have or the concepts of gods are so kind of vague and wide that they don't that it'd be hard to like some of the concepts like intertwine, like such as the death and what's her name, Castorus's like story arc would definitely fit with like nihility. The trickery definitely fits both, I would say, Aha, and also especially with the lie, fits with Mythos. So it's both Mythos and Aha in different ways. And then some of the other which one was the one that I paired with? There was one I paired with Trailblazing too. I can't remember which one it was. Oh, was it the Fate one maybe? I think it was one of the Time Titans. Yeah, I think it was Yanis. And the opening doors, that's what, yeah, you guys are right. I paired Yanis with the because it's the door one. It opens different doorways and it opens like different paths for people to walk through. I figured that was like Trailblazing. That's the one I paired with Trailblazing. But there's a bunch of different ones that like have different concepts that kind of have like they're so vague. Like these concepts are so vague. Like I'm not sure if it's purposeful that I imagine it has to be at least subtext if anything, but I'm not sure if it's actually intentional for the grander narrative. We'll see in time, I guess. Because similar, I compared it to the god of something Triclops. What was the god on Aventurine's world? Like that was a god we haven't heard of anywhere else. Like that was specifically only a god on Aventurine's world, and we were trying to compare it to an Eon. We didn't know if it was an Eon or if it was just a god of that world, something they came up with or what. But the fact that like these things like are seemingly not like the Eons, we don't know how much they relate to like different cultures and areas within the Honkai Star Rail universe. Like not everyone seemingly knows about the Eons, so I don't know how much influence that has here on Amphoreus. Isn't it just Shipe? Well, Shipe or I know a lot of people compared it to Order because of the eyes. The eye that was described is like in the background of the Order. And so I know a lot of people compared it to Order. It's not Shipe confirmed. And Aina, because of Aventurine's eyes look like Aina. That's the one I remember too, Rosie. Yeah. But none of it's confirmed. It's all just speculation. So, but I just wanted to compare that to like what's happening here. Like I have no idea. It might just be a red herring. It might just be subtext, or there might be a grander, actual specific reason for why some of these concepts are here in Amphoreus. But we have yet to see. Doot doot doot. Here, I'll translate for little Ica.
Feed me, high Cyazine. I require more sustenance.
I know, little Ika. I know. I too miss the days when we all studied together.
What? I said feed me!
But we have an even more important mission this time round. Lord Finan has already set the date to campaign against Aquila. Being a descendant of the Sky People,
Oh my god, you're right. It has a butt like what's the old egg thing that I talked about? The plushies that have the little X for a butt on God, what's that old it's like an egg. You know what I'm talking about? The Japanese like plushies, and they got a little butt on them too. Forgot what those things are called. It's like an egg character. Someone's gonna know. I know Kezuke knew what I was talking about last time I brought this up. I have no idea. Oh my god, it's gonna drive me crazy. It's like an egg. There's like a scrambled egg. It's got a face on it. And there's plushies, and there's like a whole cast. There's like 2 or 3 characters. Gudetama? What's the name of the other ones? There's like different characters, right? Gudetama. What's the other one? I'm gonna know one if you guys say the right name. Gudetama. Is that the name of the egg? What's the other one? Gudetama is what I'm thinking of. What's the like? Isn't there a whole cast of characters? The egg from Berserk. No. Wait, isn't there like a cast of characters from this Gudetama thing? You think it's just one? Fuck. Wait, was Pom Pom Purin? Is that a thing? Pom Pom Purin? That's it. Pom Pom Purin, that's what I was thinking of. That's a dog. But I've seen them together. That's why I get it. People don't like this. Look like the first image. It was like the first image that popped up. Here, look at this shit. Pom Pom Purin. Look at that. People don't like this. It's got a little butthole. See that? That's what I was thinking of. And look at little Ica's. Little Ica's got one too. That's funny.
But we have an even more important mission this time round. Lord Finan has already set the date to campaign against Aquila. Being a descendant of the Sky People, You're right. At least I can still afford to get lost in thought once in a while. Oh, ancestors. Please wait for just a bit longer.
Ooh.
The time I spent in the grove deserves some reminiscence.
Remembrance. The Silence at Dawn. POV switched. Hyacine, Rebirth of the Fallen. Characters can be added to your team. Oh my goodness. Dub. DOT team. the best DOT healer, Hyacine. He hates Natasha! Still reeling from the recent events, I went to the Grove hoping to investigate and record the myths of the Titans or some manner of related research. There, I unexpectedly encountered Hyacine, who was dealing with urgent matters. The task of collecting core flames could wait no longer, so I chose to witness Hyacine perform the Skyward Rite and gain the path to Aquila's location.
This was where Professor Anaxa gave us the lesson. I can still see that day in my mind.
And that was your last lesson in the Grove. Now, each of you will head off on your own path. How much the Grove's teachings can help you in the real world depends on how well you can put knowledge into practice.
Chat, stop rage baiting me! The Lingsha's a break unit, and we're using Hyacine as the healer, cause it's story! We're doing the story thing! I don't want one of you saying, put Finon in the team and just basic attack. I will lose my mind.
However, heed this warning. If you ever do anything disgraceful out there, don't ever claim you were the student of Anaxagoras, one of the 7 sages.
Professor Anaxa, there are still other classes scheduled on the calendar. Are you sure you didn't?
Firstly, call me Professor Anaxagoras.
Professor Anaxa Gorgeous.
Secondly, to clarify, the last lesson means the last lesson I will teach you. I will be entering seclusion from today onwards to research ancient alchemy, and all my teaching activities will be put on hold.
Ah, I see. So you're saying that the lessons taught by all the other teachers aren't good enough to be considered lessons?
All you do every day is wag that sharp tongue of yours. That's a credit deduction, Finon of IDs Elysiae.
Aw, Cassie smile. Cassie's so cute.
I have nothing left to say. Next.
Please wait, Professor. According to the Grove's protocols for a cohort's final class, the lecturer should take some time in that lesson to discuss the students' post-graduation aspirations with them and guide them toward a solid path.
Finon confirmed, not enough credits to graduate. What was going on here? I'm sorry, I was not paying attention. Last lesson at the Grove, Finon was being pushy. A credit deduction. Okay, I guess it was just banter. The Grove's protocols for the final class, the lecturer should take some time to lesson to discuss the students' post-graduation aspirations with them and guide them towards a solid path.
Surely you can't skip such a crucial step, Professor.
The teaching assistant, Miss Hyacin, is truly Professor Anaxa's nemesis.
Fine. Since Hyacinthia insists on this, let's go through the process. Since some of you are so eager to speak, why don't we start with you, Finon of IDs Elysiae? What is your post-graduation aspiration?
Me?
Yeah, huh?
Well, it's not exactly an aspiration, but the only thing I want to do is to protect the people I care about.
I see.
Aww.
So you want to be a hero? How boring. Next.
Frozen, next! Aw, he wants to protect the people I care about. Who are those people?
Say.
Casterus, you've been giggling for quite some time. How about you go next?
Perhaps my answer is a bit vague and meaningless, Professor Anaxagoras, but I hope the world can be freed from the agony of death. So that every living being may find calming peace.
How naive. So naive that it makes me want to weep for your fairy tale. See, this is why I don't want to follow those outdated protocols. All I get are boring answers. Since you suggested this whole process, why don't you wrap this up, Hyacinthia? Share your aspiration with everyone, and let's see if yours stands out.
Look at her face.
So it's finally my turn. Good thing I came prepared. My aspiration is nothing less than completing the final blank page at the end of the hero's epic.
Proud Mimi.
Blank page? An interesting description. Do explain, assistant.
I've read all of Amphoreus' heroic epics while studying at the Grove, and a common thread came to my attention. Almost every epic ends with a description of the hero's achievements. But few mention how the everyday people of that time lived.
Ooh.
No one recorded the struggles and suffering the commoners endured.
Yo, based? That's like what I've been complaining about almost this entire time. Wait, hold up. What's she cooking?
So you're saying that instead of legendary heroes, you're more focused on commoners living on the peripheries of historical records.
Perhaps I'm influenced by my background. My ancestor, Seliosi the Day Thunder Knight, raised her spear against the sky and ushered in the flame-chasing era that continues to this day.
W flame-chasing era! W!
Her story is told to every child descended from the Skyfolk. We have no doubts about Seliosi's greatness, yet her towering figure overshadowed every record from that entire era. What about the Day Thunder Knight's family, allies, and friends? What about the survivors and those who died in the great battles?
Facts!
Whenever I think about their stories by the campfire, I realize the details of those legends have been long lost. And only Seliosi's name remains.
Never mind. Boo! Flame chasing era! W! Day Thunder Knights families! Allies and friends! The survivors who died in the great battles!
Her brilliance had become as blinding as Aquila's, lording over everything on the ground. That's why I'm glad that my era does not lack heroes.
Headphone warning, sorry.
All my ancestors had was a sad past. But I have a future I want to protect. Instead of becoming a hero and ushering in a golden deluge to baptize the world anew, I want to stay in the backline and save all the ordinary humans from drowning in the rising waves.
Aw, wait, I love how they're starting this character arc for her.
I wish not to return to the sky, but to walk among the masses on Earth. I believe it's the only way for the saga of creation. To include a footnote for the everyday people in its blank page.
Yo, W Hyacine, I was not expecting that from her.
I'm getting embarrassed from remembering how I said all that.
No, I loved it. W Hyacine. Hi, Cynthia.
But my beliefs have never changed. Now I really have a chance to stay behind the hero's front line and realize my dream.
Hyacinth.
Dun Hung!
Danny, what are you doing here?
Danny? Oh, Danny had a crush on Hyacine, if I remember correctly.
I didn't expect to see you again in the Grove. Finan mentioned you were gearing up for the campaign against Aquila. Are you here too?
You guessed it. To reach Aquila's realm in the sky, descendants of the Sky People must perform a bloodline ceremony, summon the spirits of our ancestors, and get their blessings.
A bloodline ceremony?
That's the only way for creatures on Earth to forge the rainbow bridge to the sky. And the soul of the first ancestor I want to see is here in the Grove.
Didn't we see some rainbow bridges back in Akama? We making a new one?
The Rainbow Bridge is essential to retrieve the core flame of Aquila, but undertaking such a vital ceremony alone is far too risky.
Don't worry. I have little Ika with me. You will protect me, won't you?
Little Ika said,
Hi, Cynthia. Can I eat him?
Good, Ika. Well, what brings you here, Danny?
I'm collecting as many myths and research about the Titans as I can. Everything about Amphoreus is a valuable addition to our databank when I get back to the Astral Express.
Ah, right. If all goes as planned, you and Gray will be able to go home after this mission, won't you?
Yes, assuming we can actually break the curse about worlds beyond the sky. I have a feeling it's not going to be smooth sailing.
Oh? Could it be that you too have some kind of hidden powers to make prophecies now?
That's not it, but I'm starting to question how real everything is after a conversation with a member of the Council of Elders.
Time to watch from the beginning because I missed it.
Peanuts! Thank you so much for the 9-month resub! Thank you, thank you, thank you! Enjoy that access to ad-free emotes and... Ad-free emotes? Ad-free viewing and cool emotes. Chat, if you too would like access to cool emotes, which we are commissioning more soon, and get access to ad-free viewing for Honkai Star Rail streams every Sunday and more here and there, you can subscribe for $6 a month or for free with the Twitch Prime by linking your Amazon Prime account with your Twitch account. You can subscribe to your favorite streamer for free. If it's not me, give it to someone else, because you can give Bezos bucks to a streamer for free and they will appreciate it, whoever it is, I promise you. If you are lacking a sub, you can throw a Peepo Cheeks in chat and maybe a kind viewer will gift you a sub to give you ad-free viewing. Where's Boot Hill? Indeed. Max, does this work? Well, I see it. It doesn't work on the chat, but I see it. Yes, Look Hill. Amazing. Ad-free emotes, indeed. Assuming we can actually break the curse about worlds beyond the sky, I have a feeling it's not going to be smooth sailing. Oh, could it be that you two have some kind of hidden powers to make prophecies now? Ooh. That's not it, but I'm starting to question how real everything is after a conversation with a member of the Council of Elders. Is Dan Heng starting to realize that we're inside some kind of weird... Is he finally starting to realize after 4 patches that the world is kind of weird? Translation.
Hi, Cynthia, please let me consume him.
Nope. I didn't understand that either, little Ika.
Don't worry about it. There's a lot that I still don't understand.
Since we've already met up, why don't you come with me, Danny?
I was thinking the same thing. The Grove is fraught with danger right now, and an extra pair of hands translates to extra security.
That's the dependable express guard for you. So, shall we get going?
Look how cute she is. Express guard. Earlier today, I noticed that the first cutscene of this patch happens pretty much at the halfway point. Weird distribution of budget. Huh. Okay, so first cutscene is where we stop then, is what you're saying? Yo! Kino Himorin, thank you so much for the subscription. Wait, is Peanuts gifted a tier 1 sub? Thank you so much, Peanuts, appreciate it. Chat, throw those Peepo Cheeks in chat right now if you don't have a sub, and maybe a kind person in chat will gift you, will rain some money on your Peepo Cheeks and gift you a sub to give you ad-free viewing. Peepo Cheeks. Search for the ancestral ghost. Still reeling from the recent events I went to... Okay, this is just the... We already read this. So I chose to witness Hyacinth perform the Sky Ward Rite and gain the path to Aquila's location. Yams, thank you so much for the, how do you say it? Deoxy? VF Deoxy? Is it like Deoxy, the Pokemon? Isn't that the alien one? Yams with the sub to Zeke! Thank you so much for the 2 gifted subs, Yams. Be sure to say thank you if you got gifted a sub. You get access to ad-free viewing and cool emotes. There's more on the way. Stay tuned. And another one to Slime Hammer. Yams, you're going crazy. Holy moly, 110 gifted subs total. Absolutely insane. Thank you so much, Yams. Ad-free viewing W. And the player said, holy moly, Yams going crazy. Oil Princess. Try gifting a sub to Galahad after they're competing. Try, thank you so much for the 26th gifted sub in the community. Thank you so much. Oil Princess. Peak. Only because Galahad's so cool. It's true. All right, what'd they find? They found a box. What's in the box? Sorry, I'll stop yelling.
This is the divine object of the Sky People, the Chroma Coffer.
Wait, did I miss something? Why is this just here?
Our ancestors dictated that when a descendant of the Skyfolk is ready to challenge Aquila again, they must first awaken the spirits of their ancestors with the Chroma Coffer and receive their benediction.
Box. Is this just here? Why is the box here?
Only after this can the chosen Skyfolk reascend to the heavens.
Is it to prevent those who are not qualified from pointlessly losing their lives?
Very prudent, wouldn't you say?
She brought it here? Oh, okay. Well, they kind of just like approached it and it was there, so I thought it was just sitting here. So she brought the box. Our ancestors dictated that when a descendant of the Skyfolk is ready to challenge Aquila again, they must first awaken the spirits of the ancestors with this Chroma Coffer and receive their benediction. So are the spirits in the box then? Only after this can be chosen Skyfolk reascend to the heavens. Is it to prevent those who are not qualified from pointlessly losing their lives? Very prudent.
The soul of an ancestor slumbers here. Now, I will awaken them.
Right.
I am Hyacinthia from the Twilight Courtyard, a descendant of the sky who has inherited the duty of flame chase. The time has come to fulfill our clan's destiny. I will join the heroes of the prophecy to return to the sky and retrieve the core flame. Ancestor, please bestow upon me your generous blessing.
Listen carefully to Hyacinth talk with the ancestor. Witness Hyacinth collect the blessing from afar. We have to listen carefully, chat.
Who has awakened me?
It's I, Hyacinthia, a descendant of the Sky People. I apologize for interrupting your slumber. You are Lord Crispus, aren't you?
What?
I've read your story in our family tree. You were a righteous judge who vindicated many who were wrongfully accused.
Lord Crispus is crazy.
I never imagined someone in this era would still remember my name. So, our bloodline and duty have continued to this distant age.
Indeed, it has. I have awakened you in the hope of receiving your blessing. For the flame chase journey is nearing its perfect conclusion. And retrieving the core flame of Aquila is the final challenge the heroes will face.
Perfect conclusion. Hyacinthia, you look very young, and you do not have the bearings of a warrior who can contend with a titan.
Yo, fuck this guy. He's an asshole and he sentenced people that were wrongfully accused to their death. Or I guess it doesn't say that. You were a righteous judge who vindicated many who were wrongfully accused. Wait. Oh, never mind. I read that wrong.
How can you convince me that this blessing will not turn into a curse, leading a child like you to your demise?
1,000 years ago, Seliosi, who conquered the skies, left behind legends and a will, entrusting the mission to return the Sky Titan's core flame to her descendants, to people like you and me. Though I'm not a warrior, I will not turn away from the mission that has flowed through our blood for 1,000 years. And I am not fighting alone. I have the strongest and most tenacious companions in the world.
Determined, Hyacinthia. Look at her face. Look at her smug face. She's so cute.
Amphoreus is in an era brimming with heroes. The burden of retrieving Aquilus' core flame no longer rests solely on the shoulders of the chosen Sky.
Ingy Hyacinth. Well, she had the smile too. She was like determined. It reminded me, you know, the Finon, the Finon gif that we post sometimes in the community Discord with the where he's like, he's got the eyebrow down and he's smiling. He's like the smirk Finon, and then it turns into the cat that's smirking and smiling. She like made that face. It was cute. Angie scene. Amphoreus is in an era brimming with heroes. The burden of retrieving Aquilus' core flame no longer rests solely on the shoulders of the chosen Skyfolk. Wait, so is she not? Wait, I'm confused on what she's saying. Is she not a Chrysos heir? She's a descendant of the Skyfolk, but she's not a Chrysos heir? I'm confused on what she's saying here. The burden of retrieving Aquilus' core flame no longer rests solely on the shoulders of the chosen Skyfolk. She is both? Oh. So she is a chosen Skyfolk then. I was confused on her wording.
I now wield the power of healing. I aim to mend the fissures in the sky and heal the wounds of the people.
She's saying the chosen Skyfolk doesn't have to be badass warrior because she has a party. They don't have to get it alone is what she's saying. Okay.
I desire to define the mission of the Skyfolk in my own terms, to conclude the vigil that has spanned millennia.
I sense resilience in your words. Not an outward resilience, but something deeper within. Receive my blessings, young Hyacinthia. May you gain wings to return to the sky via the bridge of rainbows.
He's got such a deep voice for saying this shit. I fucks with this. Like I told you guys, I'm a sucker for stories about like people having like a predetermined destiny or a prophecy or something that like they seemingly have to do, and they kind of give the middle finger to that and say, fuck that, I'm gonna do my own thing. And so the guy, the elder here, is saying like you have to be a warrior to be able to take down the Sky Titan, and she's saying, nah, fuck that. I got my friends. We're gonna defeat that thing with the power of friendship. On God, for real, for real.
Thank you for your trust, Lord Crispus. We won't let you down.
Just saw the Aglaia death reaction. Truly, rip Bozo. Kezuke, I'm not gonna lie, I was a little bummed you weren't here to be able to spam that emote, because that is what I was going for.
Well done, Hyacinth.
Thank you. My ancestors were all pretty strong-willed people. It won't be easy convincing them. I've run through these upcoming conversations in my head more times than I can count.
Well, looks like your efforts paid off.
Oh, she rehearsed.
Now, the next ancestor on the list. Her spirit is set to rest in the vortex of Genesis. It pity that the ceremony has to be performed in strict order. Shall we head back to Akama together, Danny?
Together? Danny?
The Vortex of Genesis, huh? I have a suggestion.
Ooh.
Remember how you suggested I learn the secret arts of water from Fagusa's priests? I've been practicing that in my spare time and made some progress. Now, as long as I have spirit water with me, I can use those techniques to carve a path directly to the Vortex of Genesis.
What? Wait, bro actually can just like make a portal with water? That's crazy.
Oh, I remember. I didn't expect you to keep at it this long. That's so like you, Danny.
Oh, they are totally flirting.
Compared to the currents of my home, the waters of Amphoreus are rather untamed. Subduing the waters wasn't easy, but I've gotten the hang of it now.
It is actually parting the waters. He's gonna go fucking... How's that song go? The... Go on, da 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 da. You know what I'm saying? The parting the waves. Turn that shit up. Compared to the currents of my home, the waters of Amphoreus are rather untamed. Subduing the waters wasn't easy, but I've gotten the hang of it. A Danny with the water powers.
That makes sense. Fagusa was always described as a fickle titan in the myths. Since you're offering, then let me put your skills to the test, Danny.
Oh!
The spirit water gate formed with this technique isn't as stable as a ritual basin. It'll likely only let one person through.
Only one? That's gonna come in handy later. That's highlighted too. It'll only let one person through.
And as Fagusa's priests designed it, the entrance serves as the exit. You'll need to come back through the vortex once you've met your ancestor's spirit. Little Ika and I will be here waiting.
Damn, little Ika can't even go through. Too fat.
Got it. I'm counting on you, Danny.
Under the raucous steps of their frenzied dance, the roar of celebration hides the world's heartbeat. Spirit water, reveal the way!
The Vortex of Genesis. Unbelievable. Danny is full of surprises. But this does feel way more disorienting than the ritual basin.
Oh, she hasn't been here yet, has she?
Wait, is Lady Treepy here too? And who is that next to her?
Car!
Oh, I think I know who that is.
Do you have to go already, Syphie? It's been ages since you were last in Akama. You could have taken some time to rest, and we could have caught up.
That's all right, big sister Treeby. I've gotten used to life on the road. Staying in this bustling city actually feels off. Besides, your prize student gave me an incredibly tough mission to handle.
Cut Snowy some slack, Syphie. He's still so young, yet he's shouldering all the responsibilities Aggie left behind.
I believe in him!
Besides, Snowy's not the kind to ask for help lightly. Since he came to you, it means you're the best person for the job.
You really spoil him, big sis Treeby.
Guess I'm past the age for someone to look after me.
Syphie.
Just kidding. I get it. That deliverer boy does have a certain charisma about him. It reminds me of Aglaia in her prime. Anyway, I'm about to head out. Oh, Big Sis Treby, before I go, got a little gift for you.
A present?
Well, didn't expect you to be so thoughtful. What's in it?
Wait, that's cute. It's got her little cat coin thing on it with the smile, and then it's stamped with Bart Roberts' seal, the wax seal. That's cute. I like that.
That's a part of the game too. If you want to see the full picture of what's inside, you'll have to wait until nightfall.
Wait, what? What's in it? That's part of the game? If you want to see the full picture of what's inside, you'll have to wait until nightfall. Is that just code? You can't open it until night?
A gift with a mysterious twist? Seriously?
Wait, what do you mean, night?
Huh? Looks like we have company.
It's jury duty?
Lady Treby, and this graceful lady must be Miss Cypher. I'm Hyacinthia from the Twilight Courtyard. Everyone calls me Hyacinth. Pleased to meet you.
They both need to be like, how the fuck did you get in here? This place is supposed to be locked airtight.
Bright and cheery as a lamp. Well, hello there, pink child. I'm Cyphera from the long-fallen city-state of Dolos. As for the rest, it's all in the history books, so I don't need to repeat it here. So, you're from the Twilight Courtyard. Does that mean...
Wait, are they not gonna question? Did I miss something? Looks like we got company. I feel like they should be really concerned on how she got in here. Considering this is like the place the Flame Reaver's trying to get to, it should be locked airtight, right?
Yes, I'm a descendant of the Sky People, the Chrysos heir about to take over the authority of Sky.
Whoa! That's unexpected. I figured Celiosi's descendant would be, I don't know, taller, stronger.
Don't judge a book by its cover, Syphy. Cinny is a master of her craft. She's the most skilled and dependable physician in all of Amphoreus.
Don't worry, Lady Cypher. I may not be as strong and warlike as Lady Celiosi from 1,000 years ago, but I'm confident I can carry out the mission of the Skyfolk.
W.
All this talk about missions, you're making it sound way too serious. You've got to look out for yourself, girl. Don't push yourself too hard. I'd hate to see that cute face all scratched out by Aquila's claws.
Kitty got claws.
Syphy cracking jokes? Looks like you haven't forgotten what Aggie said all those years ago.
Anyway, I've got a mission to handle, so I'll get going. Good luck, Miss Hyacinth. And if things get tough, just let that deliverer take the lead.
Cypher uses the Coin of Whimsy ability and teleports away from the vortex.
Miss Cypher is in such a hurry.
Don't worry, she's always been like that. It's good to have her back in Akama lending a hand. Well, enough about her for now. You're here because of your mission, aren't you, Cinny? It's the perfect opportunity for me to go and tuck Syphy's gift away somewhere safe. The Vortex of Genesis is all yours.
Search for the ancestral ghost. This has not changed. Okay. I still got the #1 complainer with me. Min and Max? Oh, so, ugly. I almost said cute there. Whoa! Fat fuck, you're here! You're not supposed to be in here!
Let's have a break.
Stare. Crazy ass vortex, indeed. I really gotta pee. I will be right back, chat. Stare at pink. Alright, clap! Why are we? Why are we saying 6-7? Has Max got to the 3.3 boss? No, we're not. Probably not doing that this stream because I'm assuming it's at the end of the patch. We're only doing half. We're not even halfway through 3.3 yet. So, oh my God, streaming for 6.5 hours, not even halfway through this patch. I am a certified professional yapper. I saw a hat the other day, a dad hat that said professional yapper or certified yapper, something like that on it, and I was like, shit, I gotta get that. W hat to wear on stream. Leaves chat, 6-7 invades. I'm all right, let's keep going. Jesus fucking Christ.
I will join the heroes of the prophecy to return to the sky and retrieve the core flame. Ancestor, please bestow upon me your generous blessing.
Speak with the ancestor. Skip this narration? Why would you want to skip? This is peak! Speak with the ancestor.
Child, what brings you before me? Could it be you're a descendant of the Sky People?
There goes the Vortex. Bye, Vortex.
Yes, I am Hyacinthia of the Twilight Courtyard, the successor of the Sky People's Flame Chase duty. You must be Gem Electra. Legend has it that during the Chrysos War, you led our people to ally with Akama and held back the Kremnoan forces. It was your victory that earned the Sky People a place in the Holy City.
Hyacinthia, you seem well versed in our clan's history.
The great hero.
And this is the Vortex of Genesis?
She's like, where's the Vortex?
It is. Look, 10 stars have already been lit. The Chrysos Heir's flame chase journey is nearing its end.
Are those the core flames of Fagusa and Giorios? Does that mean Hycelans and the Mountain Dwellers successfully carried out their duty? Who would have thought, as a fellow pillar of Amphoreus, the sky's duty could only be fulfilled after 1,000 years?
Duty.
It's because sky shelters all beneath it. If it were to shatter, the world would fall apart with it. That's why Lady Aglaia made the core flame of Aquila the final step in our campaign.
Okay, but low-key, hear me out. We get Mighty-Mos. He's got the invincible, rock-hard, sweaty, muscular body. And we throw him on a rocket. Like Tribby's got rocket ships. We throw him on a rocket. We shoot his ass up there. He breaks a hole in the fucking sky, and then we all escape through the hole with rocket ships. What do y'all think? W? Strap My Day to a rocket made by Tribby. I'm telling you, it's a flawless plan. I don't see how it could fail. This is our streamer. Oh, fuck. The sky shelters all beneath it. If it were to shatter, the world would fall apart with it. That's why Lady Aglaia made the core flame of Aquila the final step of our campaign. I was gonna ask this too, I guess just because it's in the bath, it doesn't matter, but supposedly every single like core flame needs to, I guess not. Like once they pass the trial, the teardrop can just chill in the bath. But I was wondering after Anaxa dipped, I was like, what happens to that core flame? Like we don't have there's not a replacement god for what's it called? Cersei. Reason. There's not a replacement god for reason. So I was like, how the fuck does that work? Shot out of the sky mid-fight. Try again. Instructions unclear. Currently strapping My Day's rocket on and aiming for all. Yo!
Aglaia? Is she still on the flame chase journey after 1,000 years?
Unfortunately, she has recently left us. But you're right. She was indeed still guiding the Chrysos heirs forward.
Anyways, sorry.
Incredible. That girl actually managed to endure the merciless erosion of time, and lasted for so long.
You should have seen the funeral.
Answer me, Hyacinthia. Since you recognize me, you must have also read my writings, no?
Every record regarding my lineage is etched in my memory, including your words.
In that case, you're probably aware of the prophecy I sought from a certain Trebios.
Yes. At the end of the Rainbow Bridge, the Sky Folk will mend dusk and dawn.
Oh, is that her? That's her prophecy? At the end of the Rainbow Bridge, the Skyfolk will mend dusk and dawn, and supposedly, like, there's only nighttime and bright time, I guess, now, because you're either under Kefali's thing giving eternal daytime or eternal nighttime outside, and so mending dusk and dawn.
But unfortunately, no ancestor has ever been able to truly decipher its meaning.
I see. Yet, Trebios' prophecies never fail. Perhaps you'll be the one to witness its fulfillment, child. May the prophecy lead you to a gentle fate.
Thank you, Lady Ektra. Whatever fate the prophecy holds, I'll face it head-on. It's only by giving everything we have that we can truly accept any outcome with a smile. Won't you agree?
Hyacinthia determined.
I like you, child. I wish this conversation could go on a little longer.
Max just is glad Aglaia doesn't have to suffer anymore. It's true. That's why the whole, like, dance thing, it was a celebration of life, you know what I mean?
Take my blessing, Hyacinthia. When I first saw you, I indeed had my doubts. But your resolve has touched me. If Sky's divinity is fated to pass on, I hope it incorporates your optimism and kindness.
And the Rip Bozo? I didn't do that. That was Kezike. Kezike caught. If you guys go back to the Firefly death scene back in Penacony, by the way, this motherfucker Kezike was popping the Rip Bozo. I caught that motherfucker in chat. And I'm the one getting blamed? What the hell? Threw Kezike under the bus. R.I.P. Bozo. What about laughing at Castor's childhood? I explained myself with that one. It was because I realized how it was because the childhood trauma was so tragic, and I realized I remembered back when I told Castorus at the beginning of 3.0 when we were next to the Dromas. I said, I was like, I felt so bad in that moment. That's why I started laughing, because it was so fucked up. It was like, it was so bad I couldn't do anything to defend myself. Back when we were with the Dromas, we pet the Dromas, and I was like, oh, Cassie, do you want to pet the Dromas too? Oh, wait. And I was like, oh, shit. She's been dealing with that her whole life. I feel terrible. Caught in 4K, shit. You monster. I felt really bad.
But your resolve has touched me. If Sky's divinity is fated to pass on, I hope it incorporates your optimism and kindness.
Your blessing is a treasure beyond measure, General. Rest well. I'll make sure your gift is put to its best use. General Ektra is so different from how the records described her. She's quite a gentle person. All right, time to head back to the grove. I shouldn't keep Danny and little Ika waiting.
I'll translate.
Hi, Cynthia. I've been waiting for you this whole time. Can I eat this one yet? I'm starving. I nearly consumed him without you.
Huh. You're back. How did it...
It went great. Your spirit water art was a huge help, Danny.
Do you mind sharing what your ancestor spirit said to you?
Hyacinth recounts her conversation with General Ektra to Don Hung.
What's wrong, Danny?
Nothing. It sounds like everything went smoothly. It's just... I'm a bit concerned about the prophecy you mentioned. At the end of the Rainbow Bridge, the Skyfolk will mend dusk and dawn.
Ooh.
I can somehow sense a hint of sadness in those brief words.
You've always been a bit of a sensitive soul, haven't you, Danny? Lady Trina deciphers countless prophecies every day, and this one's just another among many. Don't worry too much about it.
I hope so.
Come on, Danny. Don't look so gloomy. We're gonna have to take a long trip for the final visit to the ancestors.
Where are we going?
Our final stop is Lord Mighty's home, Castrum Kremnos.
Finally, I get to see some big, hard, sweaty, muscly Mighty.
We're here. This is it.
Mighty!
Castrum Kremnos.
Lord Mighty has been fighting the Black Tide here, alone day after day. I'm worried about him.
Wait, only in the castle? Is he like attracting all of them to him or what? I thought he was like out in the front lines in the wilderness somewhere.
He sent a message earlier carried by thunder, warning us to watch out for the Flame Reaver's actions.
That means he hasn't been consumed by the Black Tide's madness yet. We're here to complete an important mission. We shouldn't interfere with this battlefield. Don't you agree, Danny?
The castle moves and chases them down. That's bullshit. If I look and I still see the fucking world-bearing Titan in the same spot it was when we were back in 3.0, I'm calling y'all on your bullshit.
I agree.
There. That sleeping spirit is my grandmother.
Your grandmother?
Maybe carefully moved too.
Yes, my grandmother Jacinta was a warrior. She represented the Twilight Courtyard in the Kremnos Festival. She fought her way through every challenge and reached the final stage of the Kremnos Festival. She was just one step away from securing a peace treaty for the Skyfolk, but was ultimately defeated by the champion warrior of that time.
Max, how do you expect them to render that? I don't. I'm just giving it shit. I'm nitpicking just a rage bait. The what was I gonna say though? Like if they wanted to come up with some bullshit reason for why it's like still here and maybe it does actually go out, you could just say like it returns to this place for Mighty to rest like once a day or something like that. But maybe that goes against the idea of him like constantly fighting forever. I don't know. You could just say that it like returns here once a day though. She was just one step away from securing a peaceful treaty. Oh, this is the grandma. But was ultimately defeated by the champion warrior at that time.
I've never looked too deeply into the details of such ritualistic violence. The scroll simply described it as a glorious duel. But behind the glorious duel was a tragic end. Not long after the festival, my grandmother's injuries worsened, and she passed away far from home. This prophecy tablet was left here by the Kremnoans to honor her final wish. Her death marked the final collapse of the Twilight Courtyard, already fragile under the shadow of war.
And the Kremnoan warrior she fought against?
Was Lord Krataros.
No!
Huh. Yet, you still saved his life, even though he took your family.
Seeing him lying there, gravely wounded, bleeding out, I can't put what I felt at that moment into words. But when I heard Lord Kratos took that fatal blow to protect Lady Trianne, all those tangled feelings faded away.
Aw, Hyacinth.
To quote Lord Finan, Kratos must have done that to become a better man.
It takes true courage to forgive. You're every bit as strong as your ancestors, Hyacinth.
Aw, Danny.
You're getting better at this, Danny. In her final diary entry, my grandmother wrote that when the moment of destiny comes, a descendant of the Sky People would deliver the message of their departure to her spirit. I wonder what she'd think when the one awaking her turns out to be her beloved granddaughter.
Oh.
I will join the heroes of the prophecy to return to the sky and retrieve the core flame. Ancestor, please bestow upon me your generous blessing.
Listen carefully to Hyacinth talk with her grandmother. Cynthia?
Is this the world of the living? Wait. You. Could you be?
Grandmother? It's me. You're Hyacinthia.
Hyacinthia, my little hummingbird. Why? How? Why is it you who awakened me? I have never imagined this. I thought I would feel happy for all my ancestors when this day came, but now I can't even experience the joy of seeing you again.
Do you remember that you and Father took me to my very first sky rite when I was 8? Back then, you wanted me to pick one accessory out of 4. The sun crown representing nobility, the storm bracelet symbolizing strength, the ice ring embodying wisdom, and the radiant pendant signifying kindness. Grandmother, do you remember the one I chose?
You spoke an innocent little prayer, infusing a faint thread of light to that modest pendant.
Yes, and I remember how surprised you were. In all those centuries, no other child of the Sky People had ever made the same choice I did.
Hyacinthia, there was a time when I thought you were a timid child. You never had much interest in swords or battle and had no relation to that fiery determination and strength in our blood. Yet I've told myself, that's not a bad thing. If my hummingbird could live her life in kindness and optimism, then it'd be a good thing. I never thought the burden of retrieving the core flame of Aquila would fall to you.
Don't worry about me, Grandmother. I believe what makes someone a Skyfolk isn't just outstanding strength, but the capacity to shape the world. When the world cried out for a hero to challenge the gods 1,000 years ago, Zeliosi stepped forward and began the flame-chasing era. And now, as the flame chase journey nears its end, this broken world is crying out for something else. Healing.
Aww.
Isn't it poetic? A saga that spans 1,000 years, began with Sky, and will also end with Sky.
And it began with a warrior and ends with a healer.
You're still as optimistic as ever, just like when you were a kid. If your mind is set, Hyacinthia, then carry your resolve through to the very end. Return to the sky with my blessing, and watch over this world on the threshold of salvation.
Grandmother, thank you. But I have one last request.
Speak, Hyacinthia. We should still have some time.
Before you go, could you tell me the tale of the Sky Hero once more? Just like you used to?
Then listen closely, my dearest hummingbird. After all, this will be the last time.
Uh-oh.
For millennia, the Titans waged relentless wars, leaving the world scarred and ravaged. A century of the Chrysos War plunged the nations into chaos and decay, until a spear, fueled by mortal rage, pierced through the smoke and flames that buried the prophecy of deliverance. Aquila, the celestial shaper, the 100-eyed divine bird crowned with the blazing sun and wielding thunder, those struck blind in 99 eyes by Nikador, they kept one eye glaring at the children of Twilight who received divine blessing, yet turned their weapons against the gods.
I just realized the lion that's like a sun and the Pegasus that's a moon are like day and night, and then they're the children of Twilight are the mix of the two, and this is what the prophecy of like mending dusk and dawn is, huh? Has to do with these things, surely.
The Chrysos heir of the sky, Seliosi, the Day Thunder Knight, ascended the forbidden lands of the Eye of Twilight at dusk, clad in wings. To her left was the lion-headed Solibus the Sunlit Wings, whose roars breathed divine flames and scorched the world. To her right was the horse-bodied Lunibus, the Moonlit Plume, whose graceful steps trampled the stars in the heavens. The one warrior and her two beasts challenged the ruler of the sky, determined to seize the divine core flame through plunder. The Titans' every roar summoned lightning bolts, and their every movement stirred cyclones. The wounded Titan's blood poured down like boiling rain upon the world and converged into scalding torrents. In the final moments of battle, the sunlit wings set the Titan's wings aflame, while the moonlit plume sealed the divine body. The battered hero of the sky, with her wings broken and her body covered in wounds, struggled to lift her spear and pierced the last monstrous eye. The Titan's divine body crashed to the ground, and with it, the sky tore apart like fabric, about to fall with its god. The fear and pleas of mortals urged the hero of the sky to rise again. Seliosi, the Day Thunder Knight, the first of the Chrysos heirs to slay a god in this world, charged into the crumbling body of Aquila with her two fearless winged companions. She merged with the Titan, holding up the sky once more, only to leave behind a powerful message for the world. My descendants will be blessed and cross the Rainbow Bridge back to the sky. At the end of the prophecy of Genesis, they will reclaim the core flame from my hands.
But a few days later at Dawncloud, oh, we're just skipping forward.
Today's the day.
Wow, I didn't expect it to be so lively up here.
Mimi, we might not come back. What if we just punch a hole in the sky and just dip?
Are these people here to send off the Chrysos heirs?
I think so.
There's Finan. Let's go talk to him.
110 stellar jade. Divine Echo, world bearing. What the hell? Kephili, throne of worlds, eternal and exalted, bearer of boundless light. Through your divine visage, holiness is revealed, and the beautiful dawn arrives. Is this a good place to stop, chat? We finishing this whole thing right now. What are you talking about? The silence at dawn, mourn the perishing of a great mortal. Listen to Phinon's speech. The beginning and end of all things. Obtain the audio record, Divine Echo, world bearing. The beginning and end of all things, huh?
Oh, Kephili on high.
Oh, ho, 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 ho. I'm excited for tonight's 15-hour stream personally. Yes, chat. I'm just fucking around. We'll finish oh look. Oh, there's a Zagreus coin too up there. We'll do we'll apparently there's a cutscene here. Everyone's saying there's like the first cutscene of this patch is right here, and we'll call it after that.
I know this is a big ask, Namazuni. I hope you understand.
Please don't say that, Lord Phinon. It's an honor for us to be entrusted with this task.
Is this Phinon's girlfriend?
Go then. Let's hope our concerns don't come true.
I hope you all return safely, my lord.
There you are, partner. You didn't oversleep this time, did you?
A pink puppy woke me up. I never show up late for important things. Well, maybe I'll go back to grab a quick nap. The pink puppy woke me up.
You like calling me that, don't you? Well, I've embraced it now. It doesn't even faze me anymore.
Phase? Phase climb, phase up.
Ready, comrade? If all goes according to plan, this could be the last battle where we fight at each other's side.
He called me comrade.
If the curse separating Amphoreus from the world beyond the sky is truly Aquila's doing, then you'll be able to return home after their fall.
Dup! A day on the ground feels like 10 years in the sky. That's assuming we can fix the car. Insincerely, I'll miss you all. That's assuming we can fix the car.
Sorry, I'm no help there.
Don't worry. Don Hung mentioned that Counselor Lygus can help you with that.
Linus, tech tips. He can fix it because he's a tech whiz. No way. A day on the ground feels like 10 years in the sky.
Really? That's the first time I've heard that.
He just makes things up. Don't take it too seriously.
Insincerely, I'll miss you all so much.
You sound a little insincere there, buddy.
Buddy!
That was totally insincere, partner.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. He called me comrade, how could I? Aren't I supposed to be reincarnating as a Titan?
That would be a problem.
Oh yeah, how's that gonna work?
We'll need to get you home before Aranova.
This is the first time they're talking about like what's gonna happen to us when Aranova happens. So we have to be out of here before Aranova happens, or we're fucked. Essentially, it sounds like.
Let's leave the emotional goodbyes for later. That'll give us some time to figure out what we should be feeling at that time. Besides, when we were playing Seal Slammers...
Glyphon Slammers is canon?
That bumping seal game, didn't you teach me something back then?
The chug jug.
Crack the champagne at halftime to watch victory slip away.
Wait, it actually was the chug jug. Well, it's 10 out of 12. 12th time now. We can totally open the champagne. We'll win, dear fellow.
The last mile is the hardest. That's from Don Hung. Same principle, just more elegantly put.
Hey, speaking of Dunhung, where is he?
He arrived before everyone else and climbed to the cliff top to wait for us. He's probably not keen on being the center of attention.
Lord Finan, please make sure you all come back safely.
Please defeat the indifferent Eye of Twilight and restore a compassionate sky to Amphoreus.
Thank you all for your blessings. Rest assured, we're fully prepared. But I'm not the main attraction today. Please don't hesitate to cheer for Miss Hyacinth when she arrives.
Miss Hyacinth, the chosen daughter of the sky, the pride of the Twilight Courtyard.
She's not just the pride of Akuma, but all of Amphoreus as well. And furthermore, while the Flame Chase journey is led by the Chrysos heirs, it's not just those chosen by Aglaya who contributed to it. Let's extend our gratitude to the 2 warriors of the Outlands who bravely stepped up and risked their lives for those they've never met.
And this pink rat.
Hero, your saga will be chronicled
and Mimi.
in epic
See?
and celebrated across the New World.
Warrior from the Outlands, endowed with the might of Orynyx, the vanguard of deliverance.
Quite the flatterer, aren't you? Looks like you've mastered public speaking now.
After all this time, you should know when I'm just being polite and when I'm genuinely speaking from the heart. That praise was heartfelt, partner. Had I not trusted my instincts and put my faith in you and Don Hung, it's hard to imagine what might have become of Ak. The guest of honor has arrived.
Hyacinth! Hyacinth! Hyacinth!
People of Akuma, I've been blessed by the ancestors of the Sky People. They have agreed to bestow the 1,000-year mission to me, and to have me claim the core flame of Aquila. Today is the year 4932 of the light calendar. 1062 years since the hero Seliosi initiated the Flame Chase journey. I, Hyacinthia of the Sky People, am prepared to lead the children of humanity back to the sky.
History doesn't breathe evenly. At times, it suspends its breath for millennia, as though time is frozen. At other times, it pants rapidly, as if poised to topple the world and our civilization in an instant. Its hurried gasps have sparked a tempest, sweeping all of us along. Hyacinth, as an observer, you've witnessed the return of 4 core flames. And now, it's your turn to fulfill your duty. Please, guide us into the heart of the storm as the executioner of this mission.
W? The Eye of Twilight, a sky barrier named after a titan, was both the homeland of the Sky People in ancient times and now serves as Aquila's dwelling. With Hyacinth's help, we have set foot on this outworld land to find the titan who binds the sky. I hear a chest.
Splendid gods once walked the paths.
Miss Hyacinth, may Mighty Mouse protect you.
Looks good.
May Mighty Mouse protect you. Kratos!
Chrysosaur's triumph.
All that's left
To
of
bring
that
light to
light
this darkening
is
world.
a hazy mirage.
Wait, I can't talk to him? What is that bullshit? Kratos, I heard what you did. This is a pilgrimage platform dedicated to the devout believer. Oh, we read that earlier. Whoa. What's that noise? Kratos said, fuck y'all.
One must inevitably perish in the mortal realm.
Death cult.
They'll surely seize the core flame of Sky and bring the flame chase journey to its perfect conclusion.
World bearing Titan most high, will you once again answer my prayers? This was not someone for related to this quest. I think they're always there.
Oh, beautiful old world. Where are you now? Oh, legendary Eracrysia. Return to the mortal realm.
Eracrysia! 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 Alright, we're almost there. Lock in, chat. We get a halfway point boss fight or what? Oh my god! Complainer, you're gonna fall! The lost wanderer and the desperate outlaw. At the edge of divinity, we look up in awe. In a fleeting moment of terror, the long road behind fades from memory.
Thanks for waiting, Dunhung. The team tasked with conquering Aquila has finally assembled.
We've reshaped the history of the world with our hands over and over. I bet this trailblazing expedition could even make Akivili jealous.
We'll go home as soon as this battle finishes. Such an exciting adventure. March is going to be crying with jealousy. This trailblazing expedition is about to end perfectly. Does he know how many more badges we have? We'll go home as soon as this battle finishes, surely.
So full of energy, comrades. Seems I chose the perfect day. Hyacinth, it's all yours now.
Legend tells of the Sky Folk once divided into many tribes. The Sun Folk worshipped the sun. The Rain Folk were devoted to storms. And the Winter Folk waited for signs in the snow. Our ancestors lived under Aquila's light. Yet they were blinded to all but one color. They forgot that the light that illuminates the world is made of countless different colors. That's why the rainbow is my favorite. For not only does it reflect the many colors, it is also a bridge. And I want to use the Rainbow Bridge to link everyone's hearts and give hope to every soul on Earth. Ancestors, with the rainbow as your guide, lead me back to the home of the Sky Folk, a land we have not seen for 1,000 years.
Oh! Cutscene. Lock in, chat.
Oh, Rainbow Bridge, please guide us to ascend to the skies once more. Friends, let us soar together.
Yes, comrade Hyacinthia.
Flying along the Rainbow Bridge is truly an amazing experience. The Eye of Twilight. It's the legendary sky fortress of Aquila. I never imagined that one day I'd be able to step foot on it.
My ancestors once built a magnificent civilization among the heavens. The Eye of Twilight, which we are standing on, is the home of Aquila and the heart of the city-state in the clouds. This must be where the hero Selioce stood when she challenged Aquila and began the first step of the flame chase journey. We are here to end the journey she began.
Do you believe in legends? It's our turn to challenge the Titan. What would she say about the legends? She had kind of a unique perspective earlier.
Even legends are corroded by time, but that won't change what we must do.
According to historical records, the civilization that worshipped Aquila once mastered advanced technology, which made their strategically located Sky Castrum the only force that could face Castrum Kremnos head-on in the Chrysos War. But they were divided within. The frequent wars started by the Chrysos heirs drained their power, especially after the prophecy descended. In the end, they had to hide among the clouds, far from the conflicts raging below.
Apparently, the division was between the two most important sky tribes, the Sunfolk and the Rainfolk. And Selioce's frustration towards the endless strife among her people made her turn her spear towards the Titan above.
Where did she go in the end? Was her attack really that high?
After driving the enraged Titan to the brink of defeat with her two-winged companions, they all vanished somewhere in the sky. Her achievements were unparalleled, even if later legends exaggerated the details.
After driving the enraged Titan to the brink of defeat with her two-winged companions, they all vanquished somewhere in the sky. Okay.
Yet she still could not end Aquila, nor bring back the core flame of sky.
Ooh.
Some say she sealed the wrath of the god within herself, trapping them deep within the Eye of Twilight to support the heavens of Amphoreus forever.
In other words, she became one with the Titan. I would have considered it a fairy tale, but after seeing what happened with Professor Anaxa, not anymore.
They fused.
Has that Titan and that fused hero been looking down on the world from here for 1,000 years?
All right, is this it, chat? This is the stopping point, huh? Well, catch. Investigate. The shattered path ahead floats in midair, seemingly unbound by gravity. Weathered bug. My master sent me here to investigate, but who would have thought that the world would change so drastically? I have been trapped here for 1,000 years. To see the Skyfolk return to their homeland once again fills my heart with boundless joy. But tell me, did you expect the secrets hidden here? Thoughts on that, chat? Next bit is a long stretch. Okay, so good place to stop. All right, chat. Yeah, I assume we just got to like a new area. Can I look at the map? Oh my god. There's levels to this shit. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna save this whole area for next stream. And I'm excited for it. Hope you guys are too. Next stream. It's gonna be a doozy, I think. But, yeah, interesting start to the 3.3 patch. Looking forward to the climax. And then 3.4 after that. Ooh, boy. Or we're going to do a side quest stream and then 3.4. People are going to be pissed, but we got to get the side quest stream, the side quest stuff out of the way before the big 3.4 halfway point of the Amphoreus arc. Opinions on Hyacinth, first impressions. I definitely like... I already kind of liked her just because she was just kind of a... I have a soft spot for cute, like, energetic girls, similar to, like, March and, what's another one? Kind of like Belle and ZZZ, too. Cotton Candy Girl, yeah, kind of. Mem, I also enjoy Mem. But they're very full of positivity, and it is kind of nice to be around. But I wasn't expecting her, what she said about the wanting... She talked about how the legends always talk about, the common folk, or sorry, legends always talk about like one great hero, but they never talk about the common folk of that time. Let me actually go on my, what's the review website, the movie review website? Letterbox. It reminds me of a review I had for a movie recently that I fucking loved. That was just about the typical working class person and what they go through throughout time, because it's a biopic on one guy living through the late 1800s, and he lives through the time of just setting up the tracks for the steam train engines in America, and he lives until the first man is put up into space. So he literally lives through the train connecting everywhere in America to the airplane, to the automobile, and before he dies, he gets to see the first man put into space. And among all those achievements happening, he's just a normal guy. And it really resonated with me for that reason. Like, he's just a typical working class guy that's literally watching history unfold throughout his life. And it really resonated with me. But let me find the review I had for that movie, because I think it makes me feel the same way Hyacine's story does. So this was my review of the movie called Train Dreams. It's on Netflix if any of you guys want to check it out, what I was just describing, but this is my review of Train Dreams. Train Dreams is a beautiful biopic that is just as devastating as it is quiet. If modern history teaches us that great men who define different eras and civilizations are the reason for progress, Train Dreams grounds that perspective by telling the story of the average wage worker living through history as it goes by. At the heart of the film is the feeling all too familiar to working class people. Great wood bridges built, celebrated as monumental achievements by the workers who built them, are made obsolete years later by cement and rebar. Loggers that used to take years felling every tree on a mountain now watch the next generation do the same in a single summer with the help of chainsaws and vehicles. Co-workers who tragically die of a heart disease could have had their condition treated and cured if they had only been born a year later. Most of the workers in this film have no home, no families, but work job to job as life dictates them. While little note is ever made of them in history books, they left a lasting impression on those they worked with. This film speaks to the downtrodden working class in an ever-evolving world, shaped and ultimately broken by the forces much larger than themselves. It's a film that reminds us, until we transform the material conditions that govern our lives, men like our protagonist will continue to vanish into the margins of history. The dreams and the lives of workers who built the world are never lost. They are simply waiting for a world that respects and honors them. And what Hyacine was talking about with legends reminded me a lot about that. Firefly. But yeah, her story and what she talked about when it came to legends, and how she wanted to really represent like the average people, the typical person that is never talked about in the history books, because and as she I that's why I picked the dialogue option to ask her about the legend of the place, and she then responded in kind by saying the legend is basically made up, or it's greatly exaggerated for what like actually happened. And Hyacine understands that legends are like all greatly exaggerated, and the people of the time within those legends should be like a greater focus, I think, is like what I thought she was getting at, and I fuck with that a lot. Bro, I can't wait till next stream. Fuck yeah, next Sunday. And it should be much earlier. This stream was later, just so everyone knows. Like, if you're wanting to catch that stream, be up early, because I'll definitely do my best to start that stream a couple hours earlier than I did this time around. This time around, I was really late, and I don't plan that to be the norm. And so, like, next, I don't know what time it's going to be exactly, but should be between, like, I don't know, or early in the morning PST for me, like, between, like, 3 a.m. and 7 a.m. is what I'm going to shoot for. So if you want to see the stream, gonna have to be up early if you're, at least if you're from the States. It's 5 a.m. for you, man? Oh, I'm sorry, Galahad. Yeah, the next stream definitely won't be that bad, I promise. I'll definitely be earlier. I was late today because I was busy fucking putting all the Schizo shit together for you guys at the beginning of the stream, but yeah. Thank you all so much for hanging. If you're up late, I apologize for starting stream late this week. We had over 100 viewers concurrently almost throughout this whole stream, so thanks for hanging, everybody. Next stream, we are going to hopefully witness the climax. I know it's a weekly boss. I'm very excited to witness my first of 2 weekly bosses in Amphoreus. Should be Cinema. I am completely spoiler-free on it. Obviously, I know by now that the boss is Aquila, but I'm really excited to experience it because these weekly, what are they called? I always forget the name. Echo of War, right? The weekly Echo of War bosses are always fucking Cinema. They are awesome to experience in the story. So, really looking forward to it. But yeah, and nope, it's actually Fat Fuck, where Fat Fuck is actually the villain. Fat Fuck turns into the monster that we have to defeat. Will be absolutely diabolical. But thanks for hanging, everybody. I love you all so much. Do we do surely we do a little pity poll. Pity poll! That'd be diabolical, wouldn't it? Oh! W. Alright. Chat, thanks so much for watching. If you are in the Twitch chat right now, say bye, YouTube. If you're on YouTube, leave a thumbs up on the video. Leave a comment down below. I am sure there are going to be a lot of angry people that disagree with some of my criticisms at the beginning of the stream. I can already hear them now. I cannot wait. But as long as you're respectful and understand that people can have different opinions of the media that we consume, and obviously different critiques. My critique is not some one genius size fits all, and I'm sure I'm gonna get a lot of angry comments on the Aglaia stuff. The Aglaia stuff is kind of exaggerated. I'm mostly just rage baiting and having a fun back and forth with chat. But thanks for watching, everybody. Do I hate Aglaia? I'll leave that for you to decide, chat. Thanks for hanging, everybody. I love y'all. Leave a thumbs up on the video. Leave a dislike if you hate me. That's fine, too. Engagement is engagement. It helps my video either way. You guys can dislike the fuck out of the video, and it still counts as engagement. It's pretty cool. If you really don't like me, you just don't watch my videos, I think, and click the button to no longer see videos from this person in your sub feed, I think. But yeah, leave a like, leave a comment down below. Engagement helps push the video out there to other people. I would really appreciate it. But thanks for hanging, everybody. I will see you all next Sunday morning for the 3.3 ending, the second half, and the climax. Looking forward to it. Love y'all. Hope you have a great rest of your weekend and a great week. I will catch you guys next time. Peace out, everybody. Love y'all. Bye-bye.